What is up, buddy boys? We are live. Welcome to SNI Sunday Night Incel episode, what, 43? 44? I think it's 43. What is going on, my dudes? We have zero people sitting here so far, so let's let people get in here real quick. Hopefully, we have a good show today for you guys. Lots of guests, lots of new ideas, lots of politics and incel topics and various things like that. Shout out to the Cope gang for being in here, being involved, being active. Shout out to the mystery gang for being in here, some of the mysteries. What is going on, my dudes? We are back again for another SNI. Let's see, we got a few comments already, but I'm not reading them because what the fuck's the point? Yes, here we go. Here we go again, boyos. We are ready. 8 people, dang, people just running into this bitch. Holy shit. We're gonna play a video by What If Alt His today. He has a good, I like his content. We're gonna play probably not gonna play the whole thing, but play parts of it. So hopefully it's pretty good. People like it a lot. People like it enough to watch it. Let's see. We have yo. What's up, my dude? What's up? Not a financial divider. My dick is small. I feel so bad for you, dude. I'm sorry. I don't know what to tell you, my dude. Figure it out. I'm staying up all night for this, boys. I feel bad for you. On time for oneself. Hey, is what it is, dude. Let's go. What's up, dude? What's up, Jack? What's up, Jack? Elbow cough, elbow cough, elbow cough, elbow cough. Isn't that the dab shit? Why the fuck is it saying elbow cough? That's fucking weird. I can see your thing on the side with the actual real chat, but it says elbow cough. So fucking weird. It's over for punctual cells. Hey, I was like 5 minutes earlier, something like that. So hey, it's whatever. Sunday in our prime, what went wrong? A whole lot went wrong. Sometimes it wasn't even your fault, right? Usual shit, man. Yep. Hey, what's up? What's up, anime COD emblems? What's up, dude? Let's see. Should I start with me to try to wait for people to get in here? I know American Black Tool streaming, so I'm sure some of my people are over there, but it is what it is. We're got to compete some way, right? You can't always just stop the show. Let's yeah, let's see. Yesterday's stream was so weird. Weird stream. It went to brought up a topic I haven't discussed in a long time, which is religion. And that was a weird rabbit hole to kind of go down, but at least the guy had faith, right? You can't really take that away from the guy. And like I said earlier, I said this in other streams. If that keeps you from fucking up your life, and some people need that the fear of God in them to keep them from fucking up. And if that keeps somebody from fucking up, I can't really knock them for that. It is what it is. So everybody needs different things to succeed. So I'm not gonna like knock the guy for believing what he believes or not believing what he believes. You know, is what it is. I still believe though that the main problem with this is the same problem that what's the other guy's name? I forgot his name, but the other guy who came in here who was semi-religious from Canada. The other guy. It wasn't I can't remember the guy's name, but the guy we talked to about his dating life. The guy was 6'4". Even in his case though, like the whole point we were trying to make to that guy was that like in an age where basically if you live in an economy or in a system where everybody's cheating and you don't cheat, you're an idiot. If that makes any sense. You might be a better you might be a better person for not cheating, but ultimately at the end of the day, you're gonna end up worse off. So like to some extent, you have to break your own rules to like succeed in that economy. You can't always be Captain morality and fucking be the virtuous paragon of goodness in the world. Sometimes you have to do bad stuff to get to get the job done. And that's all I was trying to like reiterate in that back and forth we had with that guy. Like I wasn't trying to like knock him for being religious per se, but sometimes reality gets in the way of morality to some extent. So like you can be the most moral pious person in the world, but like if it works to your detriment to be that, if the system overall is corrupt, you have to play within that system. And if you don't know how to play the game, you're gonna get fucking crushed. So you have to like bend your morals some way to make yourself work in that system. So yeah. Let's see. Let's get the gang back together. The Cope gang, that is. What's up, you guys? I may not agree with Ivan, but he's isn't a sim, so he's cool. Yeah, got Discord. I have a Discord, not a channel, but I have a Discord. I just maybe I should link it in my thing or put my number down there so people can look at it. I don't know. We'll figure it out. Every Incel community always goes the same way. First is mostly mayo cells, then it gets flooded with curries and rice cells. Well, uh, I mean, I'm not even a mayo cell. I'm black, so like my community started off kind of with like very very diverse actually. Um, yeah, my community always started off with a lot of black people, then a few mayo cells would show up every once in a while. But just honestly, my community is pretty, at least in my opinion, it's pretty diverse. I wouldn't really know like unless I did a poll, but definitely seems like I have a pretty, at least when it comes to people who come on the panel. Um, I have a white guy, I have a Asian guy, a lot of black people, a lot of curry cells, few curry cells. So it depends. Did you already talk about vegan debate? What did you think of it? I only watched the first like 10 minutes of it, and I couldn't stomach watching the whole damn thing. If only because of if only because like he literally cut him off over and over and over again, and I was like, okay, this is obviously not going to be a fucking debate. This is going to be him stomping on top of him wheat waffles the whole time. I just didn't watch it the whole way through. And then I actually watched part of the Face and LMS stream. I haven't watched the whole thing yet, but I watched the majority of it, and they talked about it there as well. And there's this weird like connection between like where people are trying to connect the incel community with like the Nazi or the eugenics community, which I don't know. It's just a weird a guilt by association thing or something like that, where it's like, oh well, you believe X and X also and then the other another quote unquote bad group of people also believe X, therefore you're bad too. It's like, okay. Like, keep in mind, like, just because somebody, quote unquote, evil or bad believes something doesn't make it wrong. Therein lies the problem with these type of people. Like, they're basically doing a very, very dumb fucking version of like guilt by association. Basically, like, oh, you're Nazi believes 2 + 2 = 4, and you believe 2 + 2 = 4. Therefore, you're just wrong and bad and morally wrong. It's like, I don't know, dude. And beyond that, like these fucks argue about morality all the time when like they can't even really objectively define what's like morally right and wrong to begin with. Like at the end of the day, you're starting off on various different axiomatic starting points, and like if we don't even agree on those starting points, then we're not actually going to agree on what we ought do from a moral standpoint to begin with. So like I don't know. I always get banned off Discord, off any website. Honestly, it's weird. Captain Save a hoe on steroids. Captain Save the economy. True, it's funny that society is ill, but they call you crazy for not fitting in. Cheating isn't wrong if there aren't kids. If it isn't your job to tell everyone the truth. Cheating isn't wrong if there aren't kids. Huh? I'm confused by what you mean by that. Are you talking about cheating in the form of like cheating sexually, like a partner? I'm not sure what you mean. I do agree with the second half of that. It isn't my job to tell them the truth, and I try not to. I don't really give a fuck. It's only wrong if you get caught. Yeah. Yo, Mystery Tyrone, you must have had another day today. What's the chance of you getting the roast beef, homie? No, I didn't have a date today. No, didn't. Not cheating is easier without much option. Not cheating makes sense when one gets to keep your relationship with the kids because one doesn't want to risk losing that. Also, for access to one, I wasn't talking about cheating in the sense of like dating. I was talking about cheating in the sense of like cheating the system, cheating the overall game of the system. If there's a game where it's like, where like people are using a loophole, it's kind of like tax law. Technically speaking, loopholes in tax laws aren't cheating, but like if this is something that's like undefined or poorly defined, and you exploit that in the tax law and you get around it, well, everybody else is also going to do that too. Even though it's morally wrong, you should quote unquote pay your taxes. But why the fuck would you? Like, it would be dumb for you to pay taxes when nobody else is paying taxes either. Like, are you gonna like sacrifice yourself on the bed of like moral truths for what? Like, what's the gain in that? I'm not gonna be a fucking a martyr for the sake of just being a martyr. Used to be paranoid about cheating, getting caught, but then I dropped out anyway. Cheat buddy boy, what everyone else does. Praise, brother will praise to be to Hamudi and Sella. Yeah. Vegan gains is the black destiny. Kind of in a way, yeah. May our deaths be swift and clean at Grim. I never cheated in my relationship, but it's because I'm a big moral fag, and also because I was lazy, because I don't want to put in the effort of time to chase. I hear you. We need to do a stream honoring our fallen bro selves. Yeah, exactly, brother. We'll only hope for a subhuman's oblivion. It's annoying though. When I was in LTR, I always got more options or flirts from women. It just seemed very annoying. Today is my birthday, 24-year-old Mayo here. Like your content. All right. Happy birthday, my dude. Still banking on a fallen economy. May as well give it a shot. Congratulations, my condolences. Brother Jag, what's up, my Volcel? Brother Lamb's an absolute. I was talking about cheating at school and our relationships. I'm a perversion keck. Yo, Graham, what's up, dude? Jack, I would rather nuclear holocaust, my friend. Existence is punishment for subhumans like me. It's all good. Thanks from the Fantastic Four with disappointment by its looks match. See, we got 16 people in here. Let's do some quick memes real quick. Or should I do the video first? I don't know. Let's get the video out of the way first. Let's share screen, screen 2, share audio. Okay. I skipped past the ad in this video because I don't want to fucking play the ad. Give the dude free advertisement, but here's the video. I might not play the whole thing. I might stop it halfway through, but it's pretty good video. Basically talks about why is the world crazy by what if alt hist. Hopefully I don't get banned off of this YouTube thing because hopefully it's not like copyright striked. Hopefully by putting it in this, it seems like this like a window thing works because it's not the whole video, so it's like tends to work out pretty well. So let's watch this video real quick. Well, I'm gonna play it real quick, see if you guys can hear it real quick. So give me a sec here. Let me play it.
Reason 1, population growth.
Can you guys hear that? Does it sound good or sound bad? Too quiet? Too short? What? Is it loud enough? Not loud enough? What? Some feedback. Sounds good, man. Okay, I got one guy saying it sounds good. Okay. It's low, but I can hear. Okay, let me adjust audio real quick. I know it's low, but it might be from his video actually being too low. Where's my... Come here. Oh, that's why it's so low. Okay.
This is the one biggest variable here by far. We've seen an incredible explosion in global population in the last 80 years. The world's population in 1940 was 2.3 billion, while today it's nearing 8 billion. By historic standards, the world's population only passed 1 billion in the 19th century. In the 1960s and 70s, there was immense worry about mass starvation. Many experts predicted that by 2000, the world would be experiencing crippling famines. This was entirely blocked by the Green Revolution and the development of GMOs, which resulted in a skyrocketing of food production, and so the world today is the best fed and richest it's been in all of history by a vast margin. This has been the greatest miracle in human history, feeding 4 times the population in a couple decades. It would be easy to say the population growth had no effect. As a counterpoint, let me bring up the 1968 novel Stand on Zanzibar by John Brunner, which is a sci-fi novel about what the world would be like in 2010 if it had 7 billion people, as it actually did have. Although we got some things wrong, in this book, America has its first African-American president, President Abomi, with the Soviet Union having also collapsed. China replaces it as America's main rival, and class divisions have grown incredibly in America. He also predicted mass shootings, political polarization, powerful multinational companies, dance raves, headphones, video calls, acceptance of bisexuality, and same-sex marriage. What I'm trying to say is that you could have figured out a lot of the present by seeing what effects population growth has in societies. The historian David Hackett Fisher put forth a brilliant theory in his book The Great Wave, which...
This is a book I might actually buy. It seems like a really interesting book. It goes over a lot of the I think it goes over the demographic trends and various things like that. Might actually be an interesting read for sure. Anyways, keep going.
Which is about 4 cycles of population growth over 1,000 years of Western European history. One of these was in the High Middle Ages, another in the 16th and 17th centuries, another in the late 18th century, and the final one starting in the 20th century. In each of these cycles, as the population went up, you see the same repeating effects in the societies involved. The big variable is that as population goes up, so does competition for resources. the standard of living for the working man goes down. As no government is willing to tell its citizens that they will live worse lives than their parents, every government inflates their currency as much as possible. The economy needs to grow as fast as possible, or everyone individually gets poorer. Inflation always tends to help the wealthy and connected, whose amount of capital allows them to invest in various endeavors, and the amount of their income gives them a buffer. Meanwhile, it erases the smaller wages of the working and middle classes, which creates larger class differences. As the class differences grow and people intuitively realize that the pie is shrinking, the upper classes use corruption and their influence with the powerful to protect their privileges, and politics becomes more corrupt. Real estate prices skyrocket as people invest in real things that won't decline in value over time, like money. As the population becomes more desperate, politics becomes more extreme and partisan as centrist candidates aren't solving anything.
I mean, like, just look at what's going on, dude. I mean, hell, here we go.
Traditional culture stops making sense, and so people start to go with more emotional and generally negative cultural and philosophic movements. As the population and thus the governments get more desperate, wars become endemic as governments try to break the rules of the peaceful international order in order to hedge it in their favor. The whole system collapses with some spectacular horrors, which lowers the population and breaks the previous social and administrative system. This has come in the form of the Black Death, the crisis of the 17th century, the Napoleonic Wars, and whatever is occurring in the present. In general, it's not often an issue with actual population. If resources were adequately spread, the world would easily have enough resources, but society, class, government, etc. all manage things in manners that are often far from efficient. For example, 17th century Spain could have dealt with its massive poverty and homelessness by exporting its population to the lightly settled colonies in America, but that went against too many vested interests. What happens most of the time is the previous administrative elite is wiped out and a new, more efficient system replaces it after much bloodshed. This occurred with the Renaissance and the Age of Exploration, the Enlightenment and Scientific Revolution, and the rise of liberalism and the Industrial Revolution, respectively. However, this may be biased towards Western Europe. The ends of cycles have been far less optimistic in other parts of the world. In Eastern Europe, the new forces that replace the old are often just more repressive, and in China, little is learned from cycle to cycle. Although very few people are starving in the world today, there is struggle due to population growth and resource limitation. We see this in a skyrocketing worldwide prices for real estate. The many water wars that are on the verge of occurring, whether between India and China, or Ethiopia and Egypt, among others, or even the global competition for labor that's led to a decline or stagnation of median standard incomes in the first world. Similarly, in each of these cycles, a triggering climactic shift has tended to trigger the final collapse of the previous system. In the last three Western cycles, that was the mini Ice Age, entering its harsher phases. The French Revolution, Black Death, and crisis of the 17th century were all kickstarted by freezing harvests that left the population decrepit. A similar conclusion could be drawn about global warming, which has already resulted in political instability in the Middle East and the Sahel region. Climate change was likely instrumental in the formation of ISIS, for example. China's damming up of India's river system, including the Ganges, makes climate-caused wars looking especially unpromising in the near future. Another important thing to consider is that a reason the Middle East has been so crazy is that this region has seen some of the greatest population growth in history, while the economy hasn't been able to keep up, which creates a large disaffected young population, which just generates instability. Africa, which is currently going through a similar process but a few decades later, will likely have a series of horrifying conflicts in the near future. I really didn't do this topic justice. There's so much to talk about when it comes to population and why the modern world is the way it is, and what direction that's going in. I wanted to get more descriptive at how the cycle is related to the present and the enormous effect aging is going to be having on politics in the future, but alas, I need to keep this video a watchable length. Reason 2. The decline of traditional religion. Humans have to believe in something. Purpose is what gives our often unpleasant and miserable lives reason to keep going. For much of the last 2,000 years or so, much of this purpose came in the form of the traditional religions like Christianity, Islam, Buddhism, etc. However, partially due to technological progress, the world wars, and conscious suicide on the part of the intellectual classes, belief in the traditional religions has been getting weaker, which has created an immense power vacuum inside people's hearts. Every different region in the world is having a different ideological struggle, and it's way too complicated to get into every local variation. But for a brief overview, East Asia is in general having an ideological vacuum. The Chinese Communist Party is trying to fill this by artificially creating its own ideology out of various bits pulled from Chinese history, combined with loyalty to them. In the Middle East, we're seeing genuine religious wars as Islam is unable to come to terms with being outpaced by its older brother Christianity and the need to basically reform or die. In Europe, this comes mostly in the form of an attack upon the dominant ideology among the elites of welfarism, a term I invented, which basically holds that providing the least hardship to the population is the best policy, and social justice, which needs no explanation, both which are unable to survive in a world with greater competition, in that these ideas were founded upon the presuppositions of security and wealth. This attack has been mostly done by the traditional right, whose value system is deeply unclear but not explicitly Christian. In the United States, where welfarism and social justice never took hold entirely among the elite, they're locked into a spiral with the previous ideologies of Christianity and liberalism. It's easy to underestimate the importance of this struggle, but it effectively takes on every aspect of American culture, with effectively every topic or possible government policy becoming a new front in the culture war. Make no mistake, these various struggles amount to religious wars. Even if those involved avow with their words that they're atheists or agnostics, they act with religious devotion and treat the morality of their
Yeah, this is something we talked about yesterday, but it's very true. Basically, people they just took their belief in a sky daddy and they took it and now they're just applying it to SJWism or some other type of like weird ideology I mean, look at like the entire basis of like SJWism and it has a devil in the form of like the white man. It has this and it has that. It has a god. It has a devil. It has original sin is white guilt. It's all there. It's the exact same thing over and over again.
actions and the destiny of their success with religious fanaticism. Stuff like the dialectic of history or the moral arc of history are basically acts of faith. And in my book, if a cat doesn't say it's a cat, but looks and acts like a cat, it's a cat. This happened before in Eurasia from around 500 BC to 300 AD, when you saw a growing agnosticism and irreligion, while new religions developed that could fill the void. Once you saw Buddhism, Christianity, Hinduism, Islam, etc., develop, the world fell back to its average state of deep religiosity. What people don't talk about is that there were cults and belief structures that failed and collapsed before those that succeeded showed up. Legalism, the cult of Isis, my buddies Mithraism and Stoicism, Neoplatonism and Manichaeism are all part of that list. I think most of the ideologies that we're dealing with now are going to fall into that category. The main issue is that with the collapse of Nazism and communism, with liberal capitalism's weaknesses having been painfully shown, while social justice is such an orchid, there really isn't much to believe in. This will likely be reconciled by a wave of new religions in the near future. The issue of most of the recent ideologies, with Marxism or Nazism as prime examples of this, is the desire to put humanity's desires as the guiding hand of morality, and an inability to understand the limits of human nature. In every single regime where morality is being decoupled from an abstract, and whatever is good is in the hands of whatever people say it is, there's always been mass death or complete ineffective apathy. We saw this with the Nazis, communists, Qin dynasty China, and revolutionary France in the first category, while post-war Europe, the Hellenic states after Alexander, and modern Russia are in the second. The reason these ideologies are so popular is they give the classes that lead them, mostly intellectuals, an immense ego boost and source of power, since it gives them control of morality, lets them change society how they wish by giving them the reins of control over society. This is why Marxism will continually be popular, even though on a factual basis it's been a complete failure. To survive as a civilization and prevent the errors of the 20th century from repeating, we will have to reconcile abstract morality with our inability to prove God, and thus likely inability to continue to design a philosophic system with Him as the center in a world that demands scientific proof for things. This will likely come in many forms that I will have to make a video on at some point. Islam and American Protestantism are very adaptable, and I could easily see them reforming in the near future. Other religions that seem far too wacky to seem realistic now will likely appear in the next century or few. I haven't even touched on the personal stresses involved. Life is hard, and it's much harder without a clear value system to justify all the suffering involved. When the only reason to live is money and sensory pleasure, as many people believe today, when you don't get those things, your life is meaningless. This is the big reason why, on a national level, there's so much unsustainable debt based economic growth, since few nations really have any values or greater goals to chase rather than money. Number 3, the dislocations of the information revolution. In our lifetimes, we've seen one of the greatest technological revolutions ever. I don't need to tell you about it because you've seen it. I personally think that it's for the better, but of course I would. I'm Gen Z, and so I'm dependent on stuff like GPS to get around and YouTube recommendations for my music, and I run an extremely niche business that could never have existed in any other era. A professional taxi driver who lost his relatively good.
But yeah, basically though, nothing here is new. All the problems we're going through is not new. Just it's all been done before. We didn't realize it historically. Here's another video about why is America fucking crazy, or why America itself is fucking crazy. Let's see. What the fuck is America at? Not America in decline. Fuck that. Why is America fucking crazy? There's America.
Some
I mean, just yeah, this is the demographic crisis. Yeah, I'm gonna start right at that point because there's no point in doing the whole thing. Here we go. Here we go.
I'm going to take a theory from the brilliant historian Peter Turchin here. He wrote
This is another video, not video, another book I might want to buy. Seems pretty good. Seems like a really good book.
a book called Secular Cycles, using 4 European countries as a model, saying that they go through multi-century demographic cycles that affect practically every element of the society, whether on an economic, cultural, or political basis. He then wrote a book called Ages of Discord that applied the same theory to the United States. The theory goes something like this. There's an era of stability in which the population and economy grows. As the process goes on long enough, the value of labor itself goes down, as there's simply more people. This drives down the wage of the working man. At the same time, as wages stagnate, the people with money for investment or organizational ability are able to do much better, which means the size of the upper class swells. This then results in greater inequality between capital and labor. As the upper class grows and the working class is pushed towards subsistence, the pressure to get into the elite swells, and the pie inevitably reaches its limit, which results in
I mean, you're seeing this now somewhat in the form of like women trying to quote unquote marry the high value man. This concept of like, oh, I have to marry somebody who makes 6 figures or more, somebody who's a millionaire or has a big ass house or a car, who has various resources for free to leech off of. Everybody's trying to rush and run to the upper class because everybody knows what's coming. Everybody knows what happens next. When the government stops printing money and they start raising interest rates again, it's a house of cards right now. House of fucking cards. Peter Turchin is an academic coper. Stop thinking mystery. Okay, whatever.
differing factions among the elite. What normally happens is that some horrifying demographic crunch, like a major war or plague, happens which shrinks the amount of the working classes, which results in their wage growth. Which means that the upper classes, in their bloated number, can't support themselves, which results in the upper classes turning on each other, often with a civil war or some foolish expansionary war. America went through one of these cycles before, with it turning around in 1930, from which the quality of life for the average working man started to go up dramatically. This process ended around 1970, in which a series of demographic factors started to depress working wages. This was mainly the introduction of larger numbers of women and immigrants to the workforce, which produced a larger labor supply. This was compounded by America's population nearly doubling since the 1950s due to natural growth. Competition with foreign imports started around 1970, also depreciated American working wages. I'm not saying this was a bad thing. Countless women who would have been forced into strict gender roles and immigrants who would have lived out lives in autocratic, corrupt, and anti-growth countries got opportunities to live much more fulfilling lives, bringing their talents, imagination, and grit into the American system. However, from an economic basis, this is just true. The correlation between immigration and lowered wages in American history is far too close. People like to say that
You can even see this graph here. You have immigration. You have a look at the marriage rate. Like the marriage rate just plummets like a fucking rock, dude. Holy crap. Everything goes fucking down. Life expectancy went up. That's like the only thing went up, which is definitely not really a good thing per se, because like who's gonna pay for all of the fucking 401k, but Social Security and pension programs that exist right now. So people are living longer, but you have less people to support those people who are living longer now. So it's like you have this constant fucking there's a constant disconnect here between like the birth rate and the fucking people who are living longer and longer and longer. Okay, how do you pay for these people? Who's gonna pay for the people up here?
immigration doesn't lower wages since the immigrants work jobs that Native Americans don't want to, but that doesn't consider that those jobs are not attractive to Native Americans since the wages are depressed by the immigrant supply. Similarly, 80% of the revenue gained by women entering the workforce was lost by paying for the roles women did as housewives, with significant amounts being lost in food production and childcare.
Like, do you see how stupid the whole system is right now? Think about this. So women, they all went to work, or a sizable amount of them went to work, and the ones who were lucky enough to have a husband who made $1 million a year got to stay home. So they all went to fucking work, and now we're spending more money on childcare that should just be not so much free. It's not free labor, but it should just be something that should just be a given. Like you should just be at home taking care of your kids. But now, like you go to work and you take the money that you would have probably spent on your kids, or you take the money that you're earning, you just throw your kids into a fucking daycare all fucking day long. And it's like, you know how like dumb we've done this shit now. It's so inefficient and stupid. It doesn't make any sense.
This is why the two working households of today often have worse standards of living than single income households of several decades ago. On the positive side, this resulted in a revolution in American cuisine starting in 1980, with Americans eating out more. This was compounded by
That's not really a good thing per se. Look at the obesity rate. Nobody's eating at home anymore. Nobody's doing anything else anymore. Oh yeah, but we have Chipotle though. We have Chipotle. We have sushi. It's like I don't know, man. Like is that shit really a revolution in cuisine? A lot of the best cuisine you can find is probably made by your fucking mother to some extent. Like eating food at home. Like Jesus.
moving industrial jobs overseas, which shrank the supply of middle-class jobs, which meant that the demand for stable work couldn't keep up with the labor pressures, which is why wages have stagnated since 1970, while productivity has gone up by more than 70%. Meanwhile, the number of millionaires in America has quadrupled since 1980. As the life of the working man has become less pleasant and the opportunities among the elites have gone up, there's been immense pressure to get into the elite. This is why the price of a college tuition has gone up so radically, since colleges can charge exorbitant prices to get a shot of getting into the elite. A similar process is seen with medical bills, in which exorbitantly high medical bills, supported by the taxpayer under many circumstances, are a way of supporting a medical field of lesser elites. This is compounded by David Hackett Fisher's Great Wave theory of historic cycles of inflation, which I covered in a previous video, in which, due to worldwide population growth and growing international competition in the second half of the 20th century, inflation and the cost of living has grown dramatically over the last 2 decades as the world's population has grown to unprecedented rates. This is as governments inflate their currencies to keep maintaining their same operating costs as the cost of living goes up. This is part of a multi-century long international population cycle that affects the whole world that should be cresting soon. And I cover this in my video on Why is the World Crazy Now? These population pressures are not an American-only issue, but are affecting most of the world. Another common side effect of these cycles is rising governmental debt. This is partially to support a swelling elite with government jobs, which is one way to view the massive government outlays spent on healthcare and student debt. A cynical person could also view government bailing out industries in a similar light. The US reached a low point of political polarization in recent times in 1950. Since then, and especially since 2000, political instability has reached a fever pitch. Several factors go into this, a primary one being the conflict of the elites mentioned above in the Turchin thesis. The Democrats' main aim seems to be to place people with college degrees in as much power as possible. In an economic sense, this is through greater government regulation intervention by people who use their educational credentials against capitalists who became rich through the market. Similarly, on the cultural level, professors who have studied sociology, gender, race, queer theory, etc., are expected to determine moral behavior rather than the traditional role in America that was played by the churches. On a political level, the military and police, organizations in which people are promoted based off their talents in said field, or the old boys club, should be replaced by social workers who gain their credentials based off their theoretical work. George Friedman, in his book The Storm Before the Calm, correctly, in my opinion at least, described this group as a technocracy, or rule by experts. The Republican coalition is effectively all the other elites, businessmen who gain money through being skilled at the market, religious figures who pull on traditional value systems, military elites, etc. This effectively unites a disparate confederacy between libertarians and evangelicals that would otherwise have little in common, all of which broadly desire less interference from the government, which lets them maintain their pre-existing influence except in narrow and specific interests. The polarization started to go into overdrive with the Reaganite counter-revolution, in which the right stopped accommodating the left and took a more free market stance. For decades afterwards, the right took the stance that any compromise with the left would weaken their cause, which resulted in the left becoming bitter and using similar tactics, which created the current congressional deadlock. The left, growing frustrated with the success of the Reagan counter-revolution, decided to gain power through cultural means. This is where social justice comes in.
Yeah, boys, the culture war is here, dude. Fucking culture war is what it is. This is the game. Instead of what they really realize is that, hey, if we can't win today, we can win tomorrow. If we infect the children with this ideology and keep doing it over and over and over again for generations, hey, we'll never fucking lose again, because like if you keep infecting the kids with more of this bullshit, well, there you go. Like if you just infect the kids at the academic level, and you keep doing it over and over again, yeah, you keep making more and more pawns. Some of them might break out of the indoctrination, but most of them won't.
The left has gone very far left in the last decade. You can think this is a positive move and that's fine, but imagine posting these popular left-wing opinions 10 years ago. Nearly all left-wingers would be flabbergasted. A lot of this comes from postmodernism. This is an ideology created in the 1960s by dejected French intellectuals who couldn't come to terms with Marxism's failures, and so effectively said that people weren't doing the communist revolution since they were culturally indoctrinated.
I love the postmodern ones, like blah, blah, blah. Fuck, like gibberish. Modern's like, okay, onward, upward, inevitable progress. Postmodern or pre-modern, because God put it there. This is the only way it's always been. Yeah, okay.
By the capitalist classes. Similarly, it said that capitalism prioritized certain ways of knowing above others, and that reality, facts, and grand narratives were created by the ruling classes to oppress other groups. Every element of the culture had to be viewed through the lens of oppression, since every element of the culture was complicit in the oppressive structure that is modern society. Yes, this does sound all like a conspiracy theory, but this isn't a hidden thing. Read the documents of these philosophers and they openly say it. They say that the elements of the current culture, such as the existence of sex, ethnicity, the individual, occupation, religion, a moral code, or Western civilization, in most of the other things that people use to build their identity, are oppressive constructs that had to be deconstructed. From a historical
Remember we talked about deconstruction yesterday. They're gonna deconstruct the system only for them to create a new system that's gonna be just like the old system, because they damn well know that the only one system tends to work. System that we've always had, patriarchy.
and psychological standpoint, this is a religious conflict. The right holds Christianity and liberal values.
It just seems like humanity has to like keep relearning the same old bullshit over and over and over and over and over again. Like we don't ever learn anything. It's like we do realize that like, okay, like we tear down the system, it goes away, and then we make a new system where it's somewhat similar to the old system. Then we tear that system down, we make a new system that's somewhat similar to the old system. It's like, okay, like it might not be like the exact same system, but it's like almost like the exact same thing to some extent. It's basically the exact same thing.
the Enlightenment as their main tenets, while the left holds mostly social justice. There's little sense of shared worldview between the two, who view the same event through very different lenses and priorities. The Democrat and Republican parties of 2012 are collapsing due to this conflict. For the Republicans, the shared view that things like the free market, immigration, and globalization were good, which benefited mainly the elite and depreciated wages among the working class, resulted in a populist nationalist backlash on part of Trump, which effectively launched a coup against the pre-existing Republican organization, which lost any ideology apart from what Trump says. It's important to know that Trump wasn't elected for being liked. He was elected by people who would vote for anyone who was against the social order that brought them where they were. Much of Trump's policies, however, such as deregulation and continuing to inflate the currency, while pandering to evangelicals and deferring to military leadership, panders to the elites in his coalition. The Democrats have been barely able to maintain cohesion. With Biden, they've been able to maintain loose control with a leader who is the affection of the majority of their coalition. However, on an economic level, young voters disgruntled with the failures in the current capitalist system want a larger welfare system, or in classic elite aspirant style from previous cycles, government support. Similarly, the social justice wing wishes to continue to push their social agenda. The Democratic Party is like a rider holding on to a bucking horse that it can barely control. On a broad scale, with both the right and left-wing coalitions barely functioning, neither will hold for very long. Expect a complete shift in party organization soon. There won't be a civil war. There's a good chance there might be urban disturbances. The main factor here is that when it comes to force, the right simply holds every single card. The right has a near monopoly on oil and food-producing regions, gun owners, and the police. Every single civil war I know of has become more radical as it progressed, as the extremists get more power, the moderates are cut in half, and as the other side gets othered. As of now, the military normally tilts right, but has a good number of Democrats. However, the military support among the Democrats is mostly among moderates, not the far left. If things were to reach a conflict point, it would be a war between the radical right and left, with few moderates, and thus the military would decisively go conservative. This is basically exactly what happened in Prussia in 1848. Under these circumstances, the right holds every single vector of force, and so if the left tried to rebel in its strong points, coastal cities, it would be brutally crushed. The right would simply cut off food and oil supply and send trained troops in. This has happened too many times in history to count. It happened in Germany, Austria, and Italy in 1848. It happened in Germany and Hungary in 1919, Argentina and Chile in the 20th century, Russia in 1905, France in 1871. You could even throw in the peasants' rebellions of medieval Europe. The left continually overestimates its military power since radical left-wingers tend to talk to other radical left-wingers, meaning they overestimate their military power, and they universally lack military experience to know how little military experience they have in a bizarre Dunning-Kruger. There's not a single example of a left-wing rebellion succeeding in a developed nation. This is since the middle classes, who hold a stake in society, do not support left-wing ideas of radical change and redistribution because they don't want to see the current society collapse. The main supporters of leftist revolutions are the educated elite aspirants who don't have skills tailored for the market, such as liberal arts majors or artists who consider making art the public wants beneath their honor. This is why communist or leftist rebellions have worked in poorer nations like Russia, China, or in parts of Latin America, where significant parts of the population are peasants with no stake in the continuance of the social system, and where the educated elites above can wield more influence. Developed nations universally go for right or fascist dictatorships when they go totalitarian. If there was to be a civil war, what would happen is what normally happens, that the right purges the leftist leadership, making the most radical beliefs taboo or illegal, and then most of the movement vanishes. However, what's happened in most of the examples above is that the left achieves a certain amount of what they wanted to prevent another revolt, or because the social and demographic factors are so aligned with what the left wanted to do. In the mid-19th century, for example, Germany liberalized to avoid another revolt. Regimes that faced communist revolts often had concessions to labor movements, and in the late Middle Ages, the peasants' revolts basically got much of what they wanted through market forces and concessions from the ruling class. A worry among many is the US will stop being a democracy.
Yeah. Either way, you guys get the point though. The biggest point there was the demographic stuff. Everything else was kind of flavor text. I've seen that video multiple times now, but it's a good video. I like it a lot. I think I even linked it earlier, but I linked it in the not the chat. I linked it like in a few chats ago, but just goes to show you that like this stuff is not new. It's like a big, huge, grand cycle of things that's happened multiple times in the past. It's gonna happen again in the future. This is just gonna keep happening over and over again. Like it's gonna reach a point where it's like, hey, we're gonna fucking reach a tipping point where like, hey, things get too extreme. The moderates get cut the fuck out, and things just go off the fucking rails until we get things back in order again. Let's do some quick memes real quick. Let's do a few memes and I'll open the chat up real soon. Let me do a few memes. Let's see. That's not what I want to do. What the fuck? Let me cut the audio off of the screen. Mute the screen audio. Do the video audio. Here we go. There we go. Here's some sad shit right here. Look at this. All of a sudden, yep. Ah, yes, the pride of America. Everything here is just gone, dead. What have we done? Let's do some a good old fashioned America memes here. Me normally. Our government is corrupt at every level. Fuck the law. Civil war now. Let's let it all burn. Me when a European voices one of their stupid European opinions. Ah yes, the true American hamburger. You got Her Majesty's tears, gold, the Great Seal. That's in America. Ah yes, true. I can't make that picture bigger, unfortunately. That was a GIF, and I can't make that GIF bigger. But this is the picture I can make bigger, though. There you go. Look at that. Filthy Europeans. How dare you talk about America? Fucking bald eagle, fucking everywhere. God damn. Speaking of Europe, here's what the average German does when they get home. This is a good one. Oh, that's this one here. Meanwhile, in Germany, forklift operator. Okay. Finally, it's home time. Walks home, albeit mocked fray. Forklift truck simulator. It's like, what a great life, dude. Here's the picture from yesterday, but it's reversed now. I'm ready to settle down now. Huh. Oh no. Tyrone's kid and one bun in the oven, dude. Even he's like, not taking that deal. Oh shit. Here we are. Here we are. Flirting versus harassment. That dress is sexy on you. Flirting. I wonder why. That dress is sexy on you. Harassment. Why is this guy here harassing her? I'm not gonna lie. This is a nice mustache though. It's a nice mustache. Give him that. He got it going on here with that mustache, but here we are again with the soy boy brigade here. What in the fuck's going on with like Gen Z men or fucking men in general? What in the God's green earth is going on? Like, this guy here is obviously Asian. We have a rice cell. Not even a rice cell. You got a pretty good jawline here, but like, I mean, look at this shit. A white man. What is going on? Like, can somebody white tell me what's going on here? Like, oh god. Can somebody white tell me what the problem here with these men? I mean, fuck, dude. Look at the third dude's mouth. Yeah, look at him. Oh god. Someone needs to get him a soy latte or something. Which way, Western man? Yeah, I mean, seriously. Oh shit. No, I'm not gonna do that meme yet. We'll save it for later. Had to edit some of these memes so I wouldn't get banned off of YouTube, but had to block out the cartoon biddies here. Titties. As you can see, the block here blocking the YouTube. Please, no ban on YouTube. Adam, it's 4 p.m. Time to eat the forbidden fruit and doom the whole humanity to a life of struggle, pain, and toil. Yes, talking rib. He's like, I'm done trying to fight this anymore. It's over. Just let it happen, dude. Just let it happen. Jesus. Here we are. Women's personality detector when you write misogynistic comments on an incel forum. It's like fucking SETI here. Women's personality detector when you're drug dealer, dictator, abuser, etc. Fucking goddamn, what's this thing called? Little fucking water thing. You like, if it flips down, it's a hit. It's like, yep, very true. I think the lambs sets off it ruins the satellite system meant for that type of thing. Dowsing, yeah, that's what it's called. Dowsing, yeah. That's what it's called. Dowsing. I'll skip that meme for now. Let's see. Don't let your memes become dreams. We dated for over a year, but never had sex. You're not entitled to sex. He uses me for sex, but won't commit. What a dick! You deserve a real man. It's like, what? I mean, fuck. It's almost like, hey, we want different things. So if I trade you this for this, I should get what I want, right? But apparently that doesn't work because, like, of course, the pink haired feminist would say, one thing is wrong, but the other one's okay. Of course. Let's see. You got another meme here. Put some memes up here. Put some meme. Tasty meme. Maybe a virgin, but at least not an incel. Just keep in mind, this is a dude, very fat dude with man tits and a big old gut here. I may not have food, but at least I'm not hungry. I may be in the air, but at least I'm not falling. I may be a ghost, but at least I'm not dead. It's like, okay. Yeah, this is the type of copium I was talking about yesterday, where it's like, well, I don't believe the incel narrative of the black pill, but I'm not an incel. I'm a virgin though. Oh, okay. All right, there, buddy boy. You can believe whatever the fuck you want to believe, dude. Milady. Let's see. This is an old one but a good one. This is some classic brain cells meme there here. This is a classic one. Hey, bitch. Fucking Nazi fucking goddamn emblem. Hey, bitch. Come suck my fat dick now. Hee hee, okay. That's strange. You're alone because you hate women. Like, huh. Ah, yes. Let me move these memes down here to the end of the. Can I move these memes? Fuck, move. You do this here. Sort by. I don't fucking know what to do by date. Um, let's see. What have I done already? Yeah, we'll do a nice female Mog here. Here we have a female. Not what I want. Female Mog. See, like even women can get fucking mogged. Look at this shit. Look at the absolute Mog here. Look at this shit. Oh my god, fucking mogged. Absolute fucking mog. Absolute moggery here. Sweet Jesus. Chick got fucking destroyed. She knows deep down in her heart of heart, she's like, damn. She's too afraid to look. She's like, if I look over there, are you sure that's a woman? I'm pretty sure. Those hands, I don't know, dude. You're right. Yes, you might have to be right. Might have to be right there. Those hands, I don't know, dude. I mean, it actually makes it even worse, though. Actually, because like if she's like mogging you and she's a fucking dude, that's pretty bad. Let's do one more meme here. We'll get the chat open real soon. Let me yes, here we have. The Kumarina. Sex is the only value she has to offer. Everything in life is about sex. Haha, seize, cope, incel, laugh my ass off. Call every man who doesn't agree with her values an incel. Thinks that using a passive aggressive behavior makes her smart. Lay bitter incel. You will never get laid because I don't like you, and we women think all like this. Implies that all women are all women are a hive mind. Every single friend of mine. Ah, yes. This is the position of like a sizable portion of women nowadays, where they're basically the giant pump and dump for like chads. Let's see what we got here. What the fuck was that? Let's see. Here we go. Here we are. In online dating, even the most attractive men barely receive as many messages as the most unattractive women. I mean, this is how just unfair the whole system is, dude. Look at this. Messages a week. Women, what, 25, going close to like maybe 20, 27 here. All about 10 to 15. This doesn't matter really. I mean, most men getting like what, one message a week. Chad's maybe pushing 5. Fuck, dude. Got to be the super terror chat for that one. Let's do this one here. Once again, this is another one I had to edit to not get banned off of YouTube. So let's do it again. Let's see. Movies ranked most highly by men compared to women. Let me zoom in on this so people can actually see it. Number 1, For a Few Dollars More. Number 2, Path of Glory. Number 3, Das Boot. Number 4, Raging Bull. Number 5, Dangle. Number 6, Rashomon. Number 7, Unforgiven. Number 8, The Bridge on the River Kauai. Number 9, Once Upon a Time in the West. Number 10, The Thing. Number 11, Platoon. Number 12, Rocky. Number 13, Tar Zameen Par. Number 14, The Great Escape. Number 15, M. Number 16, Seven Samurai. Number 17, Lawrence of Arabia. Number 18, Casino. Number 19, Blade Runner 2049. Number 20, Double Indemnity. Okay. Which movies have the largest disparity when ranked by men to women? Movies ranked most highly by women compared to men. Number 1, Harry Potter and the Order of the Phoenix. Number 2, Harry Potter and the Chamber of Secrets. Number 3, Pride and Prejudice. Number 4, Harry Potter and the Half-Blood Prince. Number 5, Harry Potter and the Deathly Hallows. Number 6, Frozen. Number 7, Wonder Woman. Number 8, Tangled. Number 9, Hidden Figures. Number 10, Brokeback Mountain. It's like, why? Okay. Number 11, The Hunger Games Catching Fire. Then number 12, Harry Potter and the Sorcerer's Stone. Number 13, The Theory of Everything. Number 14, The Sound of Music. Number 15, Despicable Me. Despicable Me. Okay. Number 16, The Notebook. Oh, Jesus. Number 17, Beauty and the Beast. Number 18, Harry Potter and the Goblet of Fire. Number 19, Edward Scissorhands. Number 20, The Blind Side. Wow. Here we have our shower thoughts. Ah, yes, the man thinks about the suffering of mankind. Shit here, other stuff. Meanwhile, down here, the woman's thinking about Chad, the nails, the shoes, the face, and other women. Ah, yes. Jesus. We'll save the other memes. Let's do this. Let us do this. Invite, copy clipboard, remove that. Taste the rainbow. I do like Despicable Me. It's not that bad. It's just like, what the fuck, dude? Despicable Me. Feminists have so much contempt for the average woman. It's insane. They're the true misogynist. The farthest depths of female psychology is you ugly man bad, me want hot guy, lol. Let me go grab some water real quick. I'll be back. Let the chat do its thing. Okay, I'm back. Let's see what we got here. Comments real quick. Discord. I have a Discord. Just don't have a Discord. You know what I mean? What country are you in? I'm in America. Even Chad doesn't look like Chad. It's over. Nick Fuentes is a politics coper. He kind of is. Isn't he like a fucking version of some shit? I don't know. I know he's Catholic, so check out the Dark Cell podcast if you haven't. He's based on the T. Oh yeah, I know Dark Cell, but I see him occasionally in the Discord for the big Incel Discord, but I don't know what he doesn't make videos anymore though. I think he stopped doing his videos, so I don't know what he does. Oh god. Dark Cell, that guy with the voice filter, nah. I can see why he would do it though. Nick Fuentes is funny, but it's obvious he's politics masking. He's not necessarily wrong in his saying, but yeah, not his analysis per se, but he's just like definitely politics is his big cope. Tim Pool is an inkwell. Yeah, he definitely is. He's a rich inkwell, but he's still inkwell. At least that's my opinion of the guy for sure. Get fresh and fit on the next stream. They would never come on here. They have no incentive to come on here. They have a huge incentive to go on fucking Tim Pool because Tim Pool's a fucking millions of subscribers. They have no incentive to come on my channel. So let's see. Might as well add him. What's up, Black Ronin? What's up, dude? Is your mic fixed?
I'm on my phone. Am I good?
You sound better than you did yesterday, that's for sure.
Yeah, I'm on my phone.
Good for you.
Yeah, my PC. I'm trying to work on getting it fixed.
Well, you're what?
I'm trying to work on getting my computer fixed because something's wrong with the mic.
Is that how you normally talk to us, or what? What do you normally? What's your normal?
I use my mic, my PC.
Oh, okay. What's up, Dralik? What's up, dude?
Another Sunday coping.
Another Sunday coping, my dude. God. Isn't Ben Shapiro a manlet? Yeah, he's kind of short.
Yeah, he's not 5'9". He's like 5'6", 5'7". He lies about his height.
Ben Shapiro, Chad? No, he's just lucky.
I remember seeing, I think either Ben Shapiro and Jordan Peterson together in a photo, and Jordan Peterson mogged the shit out of Shapiro.
I believe it. Peterson's pretty tall, isn't he?
Yeah, I think Peterson might be actually 6 foot.
He's a pretty tall dude, actually. So yeah.
There's no way because from afar you can tell somebody like a 5'9" or 5'10" dude next to a 6 foot dude, like barefoot, he's 6 foot. You can't really tell the difference. But him standing next to Jordan Peterson, you can definitely see the difference in height.
Yeah, it was at least like a foot difference. So
Jordan Peterson's 6'1". Wow.
Yeah.
Speaking of height, right now, so the girl I'm talking to actually, she literally she lies about her height, and the reason she does it is because men are lying about their height in extreme ways apparently on the dating app. So what ends up happening is that she said she was like 5'8", and obviously when I get to the location, I'm like, you're shorter than 5'8" for sure. I'm 6'1", and she says, oh yeah, I lie about my height so men who are shorter than me don't match with me. So it's like because she's had experience.
Oh my god!
She's had experiences where men who are like 5'6" or something like or 5'5" basically say, "Oh yeah, they lie and say they're like 5'10", and it's like, what the fuck, dude?
This dude, that's brutal, dude. That's brutal, dude. Actually, when I was on Bumble,
chicks that do that too.
Yeah, Rolex. When I was on Bumble a couple years ago, this girl, she was actually being generous. She said, "Guys under 5'9" don't hit me up." So instead of saying 6 foot, she said 5'9". So I'm like, she's being a little bit more generous.
I think there's a trend, like some of the chicks are like, not as strict, like, it's like 6 feet or above. It's like they do put like 5'10".
Yeah, so they're getting a little bit better. I give them that.
Yeah,
so.
slightly. Like
Yeah.
Because her real height's like 5'4". So I was like, there's no way you're 5'8". I'm like, there's no way. And she's like, yeah,
Yeah.
I lie my profile because men always lie and say that they're taller than what they really are. And she's like, I don't know a man who's as tall as I am or a little bit taller than I am. I'm like, wow. So I was like, what the fuck, dude?
Yeah. Yeah. But
It
also
is,
the thing about height Relux in mystery school, height also has a your nutrition and like your race and your geographical location play a huge role in your height. Fair to say?
Yeah, no, for sure. I agree. Probably nutrition. Damn, I need some water myself. But yeah, I think nutrition is key. I'm tallest in the family at 5'10", so
What? I'm the shortest in my family of that height. Jesus. What the hell?
I mean, I guess you're African American tend to be more taller than Asian, so
True. Yeah, my mother and I had the same height, and my dad was a Thug Max manlet, so I blame him for me being short.
yeah, but genetics pretty complex. It's like just because you have two tall parents doesn't always guarantee you get like, a tall kid, but it's more than likely
Yeah.
you'll get a taller kid.
Hear me out, though, about 5'9" male plus
Oh,
5'9" female, right? Plus good nutrition equals 6'1", 6'2", the good nutrition.
yeah. Yo, like I think I remember it was either last week. There's this girl, she's 14 in China and 7'1" or 7'2".
That's a mutant. That's a fucking mutant.
Yeah.
I'm sorry. That's a fucking Sentinel off X-Men. Okay? Like,
And actually her parents, I think her dad is like in the China's national basketball team or whatever. So he's like 7 foot as well. And his mom is also like 6 foot something or 6'5". It's like two super tall parents, and then you get a 14-year-old girl that's like 7'1".
that's also not a good thing for when people are too tall. I feel like it's a national security thing. Because what are they gonna do? Like for example, like there was this German soldier during World War II who was so tall they didn't allow him into combat because he would have been an easy fucking target. So like I feel like when you're too tall is a hindrance.
Actually, yeah, there was a study done. Can't remember. There was a guy. I think he was growing towards like 8 feet, so he had
Yeah,
like some medical disability. It's like his body doesn't stop producing. I think it was like the human growth hormone or something. So he just basically keeps growing every year. And then I think like when you reach like 8 foot or 7'7" or something, it's like your body can't handle that much weight and height. So his legs and knees were like always constantly shot up
man,
and
your fucking joints is a fucking destroyed, dude. There's no fucking way you can support all that when fucking joints like.
yeah, exactly.
yeah.
So I think there's a physical limitation on actually how tall you can get.
Yeah, it definitely seems that
Yeah.
way for sure. There's a natural limitation, like almost like built in. Because I mean, like I don't know, like unless you can like reinforce the joints in some way, I don't see a reason why you'd want to be that fucking tall to begin with anyway. Like, what's the benefit?
Yeah, and I'm a fat cell, so it's like for every pound of weight that you lose, I think it's like 3 or 4 pounds less pressure on your feet and joints, on your
Yeah,
knees and your leg joints. So like I've lost 25. I'm actually like I could really tell the difference. It's so much easier to walk. It's just like you
Yeah.
feel lighter.
Draw looks. My mother actually noticed that I gained like 7 or 8 pounds because she's like, Ron, did you put on size? And I'm like, a little. She said, noticed that about you. And then I went to the skate park and took off my shirt. Even the other guys noticed that I've been putting on size. I've been gym maxing and I've been eating a lot more. So I am happy
Yeah,
about
you've been sleeping a lot too, huh?
Yeah. I've been eating a lot of protein shakes. I'm making my own homemade protein shakes off the internet, and I've been gym maxing. The gym is closed because it's Sunday, So I'm gonna wait until Monday tomorrow to go again. So I'm happy about that.
Yeah, I'm keep up what you're doing, but I don't think you need to gym max like every day, right? I think actually you get better results. Like let's say you go gym Monday, Wednesday, Friday, and then completely let your body rest on the weekends or something. It's like you gotta give your time, or you gotta give your body time to like fully heal.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, this is why you split up your workout. So I typically do like I'll do my back and my chest on one day, and then you give those muscles a rest. Then you do your arms and so like you can work out every day. You just have to do different muscle groups every day. So like you kind of or you do like what they call it the compound lift where you do multiple muscle groups within one lift, which is nice, which is really good idea to do actually. So I tend to work out every day. I do cardio and weights every day typically. So other than like Saturdays where I take off. So it's like I want my one day off from the gym. Every other day I actually do tend to go. So and I do legs too as well. Just don't hit legs, bro. Yeah, no. Make sure you always do a legs day. Don't skip legs. You don't want to do
Yeah,
a
actually, when I
workout
went to the
fucking
gym,
walking
dude.
lollipop.
Yeah, I went to the gym, dude. I remember seeing this one dude. He was an old head, man. Dude was a Vietnam vet. He was jacked, dude. He was like swole as fuck, dude. I'm like, Jesus. Black dude. He had like white hair. It was real like he had a beard, but he had glasses. But he was jacked, dude. Like, holy shit.
He definitely
Because he
gained
had on
muscle. Good.
he had on a veterans T-shirt, and I asked him, bro, were you in like Iraq or Afghanistan? Nah, brother, I was in Vietnam. I'm like, Jesus.
Kind of master Asia looking dude you find, goddamn.
God, he was swole. I'm like, fuck. If he mogs me he height mogged me, frame mogged me. Like, jeez.
Caduceus, what's up, my dude?
What's up, everyone?
So, where are you from? Why are you here? You're new, so-
I'm from I'm from California initially, and I'm recently moved to the Midwest.
Okay.
I'm often on like the Saturday night streams, the Black Pill streams,
Okay.
you just got recommended, and you guys it seems like a pretty chill chat.
Yeah,
Hopping in.
keep it kind of low key and don't try to not to let the riffraff in here too much. So
Yeah, because there's some trolls out there, man.
yeah, absolutely.
Some
Are you from
trolls.
MD stream?
Yeah,
Oh, okay. I feel like I knew your name. I'm like, well, what the heck? I'm like, oh,
yeah,
I know
I'm
the
from
name.
MD
Wasn't
stream.
sure. All right, nice. Well, let's see. Tell me about your what's your stats and like where you? I know where you're from, or where you moved to. What's your stats? How tall are you?
I'm 6 feet
Your
tall.
experiences.
I'm 6 feet tall. I'm 225 pounds.
Okay.
I used to be a fat cell, but now I'm not incel anymore. So I'd say I'm probably like I would say looks wise, I don't. It's hard to tell. It's because it's really the ladies that judge
Sure.
in the end. So I would say like maybe like high tier normie. I would say look wise.
Okay. Are you black, white, Hispanic?
White.
White. Okay, I figured as much.
Yeah.
And California to Midwest. Where'd you move to the what general area of the Midwest? Like
The prairie.
the prairie. Okay.
Yeah,
Nice.
it's a lot easier out here, man.
Oh, really?
It's
Like
a
dating
lot
wise
easier.
or just
Dating,
like life
dating
wise?
wise, easy. Like I'm going from a place where I'm getting dead, no action, pretty much, to a place where girls are buying me drinks.
Holy shit.
Well, hold on. Where?
The Midwest.
The Midwest.
Like, what we talking about? Rural Midwest or like the shit city Midwest?
I mean, I'm in like a city that has like 200,000 people living in it.
Okay, small city.
It's a small city. It's pretty safe town. You can like walk around and not worried about getting murdered.
You was missing the fun of it.
Oh yeah. I could. Hey, I could drive to Chicago.
Yeah, there you go. Get some fucking excitement. Get your lambs points up, man. You killing them.
Yeah.
Literally.
So we're talking about gym maxing out here.
Well, I was gonna ask you like, what's been your general experience in California though? That's because like I know Black Tool Jay he comes in here sometimes. And he's from California, and his biggest he has a lot of like bad experiences in California.
Dude, it's brutal out there. I didn't realize how brutal it was until I left. In a way, because it was just kind of the status quo for me. Just a lot of simping. Like this, I would say. Well, I was from the San Francisco Bay Area, and that's like the simp capital of the world.
Jesus, you're in like the shithole like of like the world, dude.
Yeah,
like,
yeah.
Degeneracy capital right there.
Well, yeah, you get like these. You get like the highest sexual inflation ever there. Like you got these like rice and curry cells that make six figures and have never are pretty much they're incels in a way, but they have cash, so they'll throw it around and inflate these ladies' self-worth, like their self-esteem in a way. So there's a lot of ego.
How high the what's the prevalence of white male Asian female couples in that area? It's got to be pretty high, right? I always hear about it.
Yeah, it's really high. Like I've been in one before, so
oh, okay. Dang. So basically, that was like your kind of like is it as easy as it sounds? Like easy mode as it sounds for like white men to get an Asian void in the Bay Area, or there was the competition really fierce there?
Competition is fierce there. It's like competition in California is just fierce in general. Like I would say, Orange County is pretty brutal. Santa Barbara, where I can. Where that was like the wrong place for ER to be for sure. Santa Barbara, that's a brutal one because it's just blondes at the beach everywhere, and then you got these like muscular tall guys everywhere.
Hey, Caduceus, I got a question.
Yeah.
So is the whole point of why California is so terrible is because it's like the mecca of Hollywood, where all the hot potential Beckys and Stacys and Chad come to try to get their Hollywood dream.
Yeah, I think that's likely the case. Yeah, I think that's the case mainly, and it's where a lot of people. Yeah, I would say that's you're probably hitting the nail on the head there.
Yeah, because I always thought it's just by default it attracts all the hot people there.
Yeah. Well, and there's also nice beaches in a way. There's a lot of nice beaches, and people want to like look really good at the beach in a way, and
beach bodies, stuff like that.
Beach bodies, yeah.
Basically, hold up. Basically, Canduceus, you're basically what you're saying is California, the entire state, Orange County, Los Angeles is like Chad only. It's superficial. Looks all that.
I mean, yeah, I would say yes. Well, everyone has their price, but you get priced out by the Silicon Valley incels.
No, it's not Chad only. He is Chad. It's Giga Chad.
No, I'm not. I would say yeah, Chad only like attraction wise, yeah, and then
so it's New York 2.0. Hold up, brother. It's New York.
It's probably worse than New York.
Dude, New York and Philly is bad, dude. New York, Philly, and Boston. Oh, dude, it's Dark Souls.
Well, the thing about the girls are, I would say, like the hottest women in California are like hotter than other places, at least from what I've seen. But
you're right about that.
Like you got a hot because like a 10 is rare. Like you might see like one in your life, one or two in your life, but like there's a lot more like 8s and 9s in California. But like. I don't know. And like there's some groups of people that you might do a little better, that you might look more attractive to. Like I do decent with like again, like Asian is a lot easier because they like white guys a lot.
Yeah.
And then I do well with Latin women too.
Yeah, because you're in California, bro. California has a lot of Hispanics, but Hispanics on the East Coast, they like BBC to a certain degree, but like the wrong kind of BBC, if you get what I'm saying.
Oh, okay.
Pookie and Ray Ray.
Are you sure that they're attracted to the BBC, or do these guys have drugs?
Both, because
I know they're not exclusive.
That's okay, yeah. But like, let's say that the white, like if it was a white guy who was like equally endowed and had the drugs, like what would she still pick the Pookie and Ray Ray?
Because the thing is, because on the East Coast, the Hispanics are forced to live around blacks because racial politics are different on the West Coast compared to the East Coast, and so a lot of them will imitate black culture. That's why on the East Coast you got Spanish rappers like 6ix9ine and Cardi B saying the N-word. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Yeah. So it's a little bit different out here.
Yeah, that makes sense.
As a matter of fact, on the East Coast, you could be Latino and be in a black gang.
Oh wow, yeah.
You didn't know that?
No, I haven't really been to the East Coast. So I don't know.
It's a little bit different out here.
Well, I think it's like there's also a lot of we have a lot of like Mexican and Salvadoran gangs. So like there's like a lot of Latin people to the point where they can make their big gangs.
Yeah. And on the East Coast, we have a lot of like Black immigrants from the Caribbean as well.
Okay.
And also on the East Coast, the cities are a lot more like a lot more clusterfucked. Like if you go down to if you go to New York City downtown, it's just people on people on people. And if you're below average, you get mogged so much, you lose track of how many times you get mogged.
Yeah. You're gonna get mogged if you visit California. I'm just gonna. It's guaranteed to happen. In a way, and like there's some cases where there might be an environment, like if you're in like some tech conference or whatever, you just got these like short Asian guys that you can maybe outshine. I don't know, but like you're either gonna get some, I don't know, you might get a Becky, but then she might be crazy, and that's no fun.
So, what's been your general experience? I'm assuming you probably use the apps over there, right? So I'm assuming.
Yeah, my apps are dead as fuck. Like they were dead as fuck there.
Oh god.
It was like I would get a couple matches like every once in a while, but it was not. Yeah, and like during the blue pill days, I actually dated someone from the app, and she was decently attractive, but fucking insane. So. I guess she didn't have it wasn't quite as chat only with her, but I don't know. I don't know. Yeah, I would just say that's why I respect guys like QB Willie just saying, hey, you got Disneyland right across the border, man. Just go through the gates, walk through, and you got Hong Kong strip club / brothel. $60 and you get yourself what you need.
Yeah. When it was something real funny. Whenever I tell my mom I want to go to Africa to get a wife, she gets mad at me for saying that shit. Because I tell her that Western women are just not worth it. They're shitty people. They have horrible personalities. They're entitled. They got fucked up attitudes. They're just not worth it for a guy who just wants normalcy and decency.
Hey, Black Runner, what she say specifically? Like, what's her
She wants me. I keep trying to explain to her about I try to explain the concept of lambs to her, right? Lambs, and how a lot of Black women are into lambs. And I told her that's why I want to go to West Africa or East Africa to get a wife. And then she gets mad at me for saying that.
Can I pause you for a second there? Are you first generation American?
My dad's ADOS and my mom's Caribbean.
Okay.
Jamaica is very.
Yeah, and like I don't know. It's okay. I was gonna say if she was a Western woman herself, sometimes like when you bring up like a statement like most of the Western women, like the West is done. Like even if she's a good woman, the West is done just the way the laws are here. Just because there's incentives to split up a married couple, split up the family. It's just expensive as hell to raise a kid here compared to going overseas and planting your seeds elsewhere.
You're absolutely right.
But yeah, and I was gonna say that a lot of people, when you bring up like a lot of women are like could do this, you kind of trigger in that I would never do that, so you can find someone that won't do that. So it's kind of people project themselves.
She wants me to get a Western Black chick when they're fucking. Well, look at them. How they behave. Yeah. You know, and then I told her that's why I want to go to Africa and get me a conservative African fat wife. And then she gets mad at me for saying that.
Yeah, well, I would fucking disown my mother for some shit. She know better. Hell no.
Do you have like a means? Do you ever plan on just traveling around Africa and maybe figuring out a spot to go back and forth as like a base of operations in a way? Or would you bring this hypothetical wife here?
Yes, I do.
To the laws.
Yes, I do plan on leaving.
Okay. Yeah, that's because then you're just bringing her to the same system that's built to destroy you.
Like any girl, even those conservative Muslim girls, like wearing the hijab and shit. Once you bring them over here, everybody turns into a hoe. There's no point. bringing something here. That's dumb as hell.
Just the idea of marriage especially in the West, it's a form of, you're making a transaction in a way, and the pimp is the government in a way.
Yeah, and the hoe's the husband.
Yep. Yeah. Yeah. So it's just you can't start. I don't know. I just think that it's best to just get what you need as a man, like whether it's through pay to play or hooking up, do it safely. Because and then anytime you may want to make a family, it's a tactical decision. It's a team. You're looking for a specific position that the woman's gonna play in your life, so that you can have the most optimal family.
Yo, I have a question. Like, maybe I missed it earlier. You said you were from, California, but then you moved and you had much better luck.
Yeah, I just moved like a week and a half ago. And
from to the Midwest, you say, yeah?
Yeah.
Have you been to Mexico? Like
I have.
P. Willie's and all that?
I have. I haven't. I've done it with family, and I've done the Resort Max before. I haven't done the pay to play or anything like that. But again, like even just when you open up your apps and you do Mexico, it's way easier.
Yeah. So the whole thing is like I'm trying to find either some based, bro cells that have done it, and start planning, operations to scout out locations to move permanently. I mean, right now, obviously, Chad 19 makes it very difficult for anything.
Mm-hmm.
But assuming in a year or two, things possibly do get better in terms of travel.
Yeah.
It's like, hit up a couple of places, check them out. And then, like you said, establish that, FOB or forward base of operations.
Yeah, that's what I plan on doing. Like I don't plan on anchoring down too hard in the States, and then just maybe having like a little apartment or hub that I can just go work, and I don't know, treat it like an MMO, and like the US is like the dungeons that you grind for loot, and then you just enjoy the rest of the game.
Dude, that's exactly. I'm gonna be making my millions here and then just bail. Like, why stay?
Yeah, well, that's what people who immigrate here do. They send their money back to the country that they're from because they can get a lot more for it.
Yeah, no doubt, man. I've known some African friends, like the lucky ones that come here. Dude, even a minimum cuck wage job, like, earning whatever, let's say $15 an hour, like, yeah, they might need at least like, $8 to actually survive, but if they can send back like, even $5 for the hour that they earn, it's like if the average person's only earning $5 a week, like,
Yeah.
like it goes a long way. I've known people that built houses like back in Africa off minimum cuck wage jobs here.
Drawlux, you think I should get when I get older, when I turn 30, I should try and get into real estate in Africa? Would that be a good idea?
I mean, so yeah, like I don't know if I told, maybe I didn't say this last stream, but I met up with my sensei from, he's ahead of the game at least 8 years, and then he dropped a bombshell on me. He says he's in his 30, I think he was like 33, but his net worth now is like 3.5 million.
Nice. Yeah.
Married with his wife, and his wife is hella smart too. So I think when I met them like together, they were earning like $250,000. So I can see how they can, earn that much. But the biggest advice he told me was just start early. And, we were talking about finances and all this shit like years ago. And then at the time, you just don't have it. So you're just like, you don't do it and then now I'm at a point where it's like, dude, I got so much money. I need to put it into, investments. Otherwise, I'm not making money.
Yeah. But what's good about
it's just like, holy shit, I should have done this like earlier. So my point, Black Running, is like you gotta start now. Don't think about it like when you're 30.
Well, the
Yeah, go ahead,
the
Caduceus.
beautiful part about these chats, it helps us form a vision for what we want. So we're just not amorphously saving up a bunch of wealth. We actually have a plan on how we're going to use it. So, and then we have, so like, it gives us a better motivation. Like, I'm not gonna buy this random bullshit. I'm just gonna save it instead because I want to have more fun later.
Yeah, like even my goal right now, I think if all goes well by the end of next summer, this time around, I'll probably have a net worth of like 300. And
Nice.
then give it a couple more years. I'm hoping to get to 1 million. And then, assuming you get like even a modest like 2 to 3% return, right? Of 20-30K a year off that 1 million, it's like that's
and if you play it safe, you're gonna average it like 7 to 10.
Yeah, I think historically it's like you can expect 5 to 7.
Yeah, like barring like a major collapse, which everything will be fucked in.
Yo,
like,
Caduceus, or how's it pronounced?
Caduceus.
Caduceus. What is your view on CBP?
I hold a similar view as Hold the Truth on them. The great pill idea that he was talking about, it fits CBP pretty well. Or I don't know, he focuses a lot on, he knows the truth about a lot of the looks issues, but he still focuses, it seems like he's focusing advice to still have guys' life revolve around female validation in a way. And
Yeah,
I don't watch too many of his videos, but this is kind of based off of snippets of a few that I saw, the rating the faces and his content both in comments and on streams, and the fact that he did that Cynthia G thing recently.
Yeah.
I was like, oh man.
Good Lord.
Yeah, he called one of the homies a buck dancing house, you know what?
Yeah,
and I had a
Buck
huge issue
dancing
with
house
that.
Negro. Just say it, shit.
and
Yeah,
well, I thought was even more pathetic, him saying stuff like using the dusty terminology. I was like, come on, that's feminine as hell, man.
Extremely,
and Jack Nickelback, and he's trying to speak, all right, on us, right? Jack Nickelback, he's never been to the U.S. He's never been in our communities, and he doesn't know the sexual dynamics of the inner city and the Black community. And he's speaking on something he knows nothing about. Pluto got on his ass about it the other day, and another homie is pressing CBP as well. So,
and unless you understand like how Black men, Black women in the state interact, you have like no reasonable foundation to even comment on it.
Yeah, homie's a Kiwi. He's a Kiwi from New Zealand, I think. So he has no business talking about this shit.
Well, like I'm glad. Well, another thing, I'm glad that he went on that stream because one, he exposed himself, and then two, the comment section in Cynthia G, man, it exposed to me like what you guys are dealing with. Where like they were all simping for CBP, like after just because he was talking shit about some Black dudes.
For real, Cynthia G go hard as hell on white people. Now all of a sudden, all her leftover subscribers who still stayed on after Robert Perkins, now they want to jump on CBP's dick and shit. And they probably never seen the guy. Like, I don't even think there's a picture of him out there.
Like,
like Jack Nickelback. Also Cynthia G, she also had beef back in the day with Tariq Nasheed. Remember that?
Yeah, no, I was there.
Wash your ass.
Yeah, like Tariq went in on her though. Tariq went in. I was like, he was cooking her shit.
It was that Robert Perkins thing that collapsed everything though. Like, you gonna go that hard and that far on Black dudes for like literal years, and then you gonna fuck the one kind of dude you've allegedly been commenting on. Like, the dude literally had like 7 other baby mom. He has 7 other fucking kids, and you still get knocked up by this nigga. Like,
yeah,
damn, I'm breaking frame and shit just talking about it. Let me calm down.
Yeah, notice how Cynthia G was all nice and cordial with Coach Blue Pill. Notice that shit, right? She's never cordial and that nice to Black men. Notice that, right?
Yo, I was gonna say, I thought Cynthia G was treating, Kiwi better because he's a white man.
Yeah.
Like I didn't realize how much like black men were getting sold out by black women
Oh yeah,
until
trust me. They treat us like dog shit, dude.
Yeah, like until I talked to Hold the Truth about a lot of issues, and then and then I just read that comment section, man. They were like, "Oh,
Yeah,
finally a man understands what we're going through." Yeah, he even called him Dusty, and he's exactly right. And I'm like, dude, you're just this guy lives in New Zealand, and his like in his I think I think it was funny that Hold the Truth saying, "Oh, he knows more about the inner city than me. He knows a few rap songs."
The funny part about black women is that they complain about basically like the black men who do relatively well in America. They don't even want, like, they call them lame, educated lames, like the big term. I made a video on it basically, and it's like, so like you don't even want these men to begin with, or rather like you want something that doesn't exist. Like it's very unlikely going to find an educated black man who lives in the inner city who like acts all sucked out. It's like oil and water. They just don't mix. So it's like you want something that doesn't exist. And it's so odd that like they want, like, they simultaneously want some thugged out dude, but he also wanted to make a lot of money. So like they effectively they just really just want the run of the mill thug, but then they complain that the men are just dusty and they don't build anything, stuff like that. But then they keep running back to thugs over and over again. It's like, okay, well then like you don't actually want to fix anything then.
Yeah, I could describe like the main problem. They're judging all men by the men they fuck, which all women do, but it's just like especially here.
Yeah, Sergeant
hold up.
Willie Pete did a video on that topic on this topic actually today. Actually, he had a pretty good topic about that. Some chick was complaining to him about like, oh yeah, well you're being too judgmental, and it's like, wait a second, like you're judging these other black men too as well. Like, what are you talking about? Like,
Yeah. And Jack Nickelback, and one thing I noticed is that a lot of Hispanic incels are complaining about the exact same things, about how the women only want white dudes or gangbangers as well. So it's not just in our community.
No, black women are just like ahead of the curve, but it's like all women are heading to that point. Like eventually, white women are gonna be acting the same kind of way our black women now in like 10 years and shit.
Yeah, and then also, I noticed about with black women in America is that like they complain about the men they fuck. They will say stuff like, "Oh, black men are abusive, black men are violent, black men there's more black men in jail than in college." But Jack Nickelback, who are the black men are they fucking? Who are they fucking?
Yeah, no, all women do that shit. Like, look, if you want to fix the black community, like you could probably fix half the issues just by fucking builders. Just start there. Just fuck builders and build families with them. They'll fix all the shit because now they have a stake in it.
But I feel like Jack Nickelback, you and I both know this is true. If black women woke up the next morning and said, "Hey, reading books is sexy, quantum physics is sexy, neuroscience is sexy," okay? Because y'all know most Zoomer black men game bang to get pussy. Dude, if black women woke up and found intelligence and high IQ to be sexually attractive, game banging would stop overnight. Let's be honest.
Well, if intelligence was sexy, they wouldn't be women. So it is.
he says black men don't want black women either. Once a brother makes money, he goes white, Latina, mix, anything but black.
I wouldn't quite say that, because usually men want validation from their own women, because that's like validation from their own community. It's more like just going down the path of least resistance. Like if you are the type that's always been like kicked to the outside in a sense, then like, yeah, you just going like, all right, she's treating me cool and they ain't giving me a whole bunch of shit. Why would I, try to ice skate uphill?
Yeah.
Which is fucking reasonable. I can't go against that shit.
And also with black women, like if you try and cold approach or even start a conversation on the street with your average Western black chicks, they'll roast your ass. If you're like a below average or even an average black dude, they'll cook your ass on site.
If you're cold approaching and she's not attracted to you, it's gonna be rough.
Yeah, Kadishis. One thing I noticed when white incels approach white girls, the white girls will just laugh and say, "I'm not interested," or "No, I have a boyfriend." But with black chicks, they will cook your ass. Like I've been roasted. I think Jack's been roasted. Like, they will roast you, dude. It's fucked up.
Yeah, I ain't been roasted because I was smart enough not to try that shit.
Well, I think a part of it though is that as like a white woman, there's a lot of like virtue signaling going on in a way where they don't want to portray themselves as superficial. They don't want to portray themselves as racist or anything, so that they won't bring you down harshly. They won't talk shit about you. They'll just turn you down and say, no, thank you. Oh, that's so nice, but I have a boyfriend, even if she doesn't. They'll say stuff like that.
See, with
To
a
avoid
sister,
conflict.
you try and close approach her like, hey, can I get your Snapchat? Hey, you want to come over and hang out? Hey, you want to go see a movie? Well, get your ugly, dusty Steve Urkel looking ass out of here, boy, kill yourself. I'll buy you the gun. Like, they will cook you like that.
Fuck.
You know, it does depend on class and all that. It's not like it's universal, but I can't deny a trend like shit.
Yeah.
Yeah, I grew up in the burbs, so I never had those type of interactions with like a lot of black women. Truth be told, we'll take a lot of that probably has to do a little bit with class for sure. The women in my area definitely are more. I think maybe a lot of these issues. Maybe
Well, and also like
because like I never got put down extremely hard for a lot of the at least my high school interactions for sure.
Yeah, and also if you're taller, like or bigger, like they're not gonna try to fuck with you because like you have a little bit you're a little bit scarier in a way.
Yeah. And
Like
the
if
one
you're a
thing I
man, like,
noticed is that what a lot of black women will do as well, because Base Pluto, he actually had I think he knew somebody as a friend who's a victim of this. His friend was dating this girl, right? But her actual boyfriend was in jail. And what happened was she didn't tell her new guy that she had a boyfriend in jail. And then when he got out of jail, out of the feds, and found out that she's been fucking another dude, guess what happened to the homie?
what happened, man?
He got offed.
Yeah,
Fuck, man.
yeah, that's how it is.
Dude, yeah. Jesus Christ. Gotta be careful out there.
Think about Jack Nickelback, black man, right? We got to do a false rape charges, girls, other dudes who are in jail, and fucking single moms. Like we like it is hell on earth, dude.
Just get yourself a nice little plane ticket. Maybe like for the amount that you're spending on drinks, you can get a nice little weekend and by the beach in Mexico.
Yeah. Oh,
Good
bro.
time.
Cadicious, how's the club scene out there in California? Is it brutal?
I mean, I never like it's brutal just because it's so expensive and it's just it's simping and chat only for sure.
Yeah,
There's so
bro.
much
I remember
simping.
the first time I went to an 18 plus club. You'd have dudes who were like 135 framelets who will spend like $2,000 on a Cuban link chain that's heavy as shit, and they walk in as if they got a fucking weight on their fucking neck. Can barely even hold that shit up.
Yeah,
Trying
that's
to floss for
brutal.
girls.
Yeah,
Yeah.
but I'm just saying that like and in the clubs in San Francisco and like the Bay Area, like your cheapest drink is like $10 to $12 too. So it's
No
brutal
wonder
there.
people are homeless. Goddamn.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah,
But
like you're getting
is
these
it true? Hold up. Is
$12
it true in
drinks.
California, right? Is it
And
true
then
in California? You see,
the girls
sorry.
like they'll get some Jester Max and be like, "Oh, I want this this really fruity tropical thing." Boom, $17 drink right there. And this guy will buy like 5 of them for her.
Oh my
Yeah.
God, dude.
Only for her to get fucked by someone else.
Dude, I have a
That's so
story
cool
about
to
that.
me.
One of my coworkers, homie brought a $50 Uber gift card, right, for this girl that she liked, and she used the Uber gift card to go fuck Chad two towns over.
That's hilarious.
Yeah, and then
Yeah.
I invited him over to my house, so we were smoking and playing Tekken, and he fell asleep on my couch, and his screen wasn't turned off, and I opened up his Snapchat because she added him on Snapchat. And I opened it up and went to her story, and it was her in bed with Chad, but like the blanket was covering her titties, and she had the happy face, like the yellow happy face emoji.
He's simping for that, man. Oh my goodness.
That shit hurts my soul, and I only heard that story.
Like you know she's getting like railed, and you're still simping for her.
No, she used the Uber gift card to get to Chad's house.
Yeah, but I mean, like, I bet he was still simping afterwards, even after he saw that, and I bet
Bro,
I don't think so.
This dude got cut so hard that she has post-nut clarity. Like, god damn, it's fucked up.
yeah, just never take the word maybe. You know, maybe's gonna be that's a no, pal. That's like buy me shit, man. That's what
Yeah, dude, homie was a Spurg cell and a Curry.
Dude, Curry's brutal, man.
Yeah, but he was white passing though. He was a white passing Curry though. He was kind of
Okay,
like
yeah.
olive,
So that's
olive skinned.
a little saving grace there.
New mental cell. It's over.
Yeah, but the Curry cell though, that's like the most brutal one because they have that like Bollywood movie mentality where like, if you think Hollywood is simp indoctrination, Bollywood's even harder, and and then they don't have the looks. It's brutal.
Yeah, and plus, thing is, right, Curry dudes want white girls so badly, dude. I remember us coming back from the skate park, waiting for the train, and this white girl dropped her cell phone onto the train tracks, and this Curry cell jumped off the platform onto the train tracks to look for her phone, pick that shit up, climb back onto the platform as the fucking train was coming. Had that dude slipped and fell, he'd been dead.
Fuck, man. Yeah, and she's like, "Oh, thanks. I got a message from Chad."
Yeah, she didn't even care. She didn't even care.
I would have recorded that shit and monetized the video if he got hit, dog. I'm sorry.
Lively. Oh, sell it to the news too. Do that,
dude. Because I saw the fucking headlights in the tunnel of the fucking train, the 2 circle headlights. I'm like, you better hurry your ass up, or all your the train like coming, like, to get your ass onto the platform.
Yeah, that's crazy. What I thought was funny though is that there was a guy that was he was simping. It was a guy I knew at my school. He was simping for this white girl, and he's a Curry. He's like I don't know. It's over for this guy if you look at him. it's over for this guy, and he's saying, and he just kept coping every step of the way. Like, maybe if I do this, she'll like me. Maybe if I write her a poem, she'll like me. That kind of stuff. And I'm like, dude, no. We're telling him, no, stop. She already rejected you. She just did it like the virtue signal way. We're saying like, no thanks, that kind of stuff.
Yo, I have a question to ask you, man. Have you ever had like a fat bitch cold approach you, or a fat bitch ask you out?
Yes.
Oh, tell me, bro. Tell me, because it happened to me, bro. Tell me.
Yeah, I just say thanks, but no, I'm good. But then they do take it like offense though. Like they will try to be like aggressive at times.
Dude, if you were black and skinny, it'll happen 2 times 10. Trust me.
Yeah, because there's that stereotype too that you guys are gonna go for
the lowest tiers of women. Yeah.
Well, like go harpooning for some fat white chicks.
Bro, when I was on Bumble, that's all I would get from matches on Bumble were overweight land wheels and crackhead looking white chicks. I'm like, fuck this. Just kill me now.
Yeah, fuck this. Yeah, not worth it. Not worth it.
I'm talking about like heroin junkie, like fucking saggy titties, like chicks like that. Like, fuck that, dude.
Tits hitting the belly button.
Dude,
yeah, basically chicks like
those are
that,
top tier girls, dog. What are you talking about, man?
Dude, that's what Fresh Prince CEO is going with.
Oh my god, I can't believe a word that fucking dude said. Anytime he talks about his experiences in dating, I'm like, okay, yeah, dude, yeah, you gotta like, I don't know, like he just seems like he's lying. Like so much cap going on in that podcast, dude.
I know, yeah, he's and like there's a lot of Transformers on the show too. It's also
yo, seditious, more than meets the eye.
More than meets the eye, yeah. And like the way I say it is that if they're honest, if they're honest about it, like I'm like, okay, good. Now I don't have to. Like if they're honest, then they're not trying to hide it. They're Autobots. But if they're trying to hide it and finesse a dude into sleeping with them, they're Decepticons. But they're Decepticons.
Nikki said Autobots and Decepticons, bro.
Hold on, bro. Y'all remember who I just remembered though? Malik Yoba's ass on fucking Charlemagne. I guess y'all remember that shit. But
yeah, I didn't really watch The Breakfast Club too much.
Well, your boy who used to play a cop on TV was up there with 2 or 3 Transformers and shit. Talk about what was it? Black man had to step up some shit. But it was
fucking Just shut up.
Hold up.
You gotta see it, man. It was.
No, the thing
Jack
about it, though,
Nickelback.
even that
Jack
one.
Nickelback. Sorry.
Oh yeah, I was gonna say
I was
even
gonna
that
say-
one lady. That one lady that exposed on white on on Vietnam Cell's channel when she like the lady that called out Myron and his like his practice DM practices, that lady, that's a transformer too. Like, that chick had 3D delts in her Instagram.
Oh, okay, so you mean that was a man? All right,
Yeah.
let's just get that straight.
If you look
Yo,
at-
Jack Nickelback. You remember when the rapper Young Thug got caught texting a tranny?
It's Young Thug. Like that's probably the least.
Not
gay
Young
shit he's
Thug,
ever
not
done.
Young. Hold up, not Young Thug. Young Buck from G Unit. Young Buck, dark skin grills.
Yeah, that one I forgot about, but yeah.
I think
That shit was hilarious. And what happened was 50 Cent and Game were clowning him on Twitter and shit. And he said, "Oh, that never happened." But the fucking transformer that he was messing with actually took screenshots of him and her in it texting, and Young Buck was saying a lot of sexually explicit things that he wanted to do with it. So,
oh man,
Yeah, it's
dude, the
kinda
Game
wild,
was
like,
trolling like crazy. Game and
Pussy.
50 were just.
yeah, bro. That's why I love rap. Like 10 years ago, I went to like jazz and classical and shit. I can't fuck with y'all.
didn't like Michael Phelps like have a thing with a transformer too, the swimmer? I think he did. Like a long time ago, it was in the news where it's like,
It's like it's like top tier men doing this. Like they could literally get like what 95%
he's
of
like-
women in the world, and you choose the one that isn't a woman. Like
yeah, he's
come on,
6'4" and like in perfect shape, or 6'4" white dude in perfect shape can get any chick, win a bunch of Olympic medals, and you're still going with Transformers.
Yeah, like what happened to the days of like Wilt Chamberlain fucking like 10,000 women and shit? Like now we got this. Who the fuck I'm supposed to look up to and shit like that?
Yeah, it's brutal. You can look up to James Harden simping hard.
Yeah, man. I can't give my kids no heroes, man. I mean, assuming I had kids, but that's beside the point. Just saying. King of garbage, we absolutely are for talking about Transformers. That shit's illegal. I'm sorry, I don't care.
Yeah, I don't get why you would do that. That way, like, I mean, if it's your thing, you wouldn't find this sphere because it's pretty damn easy as well.
But one thing I noticed about Fresh and Fit, the actual girls that are non-trans that go on there, they be spitting they talk hella black pills.
Well, even the Transformers are spitting black fills. And they'll argue like a man too. Like they'll square up and stuff. It's kind of funny.
Transformers are men. That's why.
Yeah, like they.
Yeah. Seditious. Did you have Galvatron on there? Did you have Optimus Prime, Bumblebee, fucking Starscream?
Yeah, maybe if they stand. Yeah, I don't know. I wouldn't. I don't know. I don't roll out with the Autobots, but I at least appreciate the honesty that way.
Oh yeah, I'm guessing y'all saw Sports Illustrated already. So.
Oh yeah, who was on that? Was it what's that chick's name? I didn't even say her name.
Like Lena something, I forgot.
Oh, the New Zealand one.
Some shit.
The power lifter that has like fucking a mustache.
Let me ruin my DuckDuckGo searches right quick. Let's see, Lena Bloom. That's it. Yeah. The dude in the white swimsuit, terribly.
Isn't Megan Thee Stallion on there too as well? Isn't she like on the swimsuit cover or something like that this year?
Maybe she's saying something.
Yo,
Yeah.
also seditious. Also with hip hop, there's a lot of gay shit going on within hip hop too. They had my man Kid Cudi in a dress. Like,
dude, come on. No.
Speaking of, let me just post this picture up here. This is the meme I was saving for later, but like, what the fuck's going on with This is like quite literally like gay as fuck here. What the fuck's going on, dude?
Yeah,
Lil Nas X. Yeah.
Yeah, I know what
but
this is. Fucking Christ, dude.
At least he's honest about his fruit, man.
What are we doing? Like, I don't know, man. Like,
Dude, Jack Nickelback, bro. We got taken from Africa, right? Thrown on ships, beaten, lynched, shot to become this.
Well, you also had the buck breaking, but that was
to become this.
That's why you got Atlanta the way it is.
Nigga, Jack Nickelback. We don't have revolutions, fought in the Civil War to get our freedom to become this.
Well, you gotta remember, it's not like it's necessarily black money putting these dudes up. I mean, shit. It's not like black people run BET or like the music videos or other.
But one thing I noticed, they love pushing the soy gay agenda on young black men. Because one thing I noticed is that like even in the school system, they'll have like the one gay dude be the head of the like the glee club or the singer club, or he'll be the main guy directing the fucking talent show. And he'll be the loudest guy.
I heard corporates like that too. Like black women and gay black men really get ahead a lot easier. So
yeah, and also one thing I noticed is that right, Jack Nickelback, gay black men never get shot by cops. Like never.
Atlanta. Dude. Oh god.
Yo, you know what this reminds me of?
You noticed that, right? That gay black men never get shot by cops or get the cops called on them.
Yeah, I'm sorry. Go ahead,
Drive. I didn't, but I didn't pay attention.
You guys watched the Boondocks, right?
Yeah.
Delicious.
Oh man.
Oh yeah, Gangstalicious. Yeah, Gangstalicious. Showed up to Thugnificent's house, and the Lethal Injection crew turned off the lights and hid from Thugnificent. And the dude who looked like Nate Dogg hid in the freaking in the swimming pool.
It's like the drama between Gangstalicious and Thugnificent. It's like, what happened to you, man? I loved you. Right before they were trying to cap him, and then it was funny because everyone missed that close range.
No, that wasn't Gangstalicious to Thugnificent. That was since I have photographic memory of this bullshit. The story of Gangstalicious, the episode 1, that was that old drug deal or some shit he used to be with. It wasn't Thugnificent.
Oh yeah, I might be confusing the two.
Yeah, fucking love and all that shit.
Yeah.
I got that thug in love and all that. And then you had Homies Over Hoes and the story of Gangstalicious too.
Do the homies.
Didn't Homies Over Ho was from was it Tupac?
No. There was a song called My Nigga by YG, which is that's just as gay.
Yeah, pretty gay.
What? One out of every 51 people have HIV in Atlanta. Atlanta is now the HIV capital of the United States of America. Oh my god! I thought that Grim was just like, okay, the AIDS capital of the world mystery.
Hey, San Francisco is pretty close too.
Say no to AIDS Atlanta. Oh my!
San Francisco was the old place. Atlanta's a new place.
Yeah, new capital. Yeah. It's like Rome. Like San Francisco's like Rome, and then you get Constantinople is Atlanta. The AIDS empire.
This brings up or reminds me, wasn't Kevin Samuels based in Atlanta?
He's still in Atlanta.
Yes, he is. Yes.
Yo, I'm just saying. I don't care what way he swings, but that's telling.
He's got to be in the right place to find a high value man.
Confirmed.
Oh Jesus!
Isn't Lil Nas X from Atlanta too?
They all from Atlanta, dog.
Yes.
He looks like that sad ass frog I'll be tweeting. He looks like fucking Pepe. Pepe the Frog, female version.
Yo, hold up, bro. Jack Nickelback. And one thing I noticed about Atlanta, like even the hip hop genre in general, I noticed how there are a lot of gay rappers coming out. Like I was watching a video on No Jumper, and AD and 55 Mac were doing a reaction to this gay rapper out there in Atlanta, and homie had other dudes twerking in the video, and AD couldn't finish it.
Oh man.
I remember Atlanta used to be a place of fucking T.I. and shit. Now we done fell to this, bro.
Yeah, like
y'all can say whatever the fuck y'all want about Detroit, but we never became Atlanta. We might be
Same thing
dead.
with New York.
Dead
Same thing with New York.
Well,
Same
it's
thing
too
with New
cold to
York.
wear booty shorts out there.
Thank God. I hope God freezes this place over.
Jesus Christ.
Yo, and Seditious, mind you, AD, right, is a fucking Crip from Compton. He couldn't finish the entire video. Niggas been shot at and he couldn't finish the video.
Yeah, it's brutal.
Yeah, like.
It's our new mascot.
Oh my god, dude. But Mystery School, since you're an old soul, right? When did you notice hip hop turn gay as fuck?
Since I'm an old cell, I'm not. Am I really that old?
Damn.
I'm just not being rude, but
the cultural changes are speeding up. So, like, yeah, you go back 5 years ago, like, the world
Yeah,
was
it
way
definitely
different.
seems like things have gotten faster for sure. Like, I mean, like, I don't remember. I don't know. I remember like gangster rap being a big thing, and like, okay, I can't probably pinpoint a particular like date and time or like a particular like, okay, like this is the fucking day of the year or things went bad. It's a constant like it's like our friend Pepe here, the real Pepe. Like it's like you boil the frog slowly, so like it's a slow, gradual thing over time until all of a sudden you're just like hitting the fucking you're seeing like full on fucking like dudes twerking on your fucking on the screen and during a music video, you know, like it's definitely a gradual transition.
yeah, dude, it's getting bad now.
It's been much faster ever since auto-tune came out. That was just like the death of the music industry.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yo,
so you fucked it up, but yeah.
Yeah, and Seditious, down there in Baltimore, believe it or not, in Baltimore, you have gay gangs. You have black dudes who are gay to gangbanging.
What the fuck?
I mean,
Yeah, the rolling,
jail.
No,
the
though,
rolling
like,
cock Crips.
They don't call it the a dirty south for nothing, right?
Yeah, you got gay gangs in Baltimore, like straight up gay. Like you'll have like a guy who's like the stud of the group, the guy, and you'll have like the woman, the male woman, and then you'll have like the like underlings, and they all like gangbang together. They gangbang and gangbang.
I fucking love The Wire. Oh my god, The Wire is so fucking good.
Yeah.
I'm a huge fan of The Wire.
What was the name of that dude who robbed dope dealers? I forgot it. Forgot his
Omar.
name.
Omar.
Omar.
Yeah.
He was gay. Omar was gay.
Yeah. But goddamn, The Wire was fucking good.
Yeah.
Fuck it, it's still a good fucking show. Oh man,
Yeah.
The Wire's phenomenal. Oh my god, you haven't seen it before. You
Yeah.
gotta watch The Wire.
Yeah. Mystery School. You watched Boardwalk Empire when it was on.
No.
That was a good show.
Mm.
Boardwalk Empire.
No, I never watched it.
It's about the mafia in like 1920s New Jersey. It was good, dude. It was really good. Like
Some of like damn gay dudes want to get locked up. I don't know, man.
they do though. They do. Like
I'm gonna give Hold the Truth credit. They want to push. He coins it the open prison concept, where you get these gay guys telling dudes that they like the sexual inflation of women, because then you can like tell dudes, hey, these women aren't worth it.
You can pick off the weak ones.
A hole's a hole. Yeah, you
This is
pick off the weak ones. Yeah,
something that that's been observed. I think MD talked about it too as well, and I talked about it on TRP stream when he was still around. And basically, like you saw it happen with the MRA movement, anti-SJW movement. A lot of these like gay just to like latch onto the movement because they know what's really going on. The real solution, the real problem to a lot of these like social ills is the disenfranchisement of men to some extent. You know, all these men who are lonely, upset, angry, and it's like, okay, well, I'm gonna become the solution to your problem. Okay, well, oh yeah, the women are all bad and they're mean and they're evil, but the men, men are virtuous and good. Therefore, you should come with a man. It's like, wait a second. So like, you're gonna pick off some level of the weak men who, okay, well, I'm gonna swing the other way now. Like,
yeah. I noticed that with the frog and ostrich a bit, and how you got
frog and ostrich.
where like you had Myron Gaines always bringing that up for like there was a good like month or so where he was always bringing up that gay men were happier, they made more money, that they made all the gay areas were all gentrified and nice. He kept making that point, and then pair that with the type of women, whether they're transformers or not, that go on his show. It's kind of like him showcasing these are the women that you can get with the best women you can get, come join the wild side is what I'm getting from.
How much do you think
Prognostics 5.
he pays to have the woman on there?
I don't know.
How much do you think he has to like drop in their Cash App or subscribe to their fucking OnlyFans to get them on there? I don't know, dude.
Yeah, he probably pays him a good amount, but I bet he gets it back.
Oh yeah, the amount of super chats and ad revenue he gets. There's no way.
I actually kind of looked into this. I think it's minimum 5K up to probably even 20K on some of the Foyd, depending on them.
Holy shit!
Jesus.
Like, dude, in this day and age, a chick ain't gonna move, literally do anything if it's not 5K.
Well, and you also have like these like cam site people saying, "Hey, this is a way that you can find a lot of simps. You just go on this show and
oh, absolutely, I believe it. I mean, you see it on stuff like Tinder, where like women will quite literally women will just go on Tinder with the express intent of just like putting their Instagram on there, so men will subscribe to them. So like they'll literally say stuff like, "Oh, yeah, I'm never on here, but if you go to my Instagram and subscribe to me there, yeah, I'll talk to you." And it's like, okay, like this is just the way to farm followers. So you can get a bigger following, and then you can get all the Instagram influencer revenue. It's really the same thing happened with Snapchat too. Snapchat Premium. So yeah. I'm never on here, but you can use my Snapchat. Come on Snapchat, and all of a sudden they have a premium. Okay, what the fuck? Yeah, it's a huge farming exercise. Like this is something I've talked about actually on that's something that men could actually use to exploit other men. Effectively, what you could do with you know what VTubers are?
Yeah.
Yeah, men could easily just like pay some dude to like make them a little VTube avatar. You know, get a little voice modulator, voice changer. Oh, me, Ugu, Kawaii, Desu, fucking voice. You know, show me in that dog. Put a fucking Cash App in the Cash App in the fucking thing, and then put a little get enough subscribers for the super chats and just make money, dude. Like,
it's another grift you could do. You could do the VTuber dating coach.
Oh, that's true. Yeah. Oh shit.
You gotta make the avatar bald, baby.
Yo. Seditious.
No.
Well, Seditious, can you hear me? But I was gonna say, you remember this other gay dude named James Charles who got in trouble multiple times?
He had a thing. He wanted to turn out some straight guys.
Yeah, and the thing is, also back a couple years ago, he almost got fucked up out there in LA because he went to a restaurant with another cosmetic YouTuber named Tati, and he tried to spit game to the waiter. And from what I heard, the waiter was a black dude. Mind you, it was LA. Them LA niggas don't play that gay shit. And homie wanted to run a fade with him. And James Charles went the full victim mode. You can't hit me. I'm a celebrity.
Oh, fucking what a pussy.
If I don't swallow,
like homie's gonna run up. My fear with James Charles, right? Homie's gonna run up on the wrong person and get touched up.
Yeah, these guys are getting bolder every day, though.
Yeah. I'm skinny as well, bro. Hear me out. Like, I'm skinny as well, and like James Charles looks like thinner than me. So if some dude runs up on the wrong cat, he might get fucked up out there in LA. So
yeah, if he ran up on me, I could probably take him out in one hit. Just
nigga, damn, bro. Okay, Omni Man. Out here knocking out kids.
I mean, I wouldn't want to do that, but if it had to get there, like if you're getting in my business, trying to grab me up or whatever, trying to spit game, I'm like, stop. And then if you continue, I gotta take action. I can't show off that I'm tolerating that behavior.
We are not in the days of our forefathers.
I could make money off this picture right here alone. All I gotta do is put this picture on the video, get a fucking voice changer modulator thing, make it sound like a fucking Japanese girl, and easy mode, dude. Easy money.
Dude, it's fucked up. I don't even know if you need a voice modulator nowadays. Like, maybe the picture's enough. I don't fucking know.
Hey guys, business, right?
Hey, how's it going? Just with the picture.
Seditious. One thing I noticed,
hold on. I think Drell was getting it. He was trying to talk earlier.
Sorry.
No, I was thinking of this business stuff. Maybe you know more, Caduceus, because like I think you could set up a legitimate business, maybe like call it QB Willie Max business, and it's like get some of these guys that are willing to escort Max, and then show them the ropes, like actually take them on tour, go down there, have it be done safely, and charge a flat fee.
Yeah, the thing about it though that's difficult from there is that no one has a everyone has their unique situation and different goals with what they want to do with traveling and certain limitations, because the black pill still works there too. It's just a lot less competition, and your dollar you actually can pay to play pretty well. You can pay in status, being an American as well. So it's not a universal solution for guys, but they're just the type of guys that say, hey, I'm heading out here. We get some guys out there and show them the ropes, build that social network. I think that would be a good business idea, to like kind of tour around what spots are safe, what parts are good travel guide, but it's whether people have the time, because time's so precious. In a way, like if you're really passionate about helping guys out and showing them the ropes, that might be a good business to do, but it's not worth it when time's super limited here.
I mean, it's
Yeah,
possible.
it's true,
It's
'cause,
possible. Go ahead.
Oh, well, I was just gonna add like when I do like say Geomax and establish myself, I was just like trying to generate some extra income. It's like, yeah, come on down, I'll show you the ropes. You could travel here, go here, avoid that place. Try to do this. You can maximize your chances, and just charge a small flat fee. It's just like once somebody has established a quote unquote more safer route, or a route that produces results, it's like I don't see why you couldn't capitalize on that in terms of money, business, and help people out as well.
Yeah, I think that it's tricky though, because like as long as you do that business and it's not your main hustle, because when you depend on a certain hustle to pay your bills or live your lifestyle, you're really susceptible to grifting.
Oh yeah, this would be a side hustle. Like if there's I'll help them out. If not, whatever.
Like it really, like if you're gonna do it, it's almost like you gotta like break even or even go at a loss if you're trying to help people in a way, because then you actually the reward you get out of it is helping people instead of the money you get, and the money just kind of compensates for your time and effort.
Yeah. I'm not thinking like a real legit business of surviving off of that. Like, if you don't have customers, you don't make money, you go under kind of thing. It's just more like a side hustle.
I don't know. I think it could just be like a good, like if there was like a shared, like if there was like a shared like forum or something, or like a certain like guidebook in a way that you can charge for super cheap, and to maybe just cover the printing costs in some way, or just an ebook could even work, or even a Google Drive, just talk about certain areas that are safe and good. How much money you should be paying for stuff in the area, what non pay to play things to do, like certain vacations, certain activities you can do where we get a lot of bang for your buck, or stuff that's just really unique to the area. Like if you're going to Mexico, I went to this underground river that was really cool, and you can only do it, I think you can really only do it in Mexico. And then let's say you're going to Thailand, there might be like an elephant sanctuary that would be really cool to visit. So I don't know. I just think of it, look at like trips that you want to do and just do a lot of the excursions there. And if you want to get your nut on and the pay to play is available, and yeah, I guess like just do it safely if you want to.
Yeah, it was just a thought.
Yeah, I think you're on to something good. Go ahead. My bad.
Jack's talked about before, but it's very true. In Hollywood or something like that, you got to wear the dress. If you're a black man, you got to wear a dress and put on a wig. It's true.
Yeah, Dave Chappelle talked about that with black dudes.
Yo, is this legit? Like, did he actually wear
this is a commercial for Progressive. Yeah, he did it. And like you would think someone like him would have the financial ability to say, no, I'm not doing this role. Sorry, but like maybe I don't know. It's crazy to me. How like they take the black man that's emasculate him over and over and over again. Like,
yeah, wasn't he already on that magazine cover looking like King Kong? I think it was Vogue. I'm serious. He's in the exact same pose.
He's a single mother raised man too, so he's pretty much, a lot of him is raised by the government in a way. And then when he got his first job,
Jack Nickelback.
Kevin
You remember
Hart.
when Terry Crews got his dick touched at a party and he didn't do nothing?
Yeah, I forgot what his name was. Adrian Vate, some shit.
Yeah, it was a white guy. I feel like it's scary when you see black men who are bigger than you and stronger than you get buck broken. Because if they can get buck broken, what could happen to me or you?
Well, that's the point.
Yeah. And then he complained about when Me Too was going out. He actually put himself out there, and people like laughed at him.
Yeah.
Mind you, Terry Crews is a buff ass dude. He's a big dude.
Yeah,
Terry
he's
Crews.
massive.
Yeah. So when he let that white dude grab his private parts, I'm shocked Terry didn't run a fade with him. I'm shocked.
Dude, muscle don't mean shit. Like shit. I'm built like a stick, but I'm probably one of the most base motherfuckers in the top 10%. And fuck, you got
American Black Pill. So sorry.
Yeah, you got fucking LeBron James and all these big burly black dudes and shit who like mentally built like peanut butter. Like, it's now the outside don't mean shit.
Broke Buck Mountain.
Oh no, it's Broke Black Mountain. Broke Black Mountain.
Oh god. Sweet Jesus.
But
Christ.
it's scary though. And draw looks that goes back to the plantation because what they'll do, they'll take a burlier black man, right, and buck break it in front of the framelit black man or the manlet black man and say, hey, if we can do that to him, imagine what we can do to you. If that makes sense.
Yo, Black Ronan, you gotta explain. What is it? Back breaking?
Buck breaking. Oh god.
Buck breaking.
Yeah,
So back during slavery. So back during slavery, right? You had a lot of gay white dudes back then, right? And what they'll do, they'll buy a black male, take him back to the farm, take him into the masses house, and then turn off the oil lamp, and pull his pants down, and you already knew what happened next.
Oh man.
Yeah.
And if you try to run away, you get shot in the back. So either you get fucked or you get shot. So.
And Atlanta has never been the same since.
Yep.
My IQ point went up.
Yeah, and actually,
Was that the soy face?
was actually the main.
Yeah, I gotta say this. Hold on, I gotta say this shit. Now, black people went through butt break. I don't know what the fuck white people.
Yeah, I don't know what the fuck all the white people. I mean, come on, man.
Dude, that's called the soy face.
Yeah, the soy face. Look at you go. Oh,
just waiting for a cock to just slide its way in there.
Oh boy, look at this shit. Fucking hairline, fucking just going back as far as it can.
Hey, Norwood,
chicken,
baby.
not even real, dude. Beyond fried chicken. Oh man.
Yeah, looking like Bill Burr's soy brother and shit. It's terrible.
Yo, it should just say made from soy. Why?
Yeah, pretty much.
Yeah, they have some weird concoction. Like it's got like pea and shit. I don't know.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's the energy. Soy is a lifestyle. It goes beyond the plant.
I mean, there's definitely a theory about basically the face they make is to make themselves look less intimidating to women and stuff like that. Like a lot of theories about like why men make the face a new male face, the whole phenomena of like male feminists to like kind of like blend in, become like basically okay, well if I take her for politics, she'll like me, and then therefore we can go date. If I'm around her all the time, I can I can like if I blend in enough, they'll accept me. And it's like okay.
Like
yeah,
it's
just another a dating strategy, basically.
Seditious. One thing I noticed, right? Is it me, right, or are incel nerds more masculine, have more testosterone than fucking new male feminists?
I wouldn't doubt it. Like, that wouldn't surprise me if that was the case, because like they're at least like have some sort of a vision instead of going out. Like just bending the knee for women. Like at least they're actually like in the lab or they're on their computer trying to figure out how they're actually making some cash too.
Often. Even the needs though, at least it's like dignified depression. Like god damn.
Yeah, but they get what they're depressed and they like what they want in the moment. They go for. They don't really like the needs. They don't necessarily have a lot of them don't have like the self-discipline to hold off like urges to like crank one out or light up the like, chicken tendies, but at least they get what they want. At least they're not bending the knee to someone to get that.
No, I'm saying like even like the neat black pill, like they're not fucking indulging in that urge to simp. Like the fuck, Like there's incels on all sides. Let's just be fucking
Yeah,
honest.
well, the incels not a new thing, and it's been here for a while.
Yeah, but the mass.
Incel just means you can't get your pipe wet. That's pretty much that's it. Like whether you are a male feminist or not, it's not an identity. It's what you are.
Yeah, but like they've always been a part of every group, you could say, but it's never been to where they basically are the group so much. Like
the blue pill incels are the more dangerous people to deal with because they'll fucking kill for a bitch.
Yep. Yeah, that's what Richard Cooper always said. He's like, yeah, it's always these like blue pilled beta cuck stems you got to fucking worry about. It's not so much the women are obviously a problem, but like it's just like it's basically like the heretics or the traitors with the one you have to look out for more than anybody else.
Yeah, because they'll be the emotional tampons. They'll say, oh, this guy isn't talking to me as much. Like let's say you're like hanging with a chick, you smash her a few times, you got something casual going on. She'll be the emotional tampon. Oh, I like this guy, but he never talks to me. He just goes on his day, doesn't give me enough attention. That's what he's gonna say to the emotional tampon. And then he's gonna be like, "You're not treating her like a queen. I would treat her like a queen," and then have resentment for you instead of her for not liking him.
Yeah, absolutely. They're all on Reddit. Yeah, very true.
Oh man, the fedoras.
Oh yes, got to tip my fedora in your direction, good sir. It's like, yeah, oh my god.
Fuck Reddit, they're on 4chan too. Don't forget 4chan is fucking Soy Central and shit.
Really? God, maybe some of the boards
compared to what it was.
That place is still, depending on what board you go on, it's still pretty. It can be still pretty crazy, but yeah,
Wild West, baby.
Yeah, but you would think like men in general would learn like fucking friend zone and being a beta warrior. Like when does it ever pay off? Like never.
Yes, because people don't know how to give up.
It's like
I'm dead serious. People don't give up enough. People keep on trying to make shit work that don't, because they figure they're just not putting enough effort in when they should just gave up 10 years ago.
The sunk cost fallacy. It's like, okay, well, I'm already so deep down the fucking hole with all the emotional fucking labor I've done. So if I just do another year of it, she'll put out.
Yeah,
if you do another year of it, she'll put out, and it goes on forever and ever and ever.
It's that thing about male agency I talked about. They see the problem. They're like, oh, I'm not doing enough, or oh, I'm not doing the right thing. And instead, it's like, no, there's nothing you can do with this creature. Like shit.
Well, it goes beyond the sunk cost fallacy. I think a big part of it is lack of humility in a way. Like people are living their lives like they think that they're like the star of some movie when they're just all the rules still apply to them. And they've had the reality slap them in the face a million times. They think I'm going to be the one that breaks the mold. I'm going to be the one that succeeds and makes it, even after making the same mistakes over and over again.
I guess maybe partly it's poison. The females also keep just giving you enough attention to rope you back in. So it's like a cycle of just orbiting, never getting.
They'll ask him what dress to wear before she takes it off for chat.
Yo, Seditious. I was gonna ask you, since you're a guy, right, and I'm a guy too. You notice how when women
I'm just kidding.
So you notice how when women, right, go into male-dominated spaces, the simping goes up like crazy.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, I remember one time I went to the skate park one time and doing flat ground tricks. Meaning that these guys are having a little ledge contest, and this little white emo girl with short shorts on and pigtails and a belly button piercing pulled up. It went into full X Games mode. He was trying to fucking do kickflips over trash cans. One rice almost broke his fucking foot. Like it went to full simp Jester Max mode.
Yeah, that's not cool.
Same thing at gyms. Like I noticed that whenever a girl goes to a gym and it's all guys, dudes will start lifting shit they normally wouldn't be able to lift. It's the funniest thing ever.
No, and they do it with terrible form too.
Oh yeah.
Break their fucking back to get it up. It's like,
that like that back curl that they're doing. Yeah. I can
fucking be 25 years old with fucking the back of a fucking 80-year-old. How did this happen? Well, you simped too hard, buddy. Simping ain't easy, right?
Simp. Yeah.
Yeah. Actually, I actually knew a guy who almost hurt himself at the gym trying to impress a Floyd.
Come on.
That's he was this 5'4" dude, and he tried to bench press, so he put like 3 big ass plates on both sides.
Man, so he's are you talking big ones or are you talking about
like car hubcaps?
Yeah, those are the 45-pound plates.
So
times
he's
6.
okay. So and the bar is 45, so it's 315 on the bench.
And homie almost fucked himself up. So my skinny ass had to get up from doing dumbbell curls to try and get the fucking thing off of
that's my 1 rep max too. So that's heavy, man. And I don't try to lift that very often because like I'm scared I'm gonna fuck myself up doing it.
Yeah, most I had is like 4 plates plus a 35, and it's like your max. You hit it once and you're done.
4 plates.
Your neck.
Are you talking about 4 as in like 2 on each side?
Yeah.
Okay, I thought you said 4.
Yeah.
I'm like, you're getting near like world record for natural.
No, dude. 2 on both sides.
Yeah.
I couldn't even get it up, dude. Like it wouldn't
because
even.
I think like a world record like without steroids is like in the 500s somewhere. That's crazy.
Yeah, but man, that's because if you've been to the gym and you ever drop that bar on your neck, it's like you'd never make the same mistake.
Dude, I've never done that, but I've been scared of doing that.
Oh, hell, that's literally a fucking assassination on Hitman 2. Like, hell no.
No, yeah.
That was Hitman Blood Money, but still.
Do you guys watch Replicant Fish? I like his sense of humor very much. I like his stuff. I haven't watched him in a while, but yeah,
I don't know of him.
Oh, I watch him. I think I'm sub to him, so yeah, I watch all his videos most of the time.
Yeah, well, I just wanted before we. Oh yeah, I'll let you go.
Oh yeah, I was just gonna say his angle is like focusing on the leftover women, so it's just funny to watch some of these videos and how these Foids are like trying to give excuse for their lack of Chad.
Yeah, I was just gonna mention that since we were talking about the gym, like no matter how much you gym max, the only people that are gonna notice how much work you're putting in are just other fucking dudes.
Oh god, I had a picture about that.
Hilarious.
I had a meme about that. Oh god.
Like I went out to like some bars and bars last night, and some like random dude hit me up. It was like, dude, you're built like a house, man. Yeah.
Like, oh well, the women don't give a fuck.
Like, the women don't give a shit, man. Yeah.
That's fucked. Yeah, I think I said before that's fucked up. But you doing all that work just for your fucking Grindr profile pic and shit. It's terrible.
Oh god, you're not wrong though. It's true.
No, dudes, you'll get dudes cold approaching you if you hit the gym.
So you come
That's
here
why I
often,
stay
like,
at
what the fuck? It's like damn. It's like,
I told y'all that's why I stay my ass at home. I don't have this problem.
Do it for your health. Don't do it for ladies.
Fuck my health. I ain't staying shit.
But
Staying on
seditious.
Earth and shit. Hell no.
Yeah.
Seditious. So what happened was the bar fell onto his chest neck area, and so me being the fucking blue pill to be nice guy that I am, I got up and I tried to get it off of him. And what happened was,
like I would try to get it off him too. Even black pill. I don't want to see a man die.
No, but what he did, because the gym I go to doesn't have the equipment's not bolted down, so the homie dragged the bench press pretty much halfway across the gym to lift in front of a Floyd who was like doing squats.
Oh man, why? And like even if you think of it from the woman's perspective, you have a few that try to peacock and try to get some simps that way. Like they'll like sit on like the leg curl machine, like not even like lifting it, just because it like the angle of it makes the like ass stick out, or they're just gonna like walk around like the dumbbell area not doing anything. But then the ones that are actually lifting, like think of yourself when you're lifting. Do you want anyone bothering you? Like I'd be pissed off if some person just tried to talk to me and say, "Hey, what's your name?" Just randomly.
The last thing I want to fucking do is like when I'm lifting from fucking weight, dude.
Like, dude, I've got like a bunch of plates on my back.
And beyond that, I just want to like come to the gym, get a roof, and go home. Like, it's, you know what I mean? I want to fucking talk to you.
Yeah, but the thing is, I kind of ask, is my form good? That's the one thing I ask. Is my form good? Are my arms?
Well, that's
arms
okay,
position-
yeah, because you're trying to get better, and like it's something that people actually would help you with. But in terms of what are you doing after this? And when you're working out, even if you're putting up fat weight, you're just dripping sweat and you're nasty looking.
There's no
Dude,
efficacy
I would
for
do.
chinlet. True.
When I was younger, I would gym max and sleep in the exact clothes I worked out in.
Dude, you got to build up the swamp ass.
Dude, and like the sweat, it would be like glued to my back, into my ass. So just the
Yo,
fucking
bro,
basketball
that's
shorts would just
nothing.
stick.
Dude,
Try having those sweaty ball gym clothes in your bag for like 2 weeks and then opening it.
Oh god.
oh, yeah, quite marinating right there.
Yeah. Hey, y'all know what y'all should try? Staying the fuck home.
But seditious. So what happened was the girl was doing squats. It was this like big booty, like a white Latino girl, like belly button piercing. She had like face full of makeup at the gym, and she was
As you
doing
do.
squats, and she had on a pair of Air Jordan 3s, and she was doing
That's a terrible shoe to squat in. Just side comment there.
yeah, and then she was doing squats and shit, and then this like guy went in the full simp mode and almost killed himself in the process. And the skinny black blankets had to save his life.
Yeah, that's pathetic, man. I'll probably see that a bit at my school gym, because there's gonna be more people there. Because the gym I worked out in California was like a little private family owned place where only like 2 people were in it at any time.
Oh,
That
I go
was
to the
nice.
YMCA. I go to the YMCA.
Oh, okay. Young Men's Simping Academy. Yeah.
It really
God
is, dude.
Young Men's Cuckold
Yeah,
Academy.
I'm about to say Young Man's Cuckold Academy. Yeah. Young man.
Okay, then where am I supposed to go then? Where am I supposed to go, smart one? Where am I supposed to go then?
No, I'm just making village people joke kind of thing.
Like, I'm not rich. Like,
No, I'm just trolling you, man.
Sad Pepe.
yeah, but the homie, like, I felt bad for him because I knew he was peacocking, and like, he can tell he didn't know how to stay in his lane, bro, because the energy he gave off.
Yeah, it's pitiful.
Yeah, but the girl was cute though. She was a baddie though. But who wears makeup to a gym?
Bitches.
Like,
Obviously, bitches.
Trying
like,
to gather
that's not
simps.
even-
Trying to gather simps.
You knew the answer to
No,
that when
like-
you asked it, dog. Like, goddamn.
Yeah.
dude, she
hold
had,
on.
like,
Not
you don't
even
understand, bro. Like, she had on like a painted face. You remember the Joker, like Arthur Fleck? Like, she had like
Yeah.
literally a painted face on, like.
Yeah, hit her with
Weird,
the makeup wipe. Hit her with the makeup wipe.
Yo, I'm just saying, not even the gym. You can't catch a foid out in public without makeup going anywhere.
Dude,
It's like they'll put their makeup
hit the
on
pool party, baby.
mailbox.
They got waterproof makeup, don't they?
Dude, they probably do.
Yeah, hell, even like because you're from California, right? Even the homeless girls wear makeup.
They do, yeah.
What?
Yes.
Except when they choose meth over makeup. That's the difference.
Which they barely do. Especially
Yeah,
out here
'cause
in the
meth
East
is
Coast.
cheap, man. That's the thing. Yeah,
Same
you
thing
know,
with the
you know
heroin out here. The heroin.
well,
trade.
you know that like one drink that I was talking about that costs like $10 to $15. You can get enough meth to get 4 people high for a week straight. That same amount of money.
Holy shit.
Damn, I thought Breaking Bad was just a show. What the fuck?
Damn, is it really that cheap?
It's fucking cheap, man. I could see how people get addicted to it and it becomes their life.
Would you say this is the influx from the cartels? I would say.
Yeah. Well, they're like the Microsoft of it. Like they're a mega corporation that has a military branch within it. Like their net worth is like kind of like a and their productivity money wise is similar to like a Microsoft. They're massive, man. And they lobby our governments too, so that they can pass through and sell to Americans.
Nice, dude.
That's
nice.
we're their cash cow.
Yeah, come across the border, all the money here, and like go to fucking Appalachia or some shit and get a bit of money. Yeah.
The real big one is
Hold up, I'm gonna look this up.
Fentanyl, yeah, but fentanyl, a lot of it's come from China. It's like an opium wars type thing.
Oh yeah, China. I mean, then they're sending it through Mexico too, so it's on both sides with that shit.
Yeah, so they all make cash. Like there's a lot of infrastructure to get drugs up, and then even like within Mexico, like all the tourist stuff's cartel owned. So like Americans are their cash cows.
I'm looking at Google Finance. Microsoft market cap is 2.2 trillion.
Yeah,
with a quarterly earning revenue of 41 billion.
Yeah, so think of something similar to that. That's the cartel. There's a reason why we went after Afghanistan for the poppies, for the opioids, instead of going to South America. Because it's cheaper to go to Afghanistan.
Yeah, dude. Speaking of Afghanistan, one of the guys on MD stream told me that they are insults in the military now.
They've always been in the military, dude. Like, what do you mean? Like, they're now in the military? They've always been in the military.
Yeah, I had an army dude. I had an army dude tell me a story about this dude. He was on KHHV fresh out of high school, and he always talked about how he wanted a girlfriend, how he wished he could be with somebody. And the homie ran over an IED and got blown up. He died a virgin.
Damn.
Like it's pretty sad, man. You're gonna have entire like battalions, entire like infantry units of incel men in the future. It's gonna be insane.
Yeah, it's wild in there, and like it's not like the former like military stuff where you could go out and like get your dick wet like after like when during your downtime in a way. Now it's you got to follow the politics because you got men and women enlisting.
Yeah.
So like
men, women,
court
and
martial.
other. Yeah.
And other, yeah. Yeah, but like before, like let's say Vietnam War, like there are people often going into like the nightlife out there and get some Asian chicks. It's kind of like the wartime Geomax in a way.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, dude, it's pretty sad, man. Just think about this. Imagine a helicopter right full of like 6 to 8 soldiers, right? And it's like, hey, do you have a girlfriend? No. What about you, Sergeant? Do you have a girlfriend? No. I'm gonna go, when I get back home, I'm gonna go jack off to my fucking OnlyFans, my OnlyFans girlfriend, quote unquote, and my waifu doll. And the fucking Chinese dude or the Arab cell who blows up the fucking helicopter with an RPG, he's incel too.
Yep.
Yep, you gotta have a dude down on the battlefield pulling out his wallet and stroking a picture of fucking Bella Delphine and shit. That's the future.
Fucking, I know fucking legs crawling his way to the fucking edge of the fucking fucking pavement to fucking figure out to find his fucking wallet to stroke a picture. What a way to go!
So dude, they might as well just they might add that to like your salary. Like you get some OnlyFans bucks if you join the military.
Dude, you know how like during like World War I and World War II, guys would have photos of their wives or girlfriends in their helmets. I feel like in the future they'll have like pictures of like OnlyFans models in their helmets
or anime chicks.
Yeah, in their helmets.
Like, oh god, pick a fucking Ray or Oscar in their fucking goddamn fucking picture of the fucking goddamn helmet. My god.
Like instead of the pinup girls or whatever they got on the wall, they got these anime hoes.
Oscar was best girl would be his last fucking words.
Woo. No, you know how like you have the ace on like the helmet, like that in like Vietnam, you would see uwu on someone's helmet.
Oh god.
Or
this country.
Or you know how like
or poggers on their gun.
During World War II, guys would like spray graffiti on their tanks or spray like write graphics on their fucking tanks. In the future, you'll have like a waifu on the side of an M1 Abrams or like an OnlyFans name of their quote unquote girlfriend on the side of the fucking tank.
Yeah, it's wild. Yeah, it's gonna happen.
You're fighting for a fleshlight, bro.
Yeah, with a canteen of fucking tactical bathwater from some OnlyFans chick.
A gamer girl. What is it? Gamer girl bathwater.
Dude, I can just imagine the conversation inside the helicopter. Our grandparents fought for their wives. We're fighting for a fleshlight.
Yep. Pocket pussy. Yep.
Yeah, they're fighting for. They're defending their. They're defending their fleshlights.
I mean, as a Grim always said, basically, men fucking will make 6 figures to come home to an empty ass apartment and fuck a pocket pussy at night. It's true.
Yeah, I told y'all. At that point, it's just paying the jerk, being paid to jerk off. That's it.
Especially the Silicon Valley cells, man.
Yep, fucking make
It's
6 figures.
brutal reality for engineer cells like me.
6 figures to come home to a 1-bedroom apartment, fucking shitty ass fucking part of town, fucking no fucking furniture in the apartment, nothing but a fucking bed in the corner with no fucking frame. Just sit down with your pocket pussy and jerk off and go to sleep and wake up next fucking day.
Kleenex, man.
Wake up next day, do the same thing next day. Like, Jesus.
His Kleenex budget is like a few $100 a week.
Let me get this straight. You want to go home and sleep? I do. I'm tired. Oh God. Good old Joker.
I mean, we live in a society.
Censorship, right?
Huh?
That was the modern censorship.
Yep. That's how they keep it from going violent. So basically, at the end of the censored version of Joker, he just goes home and goes to sleep, and he wakes up. It's all a dream. He didn't actually kill a guy.
What? That just ruins the movie.
Cadicious, what is your view on alternative ways to get a girlfriend? Because I believe that like guys should be able to like use dolls, or if technology becomes more advanced, we get access to like hologram girlfriends like in Blade Runner, or we have like robot girlfriends like Android 18 from Dragon Ball Z.
Yeah, I'm not a fan of that.
I'm not a fan of dolls. It sounds like an android I can maybe get behind something like but a doll. It just seems like just pay for a hooker. Like you're gonna spend $3,000 on a fucking doll.
The doll costs like you can get, let's say like it's a couple $1,000 for a doll or something like that, or you get a shitty one. Let's say it's $1,000 for the sake.
Yeah.
How many $60 lays are you getting with like probably an 8 in TJ?
Wait, hold on. I'm not gonna speak for dolls, but I'm gonna speak against prostitutes just for a sec. Just as it is rising now, they're getting shitty with their attitudes. Can you imagine if they actually went in fucking mainstream?
I mean,
yeah.
Imagine being so incel that you can't even fucking prostitute.
The thing about prostitution, though, is that it's a way to like kind of help the market equalize itself in a way, because then you don't have to simp as hard. You can just drop it's cheaper than simping. It's as simple as that. And then if women could realize that they could be replaced as easy as just a little transaction, there might be an incentive to be more feminine and give guys what they want.
Yeah, but true. But I feel like girls today are getting a lot more picky, like with who they choose. Like, I remember, I was watching the Boondocks one time. Remember Tom DuBois? Jack Nickelback.
Yeah.
Homie was a lawyer. Homie was a persecuting lawyer and lived in a really nice white neighborhood. And that wasn't enough. Sarah didn't want him. She wanted to fuck Usher and she wanted to fuck Obama.
Yeah, it's just the thing about a doll and the android. Are you really getting what you want?
I want to get one when I get my own place. I plan on a doll maxing, or if technology gets better, android maxing. I just hope it helps. I just want one so badly.
I don't know. Like I feel like it's just not it's not the same. I don't think it would be the same. Like if it like was like looked like a human or anything, like past the uncanny valley and stuff like that.
All right,
maybe,
I'm gonna lay this on y'all. There are 4 things that are alternatives to biological women that are gonna end up looking extremely similar to the point where you can't tell the difference. And at that point, society's gonna change. Not in a good way or bad way, but it's gonna come to a point where it's gonna get weird. And it's the clones, the drones, the VR, and the trans. Once you can't tell the difference between all those and regular women, y'all think it's weird now. I don't know what psychologically we're gonna look like. It's gonna
But
be
honestly, bro, if they can clone women, like if they were to clone Luna Star or like any other big booty Spanish porn star, like clone her and like make her into your own personal like sex servant, I'd be okay with that shit.
fuck you mean shit. I'd be man. Fucking
You
make my
remember
own
the
nation and shit. It'd be over.
Jack Nickelback? You remember the synths from Fallout 4? The synths, they were humans, that they're robots that
Yeah.
look like humans. If they had something like that in real life, I'd be perfectly okay with it.
I mean, at this point, there's no other way. There's no other way for feminist societies to survive without some technological solution like that. Every other actual solution basically involves rolling things back socially away from feminism. So
Yeah, have you guys
drones or die.
I don't know. I personally wouldn't do the doll thing. I just wouldn't do it. It's not me getting what I want.
But
But
me
you're
out, though.
talking a hypothetical. When the technology advances, there's no guarantees that's even going to be within our lifetime. So it's all about living in the present, doing what you want to do, and like I think as a man, that's a part of being a man, just going for what you want and looking at the whole world as a global citizen where you can get it.
But hear me out though. So imagine like going to work, right? After work, you get off from work, go to the gym for a little bit, right? You go to the drive-through, pick up a couple of, or go to a local supermarket, get some items to cook, and your hologram girlfriend's waiting for you at home, like in Blade Runner, and she's like she's greeting you at the door, telling you how handsome you are.
So you're making a fantasy by thinking this. Like I mean, like if you're working on that as a project as like an engineer, then yeah, it'd be cool to talk about and waste your and have it flood your mind and use up your precious time that you have on this planet. But I think it's just you got to look at what you have in the present and work with what you got.
Dude, because to be honest, some people don't have shit in the present.
Yeah, and plus, dude, I'm a Zoomer, right? Dude, I'm a Zoomer, okay? I was born in 1999 at the tail end of the 20th century, okay?
Yeah, I'm a Zoomer too.
Zoomer girls are brutal as shit, dude. They do not like men they're not attracted to. They don't like average men. They don't even like above average men, to be honest with you. This Giga Chad only now. And it's very depressing knowing that my grandparents got some. They had a good sexual experiences, and my parents had good sexual experiences, but me, like, it's just so different. Like whenever I hear older people talk about how much sex they had back in the 90s and 80s and 70s, it sounds so alien to me.
Yeah, I guess you just gotta adapt with your current situation. Like I can't give you any advice because I don't know anything about your situation too much.
I agree.
We're a similar age group. Like we're dealing with the similar dating environment. Like, and in terms of like the women or dating environment, like the millions of like dice rolls that led us to where we are now, I don't know. So I can't give you good advice on what to do. The only thing I can do is provide options, what's out there in the world. And we kind of, every day is kind of an experiment towards what you want, going after what you want, figuring out what you want and what is possible within your capabilities.
All right, Caduceus, I'll say that I agree with you that ultimately people are talking about fucking like literally soulless objects regardless. But that's where the environmental pressure is. Like if people think about if people are already simping over fucking OnlyFans pics and Transformers, like sex bots are a step up from shit like that.
It is a step up from that, but yet again, it's kind of you're not getting what you want.
Yeah, I know. I'm just ultimately, yeah, it's a cope. And I'm not saying good or bad level. I'm just saying if they'll even tolerate what they're tolerating now, they're definitely getting
quenched.
The key is when it gets to the level where the subconscious is full. That's the real.
Yeah, yeah.
People are constantly gonna know it ain't shit, but if their subconscious like primal brain is triggered, like, oh, this feels like the simulation of love and all that, then yeah, a lot of people are just gonna float with it.
Yeah, and like if it's available, then that's an option people could do. But I don't foresee it either being. I don't foresee it coming soon enough in our lifetime, or if it's in our lifetime, it might be so expensive that most people can't access it.
No,
So,
I definitely
actually-
see it for our lifetime.
Caduceus,
Oh, go ahead.
hold up. Trying to go back. A guy in Japan, he actually married a hologram. If I can find a link for it, but there was a Japanese rice cell in Tokyo who married a anime hologram girl.
dude, people marry like bridges and shit. So,
Yeah.
Yeah, there's
I
already
don't
been
know.
Japanese men that marry game characters and shit. I think one was on a Game Boy. I forgot.
They'll marry the little figurines too that they have.
Yeah.
Yeah,
It's just
yeah.
sad.
Japan is weird, bro. Japan and America, man, are the incel capitals of the world, man. It's sad, dude.
I think
Like,
India rather.
Dude, it's
China.
a society of cope, catering to cope. Like even those what do you call it, the maid cafes, where the
Yeah.
girls dress up like those French maids and yes master, I'll serve all your needs, blah blah blah. It's all like society business catered to cope.
Yeah, there's a market for it, and they're serving that.
yeah,
Yeah,
Again,
and even the it's not just like those niche ones where like the otakus go to get their favorite whatever maid cafe or whatever. It's like even in general the working class salary man, it's like it's more common to go to some club afterwards and it's like a hostess bar and you got women talking to you pretending that they like you. It's that female validation that they seek.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
It's pretty bad in terms of decline.
yeah. That's the thing about it. Though. Like once you get that, like a few times, the validation, like it's hard for those guys that have never had it, like the incels, especially because like they crave it, they don't know how it feels, and they just want to know what it's like to have sexual gratification from a woman. And then like if you get it, you're like, if you get it like every once in a while, and you've experienced it, you're like, oh, this isn't like the best thing in the world. I'd rather like if I want to get my nut on, I can just get my nut on,
yeah. But
whether there's gratification or not.
Caduceus, even if you do, like for example, with me, even when you do manage to get female sexual validation, other incels will get mad at you.
Really?
Yes.
oh,
Yeah. So, but
man, who gives a fuck? You're not fucking the
Yeah.
incels. Who cares? They think.
Like
I would
when I
take that anger in stride. Goddamn, like shit.
yeah,
like
and
when I
if
lost
they're-
my virginity, I posted it in this Discord chat for not for brain cells, another incel forum. I think cellmates or sellouts on Reddit before Reddit committed.
I used to lurk brains. I used to lurk brain cells.
Yeah, so did I.
At first it was like us like I was blue pilled then. We were like making fun of it, but then we were like, these guys are spitting some facts here. It was like one of those things where we didn't know about the black pill and stuff, and we kind of we were looking at some of the posts and thought it was like kind of we were like making fun of it, mocking it, but then I was like, these guys are onto something here.
You've heard of r-incel tears?
No.
Okay, so r-incel tears is a subreddit made for mocking and bullying incels. They actually bullied a couple incels that are committing suicide in real life.
Dude, that's
and they made
terrible.
fun of them and mocked their deaths.
Dude, that's fucked up, man.
Yeah, and they also had actual pedophiles on that.
Yeah. Dr.
Yeah,
Pizza.
and so-
Literally,
Yeah, there's this
Dr.
one.
Pizza. Like, let me stop.
Yeah.
So there's this one fucktard on there by the name of user-Brazilian Sigma, and he screenshot my post every 5 seconds. Like he'll screenshot my shit. And I'm like, at that time, like my 18, 17-year-old behind lives rent-free in this guy's head.
Yeah, that's wild.
It's pathetic, dude. He'll
Pathetic.
screenshot my post. He would message me one time on Reddit messaging talking about stop being a misogynist. I told him to go fuck himself. Like it's just so pathetic, dude.
What are your stats? We already went over his stats, but
yeah, 6 foot tall, white guy. I would say looks probably high tier normie. Used to be a fat cell, no longer a fat cell.
yeah, it's sort of like me actually. I was a fat cell for a long time too, and then when I lost the weight, that's when my luck changed. So
yeah.
See, that's fucked up. If I lost weight, I'd just be fucking heroin addict. Y'all lose weight, y'all turn into Chad and shit.
Yeah.
sad part is I'm not even as skinny that I could be, and I'm actually getting stuff that is really weird. But a lot of the fat I lost.
Mystery, hold on, mystery. Save some pussy for the rest of us. God damn.
But it's true. Like, I
But,
haven't even,
But just please tell me you're not keeping track of your lay count.
But back to the hold up, Kadishis, since you're a white guy, right?
Yeah.
Why do white incels always say blacks are Volcel because of BBC theory? And there's something me and Pluto have.
JBW is stronger than BBC theory.
Exactly. I tried to explain this to the to me and the base Pluto, right? We tried to explain this shit to all the white guys in our Discord chat, and they don't get it.
Like I'll see like there's a black woman with her like Tyrone boyfriend, like, and I'll see that the eyes wandering towards me a little bit, and then it'll go back to the Tyrone dude. And I think Hold the Truth. I like shouting out this guy because I chat with him on the phone a bit at times. But he said something to me where it was like, where Tyrones are for rent, and then like they want to rent a Tyrone, but they want to buy a Chad.
Exactly. And a lot of the white guys don't understand. They see us as human dildos. They don't see us as actual like marriageable, white husband material. But since a lot of them are only concerned about sex, and a lot of these white incel dudes, especially the white guys, they don't live anywhere near black people. They live in mostly these all white suburban enclaves, so they're not really around us like that. Whenever a white guy says, "Oh, BBC is real, just be black," BBC's taking over. Ask them without Google, right? How tall is the average black male in America?
Probably say 6 feet.
No, they'll say shit like
Not
6'3", 6'4", 6'2", like stupid ass shit like that. 6'6" one time.
It's probably like 5'10" or something. 5'9".
Exactly.
5'10". Yeah. It's probably similar in height for the. Yeah. I'm just typing this.
And a lot of these guys don't get it. And they've called me a Volcel. They'll call me like a Tyrone, even though I'm the farthest thing from a Tyrone. It's just so aggravating, dude.
Yeah, it's their way of like coping, I guess. Like it's kind of the similar thing where like who's the biggest victim here, and then you get like victim points.
Another form of the oppression Olympics. You know, it's like, oh, I'm the bigger incel because I'm a 5'2" Indian janitor from Nicaragua who couldn't who lost his foot in the war. It's like, okay, well maybe you are, and then he playing this game where it's like I'm actually shittier than you are because I'm literally a midget and I have no hair and I'm a burn victim. It's like, okay, well, like all of a sudden we start going down this constant like stack of like who's worse and who's worse and who's worse, and it's like, okay.
Yo, but back to we're talking about Kadishis. I actually posted a picture of this Steve Urkel nerdy looking black dude in Discord chat. I told him, according to what you guys say, you basically what you're saying is a guy like that can get pussy. A framelit, lanky, nerdy black dude can get pussy from white girls. They were like, yes, he can because he has BBC theory. They're just so it's autism.
No, it's not true. Yeah, like you're ahead of the rice cells and the curry cells, but you're you're not ahead of JBW is way stronger.
Exactly.
And then there's even like prostitutes. Let's say, like if you look at prostitutes in other countries, there'll be ones that say, "I don't do black men," as a rule.
The ones here say the exact same shit. The ones here,
they'll say stuff like, "I won't do black men, but I'll do everyone else that way."
Yeah, we gotta have a civil rights march over pussy and shit.
Facts, bro. I'm gonna Malcolm X my shit.
Absolutely. Martin Luther King did not die for this. I'm just saying.
Yeah. But I'm not gonna lie, bro. Malcolm X was more base compared to MLK. MLK was kind of soy. I'm not gonna lie.
But his simping caught up to him though. Like and then like the feminist
Malcolm was base.
Into the
Malcolm
Panthers.
was OG Red Pill. He was Red Pill before Red Pill was even a thing. Like he called out a lot of the white feminists for their bullshit. Like he was OG red pill.
Yeah. Yeah, I think I've read like a passage from one of his books, and it was pretty based.
Yeah. If he was alive today, they'll cancel him. He's a misogynist. He's a sexist. He hates women. Oh God, dude.
Yeah, that's pretty much.
And what's something really funny is that Coach Black Pill or Coach Blue Pill or Coach Soy Pill, who's actually a fan of Malcolm. He's actually read a couple of his stuff. And there's no way he could be a fan of Malcolm and be that fucking soyish Coach Black Pill. There's no way.
Yeah. See, hey, but what I noticed about him though is whenever he was on a stream, he would premise every single time he hopped on as, "Oh, I gotta go soon, but I'll drop a few points." If the conversation's like light and he's chill, he'll stay for quite a bit. He'll stay for a while. But once it starts heating up towards him, like, or he might get exposed, he's like, "Oh, I gotta get back to work."
Yeah,
he's always gotta go.
Yeah. And in Coach Black Pill, he's not Black Pill. His channel name is just a rip off of Coach Red Pill. Yeah,
and like what we called him, it was Hold the Truth. Had a big expose on him, and like about like right after that, he said, I'm done with the black pill. I'm not a black pill." I think he wrote in a comment that I'd rather like drink cyanide than be like labeled with like a certain pill. I don't know if that's the exact quote, but he deleted that comment because people weren't supporting him, and then it deleted the whole thread because it was the first comment.
Yeah, and the Discord server with them, and everybody hates Coach Black Pill. Like they hate Coach Black Pill more than they hate the fucking dating roaches. They cannot stand Coach Black Pill.
CVP the failed normie. That's what he said.
What can you say? I guess. Yeah, I didn't like the like I really like MD stream, and I don't like when people get kind of hyped up within the black pill, like because he spits he's like he said, it's the dark gray pill, as Hold the Truth said, where it's like he knows a lot of truth and then it's just tainted with that one little bit of like lie, that the simping for the female validation that just taints the whole thing.
Yeah. One of my favorite streams by MD was when he talked about how the manosphere, all these red pill clowns like ML, Modern Life Dating, Butt Plug Fitness, a lot of these dudes, it's basically a mental asylum for these like red pillars, basically. If that those lines.
Like I think I called it the Manitarium, and and like I wouldn't want to drag anyone into this community, like anyone from the outside. If they find it themselves, like I'll happily chat with them about it. But it's crazy. Like you got Slauson out there, you got all kinds of weirdos that are just waiting and they'll go after your like family and stuff.
Dude, fucking MLD, I think the guy on Modern Life Dating wasn't he taking pictures of little girls and shit?
Yeah, he was. Yeah.
Hey, like a lot of these dating coaches, and one thing I didn't like was when Face and LMS, right, the homie Face and LMS went on their show to explain the black pill, and they just roasted his shit. They didn't even give him the brother chance. That's one of the strangest streams I've ever seen, because you got so many things going on. You got Face and LMS getting like talked over by everyone. You then have Rolo and Cooper are having like they're trying to mog each other, and they're trying to mog each other throughout the whole stream. You have Rolo dropping in like this really gay looking dude in the high heels and like in the underwear. He posted that like just randomly in the middle of the stream, and then that's also when MLD pulls on the cripple guy. Oh yeah, I remember that one. This guy is in a wheelchair. He's a paraplegic. He's crippled from the waist down.
Everything I listed is in like a span of like 20 minutes. It's a fever dream of a stream. If you ever
dude. My favorite quote by MLD when he was trying to gaslight Face. This guy's in a fucking wheelchair and he has a girlfriend. Wanna know why? Because he took my courses. Shut the fuck up. You know what you're talking about. I'm like, dude, Face would fuck you up IRL, dude. Like
I know, yeah. Oh man, yeah. I just see that, and I'm just like, like that's a fever dream of a video. I gotta find the clip
Yeah,
of it.
dude.
It's like 23 minutes of pure chaos.
Yeah, I did. And
That
then
sounds like
the
an
thing is,
Adult
right?
Swim commercial. What the fuck was going on?
Like,
Yeah.
and the thing is, right? Face had no intention to go on. I talked to Face on Discord, right? Because I'm not in the Discord server, but he's in the Mamoon Discord server every now and then.
Yeah.
Like when he went onto the show, homie had no he had no intention to actually be hostile towards those dudes. Like Face wanted to go on there just do a clean cut debate, and they just started going on him for no apparent reason.
Yeah, and then it seemed like it seemed like Rolo and Cooper were trying to like ask questions, but then they started trying to mog each other for control of the stream.
Because Kadishis, what you got to understand, right? A lot of these dudes have a high school mentality, if you get what I'm saying.
Yeah.
Yeah, they pick on a weaker guy in front of a stronger guy to make themselves look good for the stronger, more alpha male. This is weird high school.
Yeah, and that was where Cooper like overthrew Rolo for a bit.
Yeah.
It was kind of funny.
Did you guys watch the Lux Maximus video? How
that's the
he shows Rolo being mogged?
Yeah, that was the same stream that Face and LMS one.
Yeah, that was super based.
Yeah, Lux Maximus. I mean, I like. I'm not down with like the panty sniffing stuff, but I like that he's just laying out truths.
Yeah.
Wait, hold up. Everybody pause. Like, you can't just drop that and then just move on. Like, what the fuck?
Yo, Jack,
the panty sniffing.
Jack, you don't know about Lux Maximus?
I heard. I ain't hear no panty sniffing. Like, what?
Yeah, he had a video that he dropped. He like bought like these panties from some chick with like pictures.
Oh my god!
Supposedly this girl wore these panties for like 5 days straight, and then mailed it to him. And then he's on the camera. He's on the camera sniffing them and going like, "Ooh, that's pungent." Instead of
oh no,
dude, you remember, dude, hold up, Kadishis, you remember Hammerhead? Remember him?
Oh man, I'm kind of like newer to the sphere, but I heard about Hamby Ham, Dirty Santa. Is that? I sometimes get like YouTube recommended like his videos at times and his community posts, and there was one where like it showed one of his rooms, his man cave or something. It's just a bunch of like anime waifu dolls everywhere.
Dude, what's another YouTuber? I that's kind of funny to me. What's some of these names? Not TRP. TRP is pretty cool, but another one.
I like TRP.
TFM is funny as shit. I love TFM.
Yeah, I haven't watched him too much. I know he's big on the dolls, so maybe that's
why you're
big on the dolls.
I actually got in trouble because I watched one of his videos it was a review for Pocket Pussy, and I watched it in the computer lab at my community college, and the lady asked me what I was watching, and I X'd out real quick.
Yeah, you gotta get that VPN, pal.
And like,
that was weak. You should have kept that shit on and pointed it out to her. Assert dominance. Could have got laid.
Oh, you got to hold frame. You got to game as a librarian.
Like the literal 16 by 9 frame on the computer. You got to hold that shit. Maybe print it out for her so she could take it home. I don't know.
You gotta,
like TFM had like this pocket like blowjob thing, his blowjob tube thing. And he's like, yeah, you put your meat inside of here and then you press the button, turn it on. It's an excellent feeling. The suction is really good. It's like it will last for a while. And I'm like, what are you watching? I'm like, nothing, and I just X'd out.
You guess like TFM's Monkeynomics stuff he would do. He had his old videos were actually really good. Someone just said Payne said that, and I actually like the little content a lot. I think the only thing he has on the channel now is sex fucking shit content, which I don't give a fuck about. So
yeah, dude, homie be reviewing like not anal beads, be reviewing like mad like pocket pussies, pocket blowjob, like. Where does he store all this shit in his house? Like,
and he got maintenance too.
That's a
lot of work, man.
Most likely, like shit.
That's a lot of work.
So Kadushi, real quick, just to ask you a question, real quick. So I asked this question to everybody. So I'm kind of curious. So like, knowing what you know about women and the black pill and all that, like, what exactly do you want out of women at this point in your life? Like, what's your end game?
Endgame. Okay. It would have to be someone not in the West, like as in like the US or like Europe. Not that's off. It's over for that. But I think I don't know. Like there's like two avenues, like in terms of like family building, like strategic wise, strategy wise. Someone that can like I kind of want to do the multiple bases of operation thing, like I said, with America being the dungeons with all the loot, and then I spend it to build my empire elsewhere that way. So I'm not sure, like we're bringing up, I'm not sure if it's going to be like one family, two families or not, or where it's pretty much like the mother of the kids raise the kids, have the family around while I'm out working, some good lays. And then if she acts up, I can go pay to play or hook up with someone. Like it's all about strategy. Like it's in terms of having best odds for the kids at that point.
Kadishis, I was gonna ask you, what do you think about people who use a black pill as an excuse to be lazy?
I mean, that's their problem that they're being lazy, but using it as an excuse, it's no excuse because you got a lot of guys out there living life. You got a lot of guys living their best lives, just going after what they want. I think it's not using the black pill as an excuse, saying it's completely over. I think it's a poor excuse because you know where you stand, you know where you stand on the ground and how you adjust. You actually know how to adjust, and you can really focus your energy towards what you want and where you can realistically achieve it. Now, if you want like some fucking supermodel to suck your dick every day and cook for you, like that's pretty unrealistic, and you can say that's over, but you might be able to still have get all your needs met and travel the world, do your hobbies, do a few women,
because a lot of these guys, they'll say shit like, and I'm not lying, they'll say shit like work is a cope.
How is it a cope? It's a way you can make money.
Exactly, bro. And what they'll do, a lot of the older guys, right? They'll shame other younger dudes who actually want to improve themselves and better their chances in this fucked up anti-male society. They'll tell them, oh, it's over, LDAR, bum max, fucking Tyrone Biggums max.
The thing about these guys that are being like lazy though, they're putting in so much work, like classifying everything instead of just going after what they want in life. Like if they just focus that research towards what they can do to make their life better, some solutions, they might, even if they got halfway to what they were imagining, or if they experimented and realized some things weren't possible based on their looks or their financial, whether they have financial constraints. But at least you have the knowledge. Because
a lot of these guys, sorry.
I'm just saying, you got these blue pill guys that every time they go out, they're gesturing, they're buying drinks, they're buying food, they're spending hundreds of dollars that just derails their time and their precious time for nothing. Now you know the ground you stand on. You know how you can move and fit. You know how to move, and because you know the truth.
You're absolutely right about that.
Kind of have to accept that for some men, the knowing sometimes the only move is not to play. You know what I mean? I think for a certain subset of men, depending on how low on the totem pole you are.
Are you talking about just women in that scenario?
Oh no, I'm talking about anything though. Like if you're like born into abject poverty in the middle of Ethiopia somewhere, you can't fucking feed your fucking family. Like sometimes, depending on how fucking fucked you are,
that's a great point.
It applies to almost every situation you can think of. If you're born in the bottom rung of society, working your way up that is like almost like nearly like people act like people can just achieve anything, but in reality, your circumstances where you start off at determine a whole lot of where you're going to end up at in American society and most societies. So like somebody's like a 5'2", balding Indian janitor, fucking burn victim, fucking dude. I don't expect him to ever fucking like, if he even has dreams of getting married and having a wife, don't bother. Like you're not going to get that. But like, you should maybe think about, in his case, his only solution might be to like lay out in a rot when it comes to women, but maybe he can work somewhere and make money. But like, I don't know. But
Yeah, and you make an excellent point because like my focus is more West centric because most of the people I talk with are either in
which
the
makes
United
sense.
States or Europe. But yeah, and I think it's also like you see it with like the immigrants that moved to the United States in a way. Like their focus of their whole life, like their mission was to like get to a place where you can like make money and then have the family there so that they can be set up to have the freedom, the financial freedom, the resources to be able to travel around, figure out what they want. So in some cases it might just be and then again, having a family, since everything's globalized now, it's like it's a new environment for everyone, and we just kind of have to experiment within our limits, I guess.
Yeah, I think that I always tell people, I've said this a million times in the stream, but I always tell people to be make a informed and a measured decision about, like, just be brutally honest about where you are in life, and then once you're brutally honest with yourself and you figure out where you are in your life, you can make a better decision about what's next to do. I mean, for some men, it might actually be the only move might only be not to play and just lay on the rot, to get neat bucks and live off the system. For other men, if you're like a 6 out of 10, 7 out of 10 dude, okay, well, you have more resources and less excuses than the guy who's like a 3 or a 2 or a 1. Like, you just flat out have less excuses. You should probably
but you're
do a
not
little
being
more.
lazy in that situation though. You're
What in what situation?
But in your situation where those
Bottom
guys
run?
like aren't playing in one area, they have a vision on how they want to live their life grounded in reality, and they're
Yeah,
working
exactly.
towards it. That's not being lazy in my eyes.
It depends. Some people view, like, if you're being unproductive in society, you're lazy. It really does depend on your view. Yeah.
Well, yeah, that's the thing. That's the high value man scam in
Yeah.
a way, where you're simping like by like seeking validation from society. It's simping by proxy.
Yeah.
in a
Because you're
way.
paying into its tax system that fucking basically benefits women overall.
Yeah,
Everything,
it's by proxy you're simping.
Isn't that human nature though, to seek basically acceptance from the surrounding humans? Like, that's
But the biggest part of the black pill though is figuring out that like nothing's loyal to you, and it kind of just tells you where you stand in the hierarchy, and you can figure out what you want to do from there.
yeah. I'm just saying, like, that urge isn't necessarily bad. It's just outdated with the current environment. So, even what we're saying with the black pill and all that, we do have to remember that we're telling people to, again, to quote Blade, we're telling motherfuckers to ice skate uphill.
Yeah.
We're telling them to go all against their nature and shit. Not everybody could do that, and even for those that can, this is gonna be hard as hell.
But
not saying it shouldn't. It's just what it is.
Kadishis, the reason why I brought that topic up earlier, because a lot of these guys, a lot of these incels, I'll saying all, but some are failed normies. They're conformists. They want to live the Western lifestyle. They want the fucking Tesla that's gonna break down in 10 months. They want a mansion they can afford. And they want a fucking big booty, fucking porn star bimbo, fucking blonde or blue-eyed white wife that's gonna cheat on them with Chad in a heartbeat. And they don't understand there's life outside of that. They just don't understand that shit. I'm trying to sound blue pill, but you can leave the West and go to a different country and make good money over there. And get a better quality of life.
Yeah. This is a common topic that comes up on the streams I've been on. We actually got in a little bit heated debate on Tony Bruno's channel about like some of the guys looking for like a traditional wife in the US, and we're saying it's kind of over for that based on the laws. And then they were saying, hey, why limit yourself? Why get married in in a very limiting society for men when you have the whole world open to you in some way?
Yeah, because a lot of these guys think if it's not America or Western Europe, it's inferior, when that's not true. For example, in Singapore and those certain parts of Southeast Asia, they laugh at us and call us dirty because a lot of these cities, a lot of these guys live in, these liberal metropolitan cities. It's Gotham City. There's dirt and trash everywhere. There's fucking homeless people. You're working a little bullshit 9 to 5 job to come home to a mattress and a fucking Xbox and a case of beer.
Yeah. Well, you have similar crime rates in American cities to a lot of foreign, even like
Yeah.
third world cities, that as long as there isn't a war going on, you're fine.
Yeah,
And they have an incentive to protect you because you bring in a ton of money to the area. That's the difference
yeah,
between American cities and going overseas to
yeah.
other.
Back in 2010 or 2011, they did a study saying that more people died in Chicago than the war in Iraq. So what does that tell you?
Yeah, that's brutal.
Tells me we did a great job in that war. Really good numbers.
like this whole Western lie, this whole Western lifestyle, it's unhealthy. You know, it's unhealthy to to want to like kill yourself because you're not Chad. And a lot of these guys have this mindset: if I'm not Chad, I'm just gonna lie down and rot or commit suicide, and they shouldn't have that mindset.
But yeah, that's why like I want to just on the streams just offer solutions, possible solutions that may be worth exploring. Like they might not be what works for you, but it could work. And it kind of adds a little extra excitement. You're like, hey, I want to see what this part of the world has to offer. And if I want to maybe you're kind of scouting and it's kind of cool. I
Yeah.
think that's cool.
And then a lot of things, since these guys love the Western lifestyle, they want to be a part of it so badly because they're conformists. A lot of them think if it's not milk, it's gross. I've had dudes literally tell me they don't want to have sex with an Asian girl because they're afraid they might get her pregnant and they don't want to make another ER. I'm like, you know, condoms exist. You realize that, right?
Yeah, condoms exist and stuff, and
yeah, they make every kind of bullshit excuse to lust after white Stacy that's not gonna want them.
Yeah, it's just you just gotta know what you want, and it's gotta be grounded in reality, and then
I'm not trying to be mean, but if you're a Spurg, because I'm a Spurg, I have Asperger's syndrome, and there's another guy who comes on here. His name starts with a S. You guys know what I'm talking about. And I kind of feel like when I'm talking to him, because he says like, for example, Mr. School will be having a conversation, and then he'll jump in and say something like, "Oh, single moms," out of nowhere. And I feel like he's so socially inept that like he might not be able to ascend. I'm not being mean. I'm not calling him out. I'm just saying how it is.
Yeah. I mean, it's like that sometimes. Yeah. And
I think I was doing this thing yesterday. First with actually in my comment section, he basically said he believes like 80% of fucking the incel community's mental cells. A good portion of them have autism or some sort of like they're not neurotypical. And I think he's absolutely right. I think there's this large portion of the incel community that are just a bunch of like mental cells and have autism and some other problems.
Yeah.
And like really like I even did a video about like the how like there cannot be by definition of a bell curve that many subhumans in the world. There just can't be that many. So
yeah, well, a part of it though is that those are the people that are self-aware enough to know they're incel.
Yeah.
But the number of incels is much larger.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, we don't forget it's not about whether a man is average or not, it's whether he's average to that woman or not.
Yeah.
Women being hypergamous, like average is around top 20%. So yeah, there's a lot more normal looking people in the incel community, but that's because they got priced out the market.
Yeah.
They got priced out the market early on, probably, and then all the mental problems developed from not having proper social interaction, I would say.
That's probably a little of both.
Yeah, I mean, I think I said this last stream, but if you think about the school and education system, just even 10 years back, like it's kind of like you're almost guaranteed to get that normal social interaction. I think even now, I just feel so bad for the kids these days. It's either homeschool. Chad 19 actually did force them out of the school. So it's like, even 2 years missing 2 years in actual, school social environment, it's like critical to developing those. It's like the people that are like 8 years old now that missed out on 2 years. It's like that's time they'll never get back.
True. So Kadishis, what I was gonna say as well, you are right. There are a lot of incels in the community who are who are autistic, who have Asperger's, but you don't understand is that well, you probably do, is that autism is like a spectrum. There are guys who are high
Yeah.
functioning like me, like guys who can go to work, guys who can own their own place,
But
guys
I
who
was, if I pause you, I wasn't saying that. Someone else brought up I think you brought up the autism spectrum disorder, and a lot of people in the incel community. But I'm just making a point that the incel community is the group of guys that are self-aware enough to recognize they're incels.
Yeah.
So that like, I guess like you're a bit more introspective. You're kind of analyzing the world a little closer, and that's probably more common among people with ASD. So it's just kind of the nature of figuring out that you're an incel is probably a bit more common for people on the spectrum, a little more leaning more one way on the spectrum than the other. Because there's incels, there's loads of incels. Like I think there's like. I don't know if it's not really scientific proof to this study, but like it's speculated that like throughout history, only 40% of like males were reproducing and about 80% of women were reproducing.
Yeah.
And
that's via
and that's historic, and it's harder now.
Mitochondrial DNA studies is what they typically go off of. Yeah.
Yeah. So they're saying that. So inceldom's not a new thing. It's just you're able to connect on the internet with people. You can cross-reference data. The people that are to analyze are gonna come together. They're gonna flock together.
Yeah, great that you brought up that topic, because I think that like before the dating apps, before the internet access became widespread, I feel like women compared the men that wanted them to other men in the area. But with the advent of widespread internet access, you now can compare the average guy to like Chad, who's 2 towns over, if you get what I'm saying.
Yeah, you can drive out, you can fly out, you can do whatever.
Yeah.
And beyond that, beyond that though, like these women, if you even stuff like Instagram is like really if you actually look at the way that system works, it's really it just makes it the problem even worse, because like these women have immediate access to like celebrities and person that high profile people, because like they all have Instagrams, you can DM each other. It's really like, so they have access to even men they would normally have no access to at all. Like, it's one thing to have like access to the high school football captain and maybe the next guy next town over, but when you have access to quite literal like people who are like millions of dollars and billions of dollars, like what the fuck? Like you even Chad's okay, like you can be Chad and be good looking, but like can you compete with fucking a guy who's Chad with $1 billion? No, like they're like everybody's feeling the crunch right now.
Yeah. Well, now the money max and the social max thing, it's you're gonna get mogged in either category, like no matter how successful you are. So looks, they really only have to go off of looks, because they can get their money from a simp, they can get into places from other simps.
Shit, fuck the simps. You also have the government. They like,
and the government.
Women are too big to fail.
Also, Kadishis, looks and behavior also intercept. That's why I thought the black pill is for me. It's looks and behavior intercepting, because your looks can predetermine your behavior. You get what I'm saying by that?
Yeah, but I would be careful about like behavior. I would say that there are mental cells, but if you put too much weight on the behavior side, you're gonna add like a little merit to like the dating coaches.
Yeah.
No, what I mean by that, like if you're like, imagine if a black dude, right, is 5'3" and 110 pounds soaking wet. Can he thug max to get a girlfriend?
I mean, will she be attracted to him though?
No. His looks are preventing him from thug maxing, because he's 5'2" and 110 pounds. He can't thug max.
I mean, he'd have
a hell of a time.
It's not as likely, but yeah, but I see thug maxing as just a deranged form of status maxing in a way.
And the thing is, right, that lifestyle, bro,
antisocial behavior. Oh, go
yeah,
ahead.
the thing is, that lifestyle, it cuts your life in half dramatically. That's why so many Black and Latino men die before the age of 30. Like, that lifestyle it's very dangerous. Yes, you get pussy fast, but like bullets are faster. If you get what I'm saying.
Yeah, it's a form of status maxing, and then again, you're not getting attraction from women. You're paying to play. You're paying in status.
Yeah.
The status is your currency there, or drugs, because you're probably around a lot of drugs.
Hey, hold on now. I got to go back to Lambs for this because I'm not. Let's say a drug dealer, he might not exactly have status, and he might not exactly be violent, but it's just the fact that motherfucker's criminal. He can get pussy.
That is true. I've seen it happen.
Even some short motherfuckers that are ugly can do that.
I don't know, but it would help. Like just on its own independent factor.
Because usually those criminal guys that are thug max, they're Tyrone usually.
Man, hell no! Like not. There's some regular ass looking thugs and shit, or drug dealers and shit.
Yeah, but like regular ass looking, like are you talking about like the 5'1" kind of like ugly as fucking sin dude? Yeah, he can thug max, but are women still gonna like him, or does Lamb still work?
Because he's gonna have to pay a higher price and status than the regular dude.
But Seditious, hold up, Seditious. When you thug max, so you're competing with other men who are bigger than him and stronger than him. So the guy who's a framelit and a man, he can't thug max because number one, he has to physically compete with other men.
If you got a fucking gun, you can just pop some motherfuckers.
Bro, you can't shoot your way out of everything. There's a reason people work out. Goddamn.
True, yeah, but you can be a strong little guy. You might not have the reach. It's a lot harder for you. It's possible. But
yeah, that brings me up to a story. This is a true story from this kid I went to high school with. He thug maxed at 5'7" and 113 pounds, and he actually went to jail and became a transformer while in jail.
Damn.
Yeah, he hangs out by CVS. He wears the acrylic long nails, belly button piercing, the yoga pants, the Pumas, the hair in a bun. You know, like, what's up, bitch? Hey, you got a cigarette for me, honey? Like I don't know what they did to him while he was in jail.
He got turned out. Shit.
Because he was a normal Spanish dude before he went in. He was a normal like curly haired Spanish kid when he went in. I don't know what happened to him. Like when he was like,
bro, he just let all his fucking Aztec ancestors down and shit. But bro, I'm just saying, like, your fucking ancestors fought the Spanish off and the fucking Pilgrims, assuming he's in North America, to end up there. Like, the fuck?
Yeah.
And now and the thing is, the fucked up part is, no homo, but like, he looks more feminine than most actual women nowadays.
Oh, damn. Yeah, that's brutal.
So Caduceus, what would you say is the primary cause of infidelity? Obviously, you're probably gonna say looks, right? But that would be pretty obvious.
Yeah, I'm saying looks.
Like, what's like the formula for you? Like, is it like looks plus something else plus something else?
I think attraction and like willingness to have sex are two different things. I think it's looks from the beginning. Like it's just simple. It's not fair to like in most cases, like women, and there's a lot of areas where men and women are different, but I think in terms of how quickly you know if you're attracted to someone is pretty similar. Like, you know, in an instant if like a chick's bad or not.
Mm-hmm.
You know, and they have the same thing. They know within a snap of a finger, like what guys that they're attracted to, what guys make them wed in some way.
Yeah.
So like, but then everything else from there is essentially pay to play. And whether you're paying in money, status, or drugs, any sort of currency, you're paying to play. Yeah. So, and but here's the thing about the current market though, is that you're getting outbid everywhere you go, because we're in a global society now. So you got some, if you want to money max, you're going to get money mogged by some prince or some celebrity. And
I do want to push back on this idea that you're always paying to play.
You're not always paying to play if she's attracted to you.
Well, describe what you mean by paying to play, because you said looks and other things too.
Well, if she's not attracted to you and there's like an ulterior motive to sleep with you, like if she's after your money, or if she's after like what, like let's say you got status, like you can get her connected with some powerful people where she can have more good experiences beyond. You can tell if a woman's attracted to you when she sleeps with you or when she comes up to you, because she'll just go up and start grabbing you and shit. It's pretty simple. Everything else is like, okay, what can I get out of this guy?
Fair enough.
Which is why I think the game stuff is so dangerous, because you're just setting up men to become targets.
Yeah, I know. Someone like Kevin Samuels, he still pushes the marriage pill quite a bit.
High value man pill.
Yeah, high value man, and the marriage. He actually pushes marriage quite a lot, which is surprising for me, or surprising to me. Honestly, I'm surprised he pushes it so much, but like it was really odd. And I don't know, like it seems like a
do you think that he pushes it so hard because he actually gets results? And
he likes men.
His currency, like it's like, hey, I got 8 couples married. My results speak for themselves.
Yeah, it might be a marketing ploy to like get more people on the
marketing thing.
Yeah,
and he does advice for women too.
Yeah, and in actuality, I don't think he gives a shit. It's just more. It's a tangible result that he can flaunt his achievements, I guess.
Yeah, that's a good point.
I also kind of there's someone wants to comment in a another in the comment section. I can probably find it if I look for it hard enough. But basically, this kind of like this high value man concept is really odd, because like people openly admit that like if you want to be a high value man, it's like we come up with like these like weird criterion on which like, okay, you have to be making over 6 figures, so you can't just be making 6 figures. It's like $140,000 for like 5 years at least, and then have a circle of people around you and all this stuff. And basically, he kind of just made it up on his own, and there really was no like deliberation about this is what a high value man really is. And this weird concept of like money maxing, even money maxing to some extent, like this idea that like every single man is going to somehow ascend and make 6 figures next year, or can even make 6 figures, is extremely like cancerous. Like this idea that like it's all about the average not being good enough, and that every man has to strive to make 6 figures. But at the end of the day, everybody knows that's not going to happen, and it's never happened in the history of mankind. Not everybody can't make it to the top.
No, hold on. I can push back on this, Missy. There's a word for what happens when every man's making 6 figures.
Inflation.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Oh, and Black Ronin was bringing this up. That guys have their every what did you say about like if it isn't milk, it's like tainted. People want the American Western dream that was sold to them throughout their whole childhood, and when they realize that they can't achieve it, it's brutal, and it's a form of coping that they think, oh, I can buy my way in, when they can't. And the idea of that you're bringing up, that statistically improbable for the average person to get up to 6 figures, like in terms of that value, is a great point they bring up. You're just telling people to simp for society.
See if I can find this comment. It was a really good comment that somebody left in this guy's video. If I can find it.
Yeah, but I work in the corporate sector making 6 figures, right? Like the actual brutality is like, we have 2 open recs on my team. Starting salary is $125K, and it's been sitting there for like 8 months. So, the jobs are there, but it's such a very few percentage of people that will actually get it. So this whole concept of pushing, oh, you need to make 6 figures, I think it's just like, it's like you're trying to find a needle in a needle stack.
Yeah, and what are you getting 6 figures for? Like, does your lifestyle, the way you live, everything you do in your life, does it require 6 figures? Because then you're just sacrificing more time for something that doesn't make your life better. Anyways,
especially for men. where we're fucking living in a fucking one room apartment with a fucking PS5, and we could just be happy. Even if not happy, at least okay with that shit.
Yeah, so like at that point, you're only doing it for female validation, which is simping. If that's the only reason you're doing it for.
Yeah, and so the idea of like having to, brainwash men that you're not worthy enough if you're not getting six for them is just, I think, ludicrous. It's like, hey, black men, why aren't you all like, LeBron James? You know what I mean?
Yeah, I've looked it up. As far as for men, male incomes, 100,000 is literally the beginning of the top 20%. So it's right back to fucking Pareto right there.
Yep.
Yeah, and I mean, to me, it's still surreal, like earning this kind of salary. I mean, but then ultimately, it's like the employer per se. If you not unless you're in your own self-employed and you're, generating some business of your own to six figures, but it's like you actually do have to perform. You have to put work out in order for you to justify your high salary to be there. You know what I mean? So it's like, oh, it's not like, oh, you're just gonna get a six figure, some cushy office job or whatever. It's like, no, dude, I'm always under the constant pressure of like, I need to perform, I need to deliver, I need to, show my worth. Otherwise, it's like, yeah, sayonara. So it's not,
Yeah.
the whole idea of pushing this is complete fucking BS.
It goes back to like knowing what your skills are and like and knowing what you want out of life, like what living situation, how much money you plan on spending in some areas, what skills you have. So like I'm doing medicine, which will lead to a hard working job like that, long weeks, but it's what I'm interested in. It's where I think my skills are, so that time will be a little bit easier than someone else grinding just for the cash that way.
Yeah.
And even some
Yeah,
scenarios, like if you don't need much money, sometimes it's even better to just like neat and then use your cash to enjoy your days. Some
yeah,
like what the government
Brother,
does.
hello?
I was gonna say, man, to some extent, it is a cheat code, right? Like, I mean, if I put my hourly wage, it's like I'm probably earning $60 to $70 an hour. And if you're doing the minimum cuck wage job for every hour that I work, I'm basically working a full day's worth of a minimum wage cuck job.
Yeah.
It helps you boost your life goals to much sooner. I call it the Mario Land tunnel. It's like you're in World 1-1, you can just go to end stage faster. And so it's like I would say to other guys, don't delude yourself, but it's like work smarter, not harder. So if you can increase your income, do it in such a way that it's not necessarily you're like grinding and slave waging. It's just like, why are you doing this? Can you do it better? Can you do it smarter? And so when you figure out those smarter ways, it's actually you're making a stride rather than, just working yourself to death.
Yeah, having a vision instead of just being amorphous.
Yeah, so I think you're on the right path. Like medical is a tough route, but you do that for 5 years. What's the alternative? Like grinding away for 10, 15 years?
Yeah, like grinding up probably in a trade would be the alternative, and then figuring that out. Yeah, it's just doing something that but I think it's a natural interest. It's something that I think I have some skills in. So it's going to be a lot, let's say working that job would be a lot easier for me than working like what's something that's like pretty average, let's say accounting or something like that. Working the medicine job for me would be easier to live with than working the accounting job, even if they were like similar pays, just because of how interest and skill. And I just happen to get paid more with the medicine.
Well, I think Mystery is an accountant, right? He could
Yeah.
say something about that, I guess.
Yeah, that's what I do. It really depends on the type of accounting you do. I'm in corporate accounting, so it's a little more just cushier, and it's definitely I get paid pretty damn good for what I do. If you're like just some regular fucking grunt doing taxes every fucking tax season, you're just fucked. Like that job sucked ass. That
Yeah,
was
like it's a fantastic job.
Yeah, it definitely pays the bills, but my God, that it's like a horrible fucking place to be in if you're working at a CPA firm during tax season. I hated every fucking second of it, and I'll never fucking go back unless I own my own firm or something like that. Other than that, I would never go back to doing public accounting. It sucked ass. Obviously the big money there is getting your a CPA exam done and kind of making your own firm, or you can do far more stuff with CPA license than you can of anything else. So
yeah. Well, the reason why I brought that up, something like an accounting job would take a lot less training, a lot less investment than me doing medicine, and would give me enough money for me to live the lifestyle pretty much I want to live. But it's worth the extra time and effort because I find stuff like medicine is something I don't like. If I could read, I would be reading about medicine whether I pursued it or not. So
Yeah.
I'm already in it, and it just makes my time working a little bit easier because that's going to be most of my time.
Yeah, I can agree with you there. You definitely got to find what you're interested in for sure, and just kind of go off of that. Can I find these comments? Good God. Hold on. So, like, what do you do right now, actually, Caduceus?
I'm a student, so I'm
you're a student.
I'm debt maxing right now.
Okay. How much debt do you expect to be in by the end of your?
Probably a couple $100,000. But then my goal as a doctor is I'm going to do the traveling doctor for a bit, figure out where to set up a base of operations in Loot Land. What part of maybe explore Loot Land a little bit. There's a lot of good nature and stuff out here.
Caduceus.
Yeah.
What kind of end goal? Or no, two questions. Are you still in the bachelor's or master's?
I'm in graduate. I have a bachelor's in physiology, and I'm in the medical school now. But I just got in this year, and my classes start in 5 days. So I haven't started yet.
Yeah, because yesterday I met up with another friend of mine who just graduated, and he got his bachelor's of arts in applied computing.
Mm-hmm.
So he's trying to also become engineer route. But it's we were just talking about this too. And so one of the what do you call it, pitfalls is like, in your bachelor's, they'll limit your student loans to the cap of getting it, but in terms of masters, there's no law that prevents you from taking out as much loans as you need.
Yeah.
So I'm just saying, be very careful because like the more you rack up, there's no limit.
I've done the calculations on like about how much I would need, and like it's a lot because a lot of the medical stuff I gotta buy is expensive. The tuition's high, and I'm trying to minimize the amount of debt I have. So, and I'll try to pay it off pretty quickly just because it's freedom. But of course, like yeah, and it's going to be accruing interest too. So if I took out too much, I'll just pay it right off, pay it back into the loan.
Is it only unsubsidized loans for
I got subsidized.
masters?
I have subsidized loans. I've got a direct. Let me think of it. One of them, I think they're subsidized, so like the rate's lower, but there's a cap on it that's less than the amount of my tuition, and then I have to do like the plus one, which is a little bit higher interest rate. So it's going to be expensive. It's going to be tricky, but thankfully the job market's really good for medicine. So I won't have to stress too hard.
I think STEM and medical is legit. Like, if you were trying to get like a basket weaving degree, I would just be like trying to talk you out of it. So
yeah, absolutely. Yeah, like even if I do, I can foresee myself paying off this debt. Like I would have a plan. I know I'm confident I'll be able to pay off the debt. It's just
okay, great. And then the other one I was gonna say is I guess it depends on what type of doctor. But I
But
think
even if I'm the lowest paying specialty, like the way I live isn't that expensive, so I'm pretty sure it just would take longer to pay it off, but I would be able to pay it off.
yeah, and I was just gonna say like the what is it? Plastic surgeons right now are the most high earning, doctors in the field.
Yeah, but a part of that though is how much do you value your time? Because by the time you're like really making money, you're going to be in your late 30s, early 40s when you're actually like making a significant dent into your debt, because you'll have to do residency, then you'll have to do fellowship. It's a long time.
Yeah.
So
No,
it's how much residency, how much post grad training you want to do is really the
yeah, it's
factor.
crazy though. I was talking to a friend of a friend he went the surgery route. He was making like 750K a year.
Yeah, I'm interested in general surgery, but I likely would have to, which is a 5-year residency, and then likely you might have to add a fellowship if you want to use scopes, and then yeah.
Oh, like the what is it? The stomach surgery
Yeah, a lot of the
or gastric bypass surgery.
Bariatric,
Yeah.
I believe. Is what they call that.
bariatric, yeah.
Yeah, the demand for that is only on the rise. So
Yeah, I don't know. I'm not a huge fan of that procedure, like unless you're like super obese, like 600-pound life people. But yeah, I'm not a huge fan of that procedure because it hurt. There's a lot of like effects of that people don't consider, and they jump into it. Like if you've done your homework on everything and you decide to get it and you can handle what's coming next, then I say go for it. But because you're shrinking the size of your stomach and you're making yourself susceptible for like tears. If you're a smoker, I would not recommend it because you can create like holes in your stomach, and you can have really bad ulcers that can perforate, and you can get septic and really sick.
yeah, I knew a coworker from way back when. I think he got that surgery when it was first coming out and emerging. He was at like close to 400 pounds.
Okay, yeah, I can see that. That's a good weight for someone.
Yeah, but
That's a good candidate.
in his case, it worked out pretty well. Like he went from 400 to like 180, and you wouldn't tell. Like you couldn't even tell afterwards because this was like years afterwards.
Yeah.
But I was always wondering because every time we had lunch, he would just literally eat literally nothing. And then that's how I figured out, like, oh, I see.
Yeah.
So
Like that's a
I
case where
live that kind of life.
But what I see a bigger issue though is I'm seeing that surgery starting to get pushed on people who just have like fatty liver and are like just a little bit overweight. Like they might be like less than 100 pounds overweight, which could be pretty overweight, but not like the diet. I think the diet is probably a more reasonable plan.
Yeah, I
without
think
surgery.
if you are like 50 to 100 pounds overweight, like I think you could still, self-correct within a year or two.
Yeah, but that surgery is starting to get pushed on people. Like they're like, "Oh, your liver, you have fatty liver now." Yeah,
surgery.
Get the surgery. Spend all this money.
Money for the hospital. Yep. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yo, Caduceus. Speaking of surgery, what is your view on LLL? I mean, leg
LLL.
lengthening surgery. I mean, no,
leg lengthening.
LLS.
Oh, I wouldn't.
Surgery.
I mean, I wouldn't recommend it for myself, but I wouldn't recommend doing that because it limits you from like being able to do anything for like a year. But I mean, it's high risk of infection. That's one. It depends on how much you want that extra few inches of height, man. It's
how much
do you really want that?
I have no idea.
Hear me out, dude. Would you, hypothetically, would you recommend a 5'9" dude to get leg lengthening surgery?
It depends on what that guy does in his life, his daily life. Because if I was the 5, I can't say that because I'm 6 foot tall, but like
Ronan,
I think
that
no. I wouldn't recommend it to anyone in my eyes, because you're out of you can't do anything for like a year of your life.
Yeah,
You just
I
can't
wouldn't
do
fuck with it.
anything. You're out of commission, and you're risking infection. And I don't know, your
crippled.
muscle attachments, and being crippled for the rest of your life.
Yeah,
Yeah.
y'all didn't see that South Park episode where Kyle did that shit and the melanin shit, and then they picked him for the basketball team. Then he tried to do a dunk, fell down, and then the balls in his knees busting and shit. Like,
I'm just saying, like, I can never recommend something where the best scenario is that you're out of commission for over a year and you can't do anything.
And another thing, speaking of surgery, notice in like your body and stuff like that. Notice how on Instagram and shit, on social media, even the mainstream with like, these billboards with these big as hell chicks on the cover. Notice how they push body positivity with women, but there's no body positivity for men.
Yeah. Well, I mean, like, it's just pandering. That's all it is. Because it's just who spends more of the money. Women do. So you're gonna sell the women.
Yeah. Because think about me, right? I'm a thin cell, right? And I've been eating nonstop. I'm going to the gym and stuff like that. But like if I was a woman, I wouldn't have to do any of that.
Yep, but then again, like, it's if you're a woman though, you're kind of bound to society though, because it's been catering to your every need in a way, and you're not living in reality at that point.
Yeah.
There's almost
no offense to draw loads from mystery school. Fat to fit stories are kind of overrated. Skinny to fit stories need to become more mainstream.
They're skinny to fit's a lot harder to do.
Yeah, it is. That shit is Dark Souls, dude. It's so difficult.
It's a lot harder, yeah. And like for me, I lucked out. Like, I'm building muscles easy for me. So that's
me too. Actually, I gain muscle really easily.
I gain weight in general really easily.
Yeah,
lucky,
so,
dude.
I
have a high metabolism. Like I eat to stay a stick.
Yeah, like I think. Do you guys know FFMI? That measurement? It's like it's your BMI if you get rid of all the fat in your body, or like all your fat mass. And I'm estimated around like 24.5. And
Jesus Christ, you're so lucky, dude. Like, what I would do before I go to the gym, I'll go to this Jamaican restaurant and I'll order like 2 things of food, and then eat that before I go to the gym, work out, and then eat that when I'm done working out. And even before then, I go to the gym. I'll make a protein shake with some scrambled eggs, bacon, some waffles, and with some berries, nuts on them. And then on my way walking there, I'll try and eat like a peanut butter and jelly sandwich. Like, putting on mass as a thin guy is so difficult, dude. You're playing like fucking Dark Souls with a broken controller. It's so hard, dude.
With a Guitar Hero controller.
Yes, it's incredibly difficult.
Yeah, I found that comment I wanted to read. I'm just going to read it real quick. So, one last thing. Can black men stop with this men can get money to increase their value crap? In a hyper-competitive, hyper-capitalist society with finite resources, no, not necessarily true. That will not apply to the overwhelming majority of men. There's a reason why even in the best economic booms, at most 12 to 15% of the population might earn six figures, because it's a myth that men can increase their value by getting money. I understand the concept, but it's really just as an empty platitude. As much advantages as white men have in society, do you know only 14% of white men earn 6 figures? That stat alone ought to tell you it's limited in the capitalist society how much a man can increase his value. Only a very limited, tiny percentage of people are winning, and a ton of people in the middle. The system is designed that way and would actually collapse if it didn't. So this notion that not so attractive guy still has hope if he can swell up his wallet is a silly platitude. I mean, okay, then you may as well tell women that with horrible faces about plastic surgery if you're going to make that argument. In theory, sure, but in practice, nah. Yeah. So like, this idea of like, oh, just money max, bro. It's like, okay, well, it's not like that easy. Like, it's not like people say that, but it's like, yeah, there's so many things working against you, and the system probably, if every man did, like as Jeff Nickelback said, it's called inflation. Every man made 6 figures.
At the same time, it's one of the few things you can do that might change your situation, as insignificant as that change might be. It's not like you can fucking do anything to your bones or shit. So
Yeah, the other component I want to say is like when you do actually money max, it's like it opens a lot of doors for you. You know, whether if maybe surgery max is right for you or, you know, buying extra toys to keep yourself from roping. It's like you just have more options in life. And to a degree, the higher concentration of the six-figure jobs are in the tech sector or medical. So it just only makes sense that you're working towards that. Otherwise, like if you're just trying to go for a liberal arts degree, you might as well just fucking rope, really.
Or just get, or have the whatever art you like, have it be a hobby, and then you pursue a trade or something. Because
Yeah, well, you don't want to go to school to just have a, you know, $100,000 debt.
yeah,
This doesn't look like Saffron Pill. I don't think I'm not gonna let this guy on. Normally he has his emblem, and it doesn't. This isn't something he would do in his in the comment section. And plus, his
I can hop off if you
no,
if you want
no,
Saffron put on
he.
here.
It's not actually him though. I don't think it's him because like normally he would have a He's validated on by YouTube.
do you have any? Oh, okay, yeah,
Yeah, he's validated by YouTube. This can't be him. So yeah, it can't be him. There's no way. I'm gonna go
Saffron
out
Pill.
here.
He's the
yeah.
best.
Yeah.
So it's not even worth doing the picture
Yeah,
method.
mystery, don't you see I'm validated when I join the chat?
Yeah, I see yours, but I don't see his at all.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I can tell when people are valid. I can see when Black Rona is using his right account. I can see when he's validated. Sitting for
wait,
Drala.
hold on, what the hell is validation?
It's basically attached to your YouTube channel.
Wait, I did what? Oh shit, I didn't know all that. The fuck? I'm over here fucking with a slave account this whole time. I could have been validated. Okay.
Yeah, there's no way that's him. Like, he would be have an account that would be attached to his YouTube channel. So like, if someone was trying to spoof his account or something, I don't know. Or use his name.
Trolls are gonna troll.
Yeah.
Can't believe I've just been out here like a fucking pleb and shit this whole fucking time.
The more you know, I guess, huh?
Yeah,
Yeah.
way too late. Reminds me of the rest of my life.
Kadishis, my brother, you have no homo, but you have a Chad voice. I'm not gonna lie.
Okay, thanks. I guess.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Because,
I think I'm just
what I was gonna
comfortable
say-
talking to people.
You're a I was gonna say is voice cell. You could like your voice plays a factor in attracting women. Like people, like I've had girls say I sound white, and that's always been like a turnoff. Whenever like I try and like start a conversation with women, they say I sound white or I sound like quote unquote like a nerd or some shit like that. So it kind of fucked up how I socialize. And I feel like I consider myself to be a voice cell.
Well, I mean, it doesn't hurt. Hey, as long as I wouldn't consider maybe in your scenario that you're bringing up in your area, that's a turn off. But at least like you're not like making anyone's ears bleed because there's some brutal voice cells out there.
So weird. Even with my stammering kind of voice, I still kind of like, I don't know. It works, I guess. So
Yo, this reminds me. So we were supposed to do our presentation at work to the investors on our team. And I was like, we were trying to decide who's going to present. And it was between me, I was nominated, and the other lady was nominated. And I was just like, well, she has a way better soothing voice, so I think she should present. And the other guys on the team were like, to be fair, you have a soothing voice too. And I was just like, what the hell?
Yeah. Well, it's a part of it's like half nature and like half nurture in a way because you gotta practice because the more calm you are, the deeper your voice gets usually. And then, I mean, I've been in I did a Model United Nations club where I was doing a good amount of like high pressure speaking. So I had that come comfortably for me. But there's some people that have some shrieks naturally that there's nothing you can do to fix that. So you never know.
Yeah, but I think probably the female voice is just soothing in general.
Dude, there's some
Yes,
harpy
yes,
there's
yes.
some harpy voice that will just make you want to just piss you off at times.
Bro,
Yeah.
did you not hear that SNG and CBP stream before? Like, come on now, that shit was.
Yo,
Dude,
boy. Yo, man.
Oh,
what's up, man?
yo, what up, Saffron? It is you.
Yeah, it was him. I guess
Who
it
the hell
is.
copied me? I mean, I'm not so famous. I have 3 subscribers.
I don't
this
know,
fool
but
had-
unless it was that you the first time, I couldn't tell because like you didn't have the right emblem, and then you also didn't have the your thing was invalidated. So I just
I don't think
right
it was me. I mean, I don't know who was.
Oh, okay. Well, maybe I guess that was a good call for me then. I guess right.
Yeah, you're intelligent, man. That's why I joined this exclusive. This only. I mean,
I was like, what the fuck? I was like, who is this guy? It's Saffron Field, and he kept commenting in the comment section. I'm like,
Be a man,
okay.
eat rock. Be a man, print your money.
Yeah, right here. Yeah.
Be a man, ditch boobies.
Yeah.
Haram.
Wait, so that was a troll in the
It
private
would have
chat?
had to have been because once again, I always check to see. I know Saffron Field's validated. I can look at his account and see he's validated. I know you're validated too, Trolloc. I know Black Rune is normally validated. I'm not sure if he's validated today, but he's normally validated. The only people who aren't are Jack and Caduceus, but I'm not. Yeah.
I gotta get myself validated then, because people do come on streams as trolls with my name.
Oh, really? Oh.
Yeah. Yeah, they also. I used to have the Johnny Sins like emblem that I used to use on the streams, and people started coming on with the Johnny Sins thing, but they would misspell Caduceus. It's kind of.
Yo, I just got it now. The Plague Doctor. I see why you're in school.
Yeah, I used to roll on with this one a lot.
ew.
Roll on with that one a lot.
I can't believe Thinking Ape interviewed CBP. Yeah, I saw that shit. I didn't watch the whole thing. I just couldn't stand to listen to the guy. But I don't know why the fuck he interviewed him. I have no clue why.
I have not changed my voice. I'm just using different microphone. I don't have my headset, so it's a built-in microphone.
Oh, well, it sounds pretty good.
Yeah, you sound fine right now.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's
I
a
was
good
traveling. I was flying and traveling. USA. It's a fucking horrible place. I mean, it's good roads, but I don't know.
Where were you traveling?
As in New York,
Oh, okay.
California, all places pathetic. I like the ice cream, Jojo ice cream. I like the Jojo ice cream. Ice cream is good.
Oh, that's good. All right.
Yeah.
Yo, I haven't met a person that doesn't like ice cream.
Lactose intolerant people maybe, but even they like ice cream probably. Just can't eat it.
Yeah, they'll figure out the lactose free kind.
Yeah, they'll find some way to do it.
And then I think we should say be a man and eat ice cream.
Be a man, eat ice cream.
There you go.
What did he say? He said be a man, eat a rock.
Eat rock.
What the fuck?
I don't know what the hell this shit means.
Hold on. Here we go. Be a man, eat rock. Be a man, print your money. Be a man, ditch boobies, which is haram. Let's see. Yeah, I'm out. So no display pic. Be a man, buy options, which by then I knew it was a troll because I got triggered, and that was it.
Yeah. Curry needs to start saying, bro, I have a channel. I need to put on a video so you can track me down. I don't have a video yet. I'll put down video soon. I'll say in the next stream maybe.
It's just like a good time for some memes. So let me pull some memes
yeah.
here. Pull some fucking memes up here. Yes. This is a pretty I saved this one for a good reason, so let's do this. Yep, here we have the many types of women in the world. I have to zoom in on this one here so people can read it. The sobber. She's too sad and miserable to notice the attention she gets from men. She once had it all and a great boyfriend and everything, but something really troubling destroyed her self-esteem, and now she is now alone, lost, confused. She stalked her ex-boyfriend, but he already moved on and had the GF, more beautiful than her. The original. She got ignored once by her crush and took it so personal that she promised herself to never shave her body ever again and to be different from other girls. She dye her hair every time she gets ignored in a desperate attempt to get attention. She's a feminist and hates men.
Yo, look at the drinks he has. Yeah.
The thought. She gets a lot of attention from men. She's addicted to sex and Tinder. She lost count of the number of times she's had sex. She is constantly looking for the one, but her relationships never last long. She has genital herpes.
What says is that big deal?
But she says it's not a big deal. The tomboy. Here we go. She mainly gets attention from men, but she dresses and behaves like them. She pushes people away from because she can't embrace her femininity. She loves to be on top in bed. The type of men she likes are usually too shy to come to her. The sunshine, my God. She gets amazing attention from everyone. She's a ball of pure love and happiness. Wherever she goes, she makes the whole place shine with her amazing smile and awesome personality. She is always there for people in need. She has an amazing husband and children. Even after having children, she looks young and fresh and beautiful. She's a lucky woman there. Yes, the top girl. Next to the line of people down here. The top girl. She gets an insane amount of attention from men and expects it all the time. She has a great career, husband, and family, but she has no identity and just copies what other girls do in TV shows. She is passive aggressive when she doesn't get what she wants. The ghost. Guys ignore her constantly. Most of her friends are guys, but they are all busy with another girl and don't care about her. She has had sex with some ugly guys out of desperation just to make sure she is still desirable. She hates herself and her body. The trad. She gets attention from some men, but she avoids them in general. Wants to stay pure before marriage. Loves cooking and cleaning. She feels guilty about having impure thoughts. Has a troubling secret that she never told anyone about. Probably a former thought, really, but whatever. The disaster. My God.
What do you mean probably? Yeah.
She tries so hard to look like her idols, but it doesn't work. She is terrible with makeup and her hair control and pisses her off. She spends hours trying to manipulate her photos to look pretty, but when her dates see her in real life, they ghost her. Oh God! People often ask her if she's tired or is she okay. The eater. Oh Jesus! She only gets attention from men with BBW fetish and weird creeps. She eats constantly and can't stop herself. When she goes to grocery shopping, she tries hard to not buy bad food, but she fulfills every time. And the rare time she succeeded, she ended up getting fast food. She could be pretty, but she has zero self-control and willpower. Yes. Okay, yeah, and the last line here. We have the asset. Oh my God. She was gifted with gigantic boobs, but hates the attention she gets from them. So she tries to hide them at all costs. Her boobs make her very insecure. She is the kind of girl wearing a big sweater. She is the kind of girl wearing a big sweater in the hot summer. She's actually a really nice girl, but her personality is completely ignored. Her ex-boyfriends pretended to like her for her personality until they realized all they wanted for her were their big tits. Oh God, the blocker. Yes, no, the no boobs. She is nice, easy to talk, seems to have a warm personality, but whenever she gets too close to someone, she will instantly become cold and block them. She lost some really good friends, potential boyfriends that way. She doesn't know exactly why she does it, and it hurts her in her head. It all makes sense at the time, and she moves on to another person. Her trust issues turned her into someone very independent. The seed pit. Oh God.
I
She
know
doesn't-
about
the
Many
seed pit. She doesn't get as much attention as she used to in her younger years. Yeah. She fucks everything that moves and masturbates every time she takes a shower. Jesus. She doesn't feel anything from vaginal penetration, so she mainly does anal. Wow. She had many abortions and is ridden with STDs and vaginal yeast infections. Her OnlyFans is her main source of revenue.
Oh man.
She keeps studying her new professions, but always drops out. Ugh.
You gotta start somewhere. The
demon. She gets tons of attention from men, but she picks them carefully. She picks the emotionally weak and sucks all the life and happiness, confidence, and willpower out of them. Her favorite men are the big, strong men with emotional weakness. She gets horny when destroying men. She is wealthy but never worked. She's a master mind manipulator. The martyr. Oh my God. She constantly gets tricked by bad boys. Yes, tricked. She always ends up with the worst type of men and hope they will change, but they actually just keep getting worse and treat her like absolute trash. Sometimes she gets turned on by the abuse, but she's not sure why and hates it. She could settle down with a nice guy. She could settle down with a nice guy, but she feels like they are not manly enough to protect her from the same bad boys that she ironically ends up with.
Bro, ain't nothing but martyrs and thoughts, and they're the same bitch.
There you go,
the demon, dating the demon brought me to the black pill.
Here we are, boy. This is the many women you can meet in your life.
And they all the same bitch. That's the God damn it.
Let's see. I'd probably pick who would I pick out of these? All right, guys. Let's take a poll. Who would you pick?
I'd pick the sunshine.
Yeah, pretty obvious
Sunshine,
pick here.
yeah.
Pretty obvious pick here.
Sunshine or the asset.
The main problem with the trad is that, like, okay, what's the fucking secret, dog? It's got to be she with a former thought. Pretty obvious there.
Yeah, it's either the sunshine or the asset.
Yeah, I could do either or.
I'm gonna keep it real. Made a seed pit because you got the highest chance of conversion.
Oh my god!
You got to start somewhere. You got to. It's like an internship, dog. You got to just get in the company.
You gonna just hop in, fucking feet first to the fucking pit.
Danger zone.
Balls deep. Balls deep. Raw dog.
Raw dog. Look at all the STDs.
Man, get all the STDs in the world. Fucking goddamn, just fucking walking petri dish over here. Like, come on.
They all are. Goddamn it, she's just honest.
At least the sunshine's like, I get like a good personality out of that shit.
She's probably the fucking worst. Goddamn, like
miserable.
They all converge into the seed pit. That's just the end stage.
Why not just go for the fucking demon then?
Because she knows she's a fucking hypergamous bitch that ain't gonna look your way. That's her friend zone.
The demon. Don't do the demon. I've been with the demon. That's how I know the black pill.
Tell us a story, buddy boy. Tell us the story of the demon.
Dude, oh my god, she just wants like attention all the time, blowing up your phone. Like I'm just gonna like kind of break it down. I worked in the emergency department where people were dying, and I was less stressed out at work than I was when I was spending time with her. And people were literally dying in front of me.
Damn.
But you should give more time to her, right?
Yeah, and it was always, well, here's the thing though. She likes you for like, she goes after like the big, like strong, maybe a little chubby, a little insecure in that way. She'll go after that, and then she'll be attracted to like the masculine traits of it that when you met her, and then she'll try to like beta eyes you and become her like little puppet. And then you get isolated from all your friends and stuff. It's terrible because you're blue pilled and you're simping a little bit.
I met a seed pit very recently. I banged her.
Seed pit.
I just love the name though. The seed pit.
She wanted my sperms. She was white as it could be. She wanted my sperm to be clear. I mean.
Yeah, I hope so. She's a seed pit.
The asset is probably what you want.
Yeah, look
the asset doesn't exist.
Look at the asset, dude. Look at this.
Well, the thing about today though is like every girl knows that like how to use the asset. Like they know it's a positive now. Like that doesn't exist. And
always the fucking dog pill in the background of the fucking stream, dude. The dog pill.
Dog pill is
always around, dude. Every time I hear a dog, it's like or the fucking a bird pill when Richie Hart's here, or when when somebody's in here.
I saw that video today. It was Tails put it up where the dog licking the girl's feet, and she's like, "Am I into this or not?" And I was like, "Oh,
nobody would take the fucking disaster."
I have fucked a disaster recently. I'm sorry.
What about the eater?
They're both probably the most hypergamous people on
the eater. The eater, you'll convert with the eater, and then you'll regret it.
She wanted my sperms.
The eater is probably the most picky person on this fucking graph right here. So
the eater has the highest body count.
Exactly.
Probably, actually.
The eater is a seed pit in disguise. Yeah. It's just there's too much fat to make a pit.
Honestly, the ghost, I don't know, dude. But then again,
he's getting ghosted by Chad, so that's irrelevant.
Yeah, like she's getting ran through.
What about the top girl?
It's with Chad and married to him, so that's irrelevant.
Okay.
It's with Chad, yeah, and like it's just a vapid chick, pretty much.
The sobber, the endless sobber.
It's sad that she can't get Chad.
This should be called the art hoe, actually. The art hoe.
Dude, I almost drank.
Yeah, that's like
granola. I almost drank Yebramet, then I left it. I almost ordered Yebramet carton. Thank God.
The tomboy, yeah, definitely the sunshine or the asset for sure. The blocker just seems too broken.
I'm always just a selective Chad sexual lesbian.
So no, the blocker will blue ball you.
Someone said the blocker is pure. Okay, let's
No, I'll tell you about the blocker.
Hold on, bring up that unironical you blue pill. So get the fuck out of here. I'll kick your ass.
She is nice and easy to talk. Seems to have a warm personality, but whenever she gets close to someone, she will instantly become cold and block them. She lost some really good friends and potential boyfriends that way. She doesn't know exactly why she does it, and it hurts.
She doesn't block
it often hurts her, but in her head, it all makes sense at the time, and she moves on to another person. Her trust issues turned her into someone very independent. I don't know, dude.
But she doesn't
probably had
Chad.
Issues as a child, maybe with the uncle. I don't know. I'm just look. All 15 of these are after Chad. The seed pit just has the lowest standards, and you're all incels. Just start somewhere. Keeping it real.
You know,
The eater is probably more of a seed pit.
you know, funny thing about seed pit. She was like continuously telling me that I know you'll just fuck me and not call me again. I know this. And you know what? After fucking her, I really never wanted to call her again because she was just repeating it the whole time. It was annoying. You're not gonna call me. You're not gonna call me. So I said, okay, I'll not call you.
The disaster looks like Billy Ellis.
Yeah, she looks like Jeanette off a Vampire the Masquerade Bloodlines, but I don't know if any of y'all played that.
The eater might give good head. Oh God.
Whoever made this meme, he deserves a Nobel for this. I mean,
let me see. I got one more to show. I got a few.
I gotta say this: the rest of y'all are lying.
It's not as good as that one.
Lying about the seed pit.
I'm just saying.
The seed pit.
I mean, like a lot of these people are seed pits. There.
Exactly.
Our suicide watch. Let's see. When it's a woman, I had to fight with my boyfriend. I'm sad. Oh, look all fucking look at the Reddit gold and you fucking shit like that.
Like, oh, my
6
lady.
awards. I'm going to slit my throat tonight. I'm a 28-year-old man. My life is living hell. No one has ever loved me. I have several mental health issues. Nothing. Not a fucking thing. No comments. No votes. No nothing.
It's straight simping out there.
simp.
And I bet the comments, if you opened it, it'd be like, "Oh, is he treating you right, Queen? I would treat you so much better." That kind of
Just give me that fish curry, fish, the fish, stinky fish. I want some fish.
Here we have our run-of-the-mill fucking fat blue-pilled incel here. How does the collective physical and mental well-being of society affect you in any way? Laugh my ass off. Mind your own business. It's like, okay, buddy. All right, so when the whole world fucking collapses and you're fat as it's fucking basically playing a Mad Max, don't say we didn't warn you.
There you go.
These are stupid people. I mean, this not. Sometimes I feel it's useless to even comment on these things.
Reddit is simp central. Yeah, it really is pretty. Reddit's bad. I don't even use Reddit. Haven't time.
Reddit is full blue pill. They're censored left and right, man.
Yeah, absolutely.
Only good parts on Reddit are the fucking financial shit like Wall Street Bets, where it's like 4chan light. That's it.
They blocked it.
Yeah. What a lovely day.
You try to go against the same narrative, they'll block you. The rate this Wall Street bet, it was banned.
Temper. Right, it should still be up, shouldn't it?
It's not. You're messing with feds here, you know.
Here we are. This is from the 4chans.
Yo,
This is from what? 21st to 326.
A quick question I have: how do we access 4chan? I'm not able to access the archives.
You log in. I mean, you log in, right? You just go on the page.
You just go on this page.
Yeah, he's going.
Yeah, 4chan is just a forum with anonymous users. So
yeah, you just know login for you. Unless you want to use like a trip code or some shit, which is bullshit.
You're like post as a number on it, right?
Just put in 4chan into Google. Well, DuckDuckGo. Don't get tracked. Just put 4chan in DuckDuckGo. It should.
Bro, I'll get torrent. Don't worry, I'll get a torrent.
Let's see. We all know the story of the mouse utopia and its collapse and the beautiful one, self-grooming male mice and uninterested in reproducing. While the experiment was real, the results sound more like a literary, so a psychological statement that an explainable result of the social sexual dynamic gone amok. I think we can look at the rise of transsexualism and the increasing amount of homosexuality in Gen Z as a clue to what really happened with the mouse utopia. Since the social sexual dynamic and reproductive imperative of women essentially drive the form and shape of politics, this is intimately related to the political systems. We know the order of events in mass utopia. Number one, no resource scarcity. Number two, given the female dual imperative of one, seeking security, and two, seeking Chad's genes with no scarcity, and only meaningful imperative is seeking Chad's genes, a runaway hypergamy did occur in the mouse universe. Number three, eventually the leftover men stop even trying with women and oddly hyper-focus on grooming being called the beautiful ones. These are animals with small brains. None of this is logical. These are all pre-programmed instincts taking effect. If there are parallels in human society, it must be because of evolution, or God, depending on your views, worked out the basic reproductive and population dynamics of animal sexuality long ago and is essential to most mammalian species following a similar logic. Here's my theory. The beautiful ones are trannies, and their purpose in nature is to course correct in instances where hypergamy runs amok. One of two. Two of two. Hypergamy is a powerful force in females, but females are weak relative to males. So relative to the species, hypergamy is weak, a eugenic nudge. In certain conditions, hypergamy becomes a race condition, destroys the genetic diversity of a species. See Irish elk apocalypse. It would also make sense that the nature to build in a course correction. How? If there are two kinds of Chads in society, people start becoming more and more gay. The tranny thing is a literal instinct. It's nature reaching into the male population of beta female Chad kids and trying to create a natural sociological counterforce to female beauty. In other words, when females are allowed to freely fuck only Chad for a generation, it produces a ton of fags, trannies for some reason. Trannies have an innate desire to be beautiful females because nature wants to fuck with the social sexual dynamics to blow the fuck out of Stacy and her bullshit. Trannies are meant to provoke a collapse of social order more quickly, while there remains a viable pool of beta male genetic diversity to breed back into the population. Biological imperative of trannies, therefore, is to fuck up and fuck with feminist political power to neutralize it. Base God using degenerate trannies against feminist guns. Okay.
Jesus Christ! Oh, I got.
Yo, there's a blue pill. 4chan has a blue pill and red pill, both option. 4chan.org and 4chanchannel.org.
Yeah, there's two now because one of them basically, if one ever gets banned, they can like keep 4channel it basically. 4channel is like basically
the 4channel is safe for work and it's blue colored, and the original one is red colored. So it's actually red pill and blue pill. Fuck this developer, man. They have brain, man.
Well, when it got sold to the Japanese guy, he had to do something, right? Yeah. I don't know. What do you guys think of this? I know Jack had a reaction to it. What do you have to say, Jack?
Basically, he's saying the trannies are there to fuck up society while there's still viable kinds of genetics even out there, which is amazing.
I don't know.
It's an interesting theory because, like, when you actually look at the like feminism, it kind of gets blown the fuck out of the water when it comes to this tranny stuff. Because, like, you have people like TERFs who complain about, oh, there shouldn't be men, quite literally genetic men in sports. Like, TERFs actually go limit this all the time. But the problem is though, because they push this narrative forever and ever and ever about, female empowerment, this is this, and there's no such thing as gender, and it's everything's just a social construct. Well, it's quite literally blowing the fuck out of their own narrative now, because it's literally saying, okay, well, if everything is a social construct, then a man, why can't a man be a woman then? Because, like, if woman means nothing and man means nothing, because they're all social constructs that we all made up. Okay, well, we can make up anything then, right? If nothing has a defined definition anymore, because man doesn't mean man anymore, woman doesn't mean woman anymore, fuck it then. We can just do whatever the fuck we want. So why can't a man compete in women's sports? So why can't a man put on a wig, claim to be a woman, blow the fuck out of women, take all the female scholarships, take all the female gold medals, blow the fuck out of female records for fucking 20 years? Why can't this happen? Because, like, this is their own argument being used against them. This is funny.
Yeah, I disagree about the trannies being like the necessarily like a course correct in some way. I disagree about that. I think it's more of the high rate of them is more of just feminine stuff being the status quo on how to act in certain ways, and people are trying to conform with being a tranny.
To be fair, it says course correct. He's basically saying that they basically force a reset really quick.
Oh, like a reset. Okay, so like back to
okay, you still actually
days.
have man genes out there. So if we reset this fucked up society while they are still in existence, then they can build up while we still have.
I misinterpreted it, I guess. I misinterpreted it more as like Chad Seed being more susceptible for being like tran, which I don't think so.
What will Chad Seed do in a tran?
Like I misread it as like them postulating that.
Let's see. Let me see if I can find that. Of the
I was going to add. Go ahead. You guys know about Calhoun and the Mouse Utopia experiment?
Yeah, this is the whole thing we just kind of went over here. Yeah.
Yeah, it is mirroring like the beautiful ones are the Transformers now.
Yeah, I always interpreted the beautiful ones as like more like the hikikomori or the in Japan the leaf eaters. The
herbivore men.
Yeah, the herbivore men. That's why I never interpreted the beautiful ones as gay. I always interpreted them as asexual, functionally. I might be wrong though.
So relative to the species, hypergamy is weak, a eugenic nudge in certain conditions. Hypergamy becomes a race condition, destroys genetic diversity of the species, Irish elk apocalypse. It would make more sense for nature to build in a course correction. How? If there are too many kids of Chad in a society, people start becoming more and more gay. The tranny thing is a literal instinct. It's nature reaching into the male population to beta female Chad kids. So basically a low value kind of female, basically shitty ass females, and high value men, basically being quote unquote Chads, and kids trying to create a natural sociological counterforce to female beauty. So, in other words, when females are allowed to freely fuck only Chad for a generation, it produces a ton of fags and trannies for some reason. He doesn't really say why, but he says for some reason this happens.
Okay. Yeah.
Trannies have an innate desire to be beautiful females because nature wants to fuck with the social, sexual dynamic to blow the fuck out of Stacy and her bullshit.
I mean, it's weird. People don't realize you have a crop or animal population, and there's some kind of a deformity or something. The whole next population is wiped out so easily, and here humans think that they can fucking put some plant thing in the pussy and call themselves transplant vegetable or some nonsense that's going right now. It's time the humans will also course correct in their own species, right? I mean, it's bound to do that. The crop will suffer.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, I'm gonna hop off, but thank you for hosting me, Mystery.
All right, Caduceus. See you next time, buddy boy. Nice having you on. Nice having a new person on.
Yeah, good to chat.
All right, dude. See you next time.
Peace out.
I guess we have few women here with fake names. I can sense their comments. It's all female. So if you're a female and you are here, please just shut the fuck up, please.
Oh, they're here?
They're here. Who are you talking about?
Yeah, I don't know who you're talking about, really.
I don't want to say names, but they know. I can make out by their comment. They're
just put it in the private chat.
Yeah, we banned most of them really at this point, or they blocked most of them because I have like I
just doubt it. I mean, 90% it will be accurate, but if you're unlucky, 10%, I don't know. I'm just putting in chat. I suspect this might be. I'm not sure.
Let's see. Well, here's another one. Go on female dating strategies. When a girl does something bad, society tells girls we have to be this way. LVM, basically low value men, trick me into a relationship.
No, I'm wrong.
He's a desperate pick me show with low standards. I dated a high value man, doesn't explain why it failed. Writes a letter about a specific guy and his habits as attributes to all men. Acknowledges high value men are very limited. No mention that women have to compete for high value men. No mention how to become more attracted to high value men. When a guy does something bad. Scrotes are dumb and can't do anything right. A high value man would never blank. All these low value men do blank. Non-gender specific activity is for low value men. They expect me to blank. I didn't communicate what I wanted, and the guy didn't do what I wanted. Must be a low value man. I thought a guy was a high value man, but turns out he was a low value man. I realized there are two types of posts on female dating strategies, and both of them are incredibly manipulative. Number one, girls make up a story about dating a high value man and exaggerates while simultaneously telling other women not to accept anything short of perfect behavior from a man at all times. Maybe I can get a high value man if I convince my competition to be too picky. Number two, Girl White writes that this is actually kind of true. Actually, I actually believe this is actually really true that women would sabotage other women. It would make sense. This is definitely probably confirmed by a whole lot of shit going on with women. Number two, Girl writes the post specifically to anger men possibly reading her post by attributing specific behavior to all men and other obvious logical flaws aimed at hurting men, small penis, height, income. Maybe I can get a guy's interest by being an insufferable, retarded bitch with impossible standards. Nothing on female dating strategies is real, which is why they don't accept discussion from the other side. Yeah. Very true.
Told you.
Chicks are fucking delusional.
Yeah, I don't claim to be anything. I just say what I want to say. I mean, you can judge whatever you want to judge.
Yeah, but that last line is kind of so true. Like, just be an insufferable bitch and wonder why men won't want you.
It's true.
Yeah, it's like the whole, in economics where they had that supply and demand curve. Like, I don't know why female imperative is like go backwards on that. Like, yeah, the demand is going down, so let me raise the price. Like, the fuck? I can understand that it's frauding value, but still, it doesn't make sense.
This is another book I might want to buy, although I heard it's pretty readily available online, actually, for free, so I might actually just read the PDF for the whole thing.
I thought you read that.
Read most of it. I've read a lot of excerpts from the book, and I've read the whole thing.
Yeah, me too.
Increase in the influence of women in public life has often been associated with national decline. The later Romans complained that although Rome ruled the world, women ruled Rome. In the 10th century, a similar tendency was observable in the Arab Empire, that women demanding admission to the professions hereinto monopolized by men. What wrote the contemporary historian? Ibn Bassam had the professions of a clerk, tax collector, or preacher to do with women. These occupations have always been limited to men alone. Many women practice law while others obtain posts at university professors. There was an agitation for the appointment of female judges, which, however, did not appear to have succeeded. Soon after this period, government and public order collapsed, and foreign invaders overran the country. The resulting increase in confusion and violence made it unsafe for women to move unescorted in the streets. With the result of that, the feminist movement collapsed. Yep.
Yeah,
It
this
always
whole
ends like
thing.
that.
I was gonna say this whole thing about modern feminism is literally a product of first world problems. It's like this shit can't be afforded.
Well, I have a point on that. Modern feminism is just communist Marxist ideology. I know many will disagree, but that's that. It's a communist ideology. That's all. Feminism has successfully implemented multiple communist ideology, which mainstream communist parties were never able to. Feminists have successfully broken down family units to such an extent, even in the East, that no one can imagine. Communists like fought battles to do that. They failed in the past, but feminism is now full on communism. People, if they want to feel that it's something else, it's not correct 100%. And yeah, it overspills, right? Any political ideology overspills. So many of the women think that feminism is something normal or status quo, or it's very natural. They don't realize that they are just getting into the communist propaganda.
Yeah, I think you've used the term foot soldiers, right? Like they're basically unknowingly, whether knowing or unknowingly, they're foot soldiers for that type of ideology, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, very true. I think the destruction of the family, that's actually one of the things. I'm not sure if it's in the Communist Manifesto or not, but I do know Marx did touch on like the destruction of the families being one of the core tenets of not core tenets.
That's the thing. Their main aim is the end goal. The procedure steps is immaterial. So any ideology with this kind of you can say expansionist or too much of fanatic ideology like communism is, and no one can deny that. You will find this kind of things happening, which is happening right now. In the way what they do is, even they don't stick to their own ideology, because their end result is goal. And what is the goal in terms of communism? It's pure power. So you see communists everywhere in the world. They have different ways, motives, but the end result is same. They destroy the society, and they claim some 30-40 odd % of vote share by force maybe, and then they capture the mainstream government, and then they make the old government dormant.
This is what they want for you guys, actually. This is where you're gonna live at, in a bunk bed around a bunch of other fucking failure to launch fucking Zoomers and millennials.
We have a hustler here. You can see the laptop guy. He is like trying to escape this den of feminism.
He's trying to IT max out of here.
Look at the carpet though. Oh my god!
I'm like 90% sure that's LA.
Yeah, I think
where is this? Is it like San Francisco?
I think this is one like definitely somewhere on the West Coast for sure. I've read about these types of like housing arrangements where basically you kind of live in a bunk bed. It's like really fucking like dystopian.
That's the only place where you can be so fucking rich and so fucking poor at the same goddamn time.
Yeah, like the average rent at the height was like $6,000 a month for a fucking 1-bedroom apartment.
Zoomer York City.
Here's the future. As they said, we'll own nothing and we'll rent.
Yes, you'll own us nothing, and you'll be happier, guys.
Dude, I couldn't live like this. I'll probably go crazy and ER someone.
Eat the fucking bugs, guys. Yeah, I couldn't live with this either. I need my space, dude. It's just fucking insane.
Indian village huts are better than this. I'm telling you.
And all this like laying around like this is like a fucking like some like fuck. It's like basically a commune, right? This is kind of what it is. But
Dude,
And
even
there
the
you
poor
go.
in
Communism
France
example.
will
Hey,
be
hey,
living better.
mystery. Rolex, sorry to cut you. The point feminism and communism, there you go. This is what communism looks like, and this is what feminism has given us. So you have the proof here right in front of you. It's a commune. It's a commune.
let's see. What's someone else say here? It's like men want submissive wives. The funny thing is feminists create policies that make women miserable. Yep. Yeah. Communes suck. Yep. But yeah, this is like fucking it's like fucking like hell in here. I could not live like this. I'd go insane. Nah, I couldn't do it.
That's the whole point, to make you insane, and then to say that, see, this is crazy person. We need to protect you from this crazy mystery person, so you be on our side.
Oh man, this reminds me. What was that company that was way overpriced? It was like right before
WeWork.
the pandemic.
WeWork.
Yeah, WeWork. Yeah, WeWork's the one. And then they had those buildings called We Living.
Oh
And
wow.
it's basically like a similar concept. It's like you get your own room. At least you get your own room there, but like all the laundry main area, it was all like a commune. And the idea is like you literally office and living space like all in the same building. So you like never have to leave. The people that were in that program were like they were losing friends, and it's like you never leave where you live. It's such a strange concept.
That would have been base to see during COVID. Please, that would have been a like fucking zombie survival horror if that shit lasted all the way till 2020.
No, I mean like if you're trying to curb the spread of disease, commune is like the worst thing.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Be like playing Resident Evil and shit.
Your roommate's a zombie now.
Let me get a cigarette for this.
Here's an example of lambs. I had a baby with a death row prisoner. French woman managed to conceive with double murderer who buried a couple alive despite conjugal visits being banned, but refused to reveal how they did it. Sigrid from France married Alan, who is on a death row for murder and burglary. The 39-year-old now lives in Florida, revealed they had a child together. She revealed many of her friends. The family disagree with her choice of husband. What the fuck?
Even social pressure doesn't stack up to lambs.
My god. That's great. Look at this
You
loving
went for the
child.
chat DNA.
Just commit a double homicide, bros.
Yes, that is it. Yeah.
God.
Probably
Wait,
the best thing you could do to lambs, Max, is murder. To be honest, from what I've seen.
conjugal visit is only for married couples, right?
They married online, maybe.
I can see a ring on the dude's finger, so
He might be, yeah. Bro, at least that death row prisoner got to pass down his genes before he died. Well, oh god. Yeah, wow. Well, you guys sit at home with Pamela Henderson and spread your genes into
Fat
your
Monster 5000.
into your fucking tube sock.
Yeah, instead of beating your meat, just beat somebody to death and ascend.
Yep, there you go.
They don't want a simp. He was not a simp at least. I mean, the prisoner.
Here's shoe on head. Based on what I look like, what are my politics? Whatever politics your boyfriend at the time has. Blow the fuck out. He's not wrong. I remember when she was dating Armored Skeptic for like fucking years, and Armored Skeptic dropped her ass when she got too old and he went somebody else. It's kind of weird. They broke up. It's like, fuck.
Wait, then she had nudes?
Yeah.
Oh, shit, she does have nudes. I remember.
Yeah, she does.
Oh, I'll search him.
She may look like a who from Whoville, but man.
Yeah,
hey, you know what's worse than a Hoofy Whoville? Empty space.
Yeah.
Yeah. Fucking picky ass people.
Let's see. Memes.
Gene.
Ah, yes. Got some more of these comparisons, I guess. These are actually really just sad, actually, when you look at like the great architecture we came from to like this shit. Look at this shit. Look at this. You have this nice. Look at this architecture up here. Beautiful. You get this fucking oppressive fucking glass fucking building, and it's like, okay, like I don't know. But look at this though. Why can't we go back to this? Too expensive to make? I don't know, dude.
And that
It's fucking
Gothic
great.
architecture, I forgot what it's called.
Looks phenomenal. All I give a fuck about. And then you got this fucking oppressive glass fucking boring building.
Where do you think communists will live? In that same boring uniform commune building? You have to understand communism. I mean, I'm just digressing here. I'm just trying
Yeah.
to.
Yeah.
So they want uniformity everywhere. So you need uniform, boring things. So no one is at a higher artistic kind of. That's not
Yeah.
communism.
I hear you, my dude. I'm not disagreeing with you at all. Here's another one. Look at this. I mean, look at this shit. What the fuck? What is this? What have we done? Beautiful here. And then to fucking this. Yeah. Boring.
Yeah,
There's
I
no,
think part of it might be limited to actual budget constraints. And,
there's no like beauty in it though. Like it's like
Dude,
no national pride at all.
How is it possible that USA right now is much richer than any time in the history, you can say, and still it manages to make boring, subtle, plain buildings? I mean, it's not a budget issue. Definitely, it's like some kind of a.
No, the other flip side is because they go so cheap, that's why you're rich.
Oh, so they're stealing basically from the consumers on the quality.
Yeah, I mean, let's just say I could spend a extra million and have those nice riveted windows and pillars and this and that, or I could just say, fuck it, plain square
But
box.
they can like quit that useless vase made of millions of artistic guy from France who like spit on it, and it's a modern art collection. So they can not buy that painting inside and maybe put it outside on some these things.
Here's another one. We got
I don't know, man. I don't know. It's
after.
okay.
It's like, what have we done?
Well, you went down the most efficient road, just like the Soviets did as far as building shit.
Yeah. Let's see. What is this? Let's read this fucking meme. Fuck it. I've been saving this one for a while. I'll read it. Let's do it. It's a long one. Gotta zoom in real quick.
Thank God.
Let's see.
Fucking memes for ants and shit.
I've written white papers for the United Nations, the Trilateral Commission, and for the cosmetic industry on replacement, migration, and population integration. First, the idea that global agenda is leftist or communist is somehow related to neo-Marxism or Frankfurt School is misguided. The organizations I've worked for years see the number one priority as the maintenance of the global economic integration and open markets. In collaborating with the intelligence community, I found their goals to be extremely anti-left and very concerned with maintaining global commercial institutions. This is the reason why the CIA worked so far to defeat communism with a threat to unified global market. What many of you have picked up on is the new left elements of the global agenda, but this is a misunderstanding. The system apparatus in 1945 and 1980 with a Keynesian welfare state with successfully integrated potential opposition from the left and right into the system. The new left, born out of the Frankfurt School, strongly opposed the welfare state, which they correctly saw as a method of ensuring the working class did not succumb to revolutionary tendencies and mobilize identity activism against it, women's liberation, black power, etc. The solution to this threat was the co-optation of the identity politics and the movement of economic administration to supranational institutions, WTO, IMF, World Bank, EU. That way, this new mobilization would not threaten the global economy, but would be allowed to manifest without state repression, as Nixon tried in 1969-73. Let's see, post 2. You're also picking up on the visual integration strategies of sublimation resistance to global capitalism. The left has been largely dealt with by focusing left-wing economic agitation into non-threatening identity activism. The right and ethnic sectarianism especially still poses a threat to global economic administration. Hence the open borders and integrationalist strategy of visual, sociological, and biological integration. The end result would be an outcome resembling Brazil, which ties into my work with the cosmetic industry, if you're curious. The neo-homogeneous population of interchangeable human producer consumer units that would be organized at a nation-state level, but more easily integrated into international administration, lacking any pre-capital factors, race, ethnicity, history, religion, that could serve as the basis for nation-level democratic agitation against supranational institutions. The current wave of nationalism was unforeseen because many expected demographic change had already progressed too far, and that left-wing elements had been too integrated into the identity-based politics rather than economic populism. We are responding accordingly and advocating for a framework against civic nationalism, or rather of civic nationalism, that can serve as a building block to international community by furthering the domestic tacit, visual, sociological, and biological integration of national communities. Civic nationalism, when successfully co-opted, will help further eradicate intranational divisions, and coupled with pro-integrationalist public-private advertising propaganda, will progress the goals of creating a neo-homogeneous, non-racial society. Not necessarily dumb. Again, a lot of thinking here is way too conspiratorial. Just multinationals using their influence to establish and maintain a system that's mutually beneficial. I, for instance, was just a think tank writer who sort of started figuring out what the agenda seemed to be and writing white papers on how to pursue that agenda. I was awarded for responding to the concerns of the powerful people and was assigned for jobs. And that's why I said kind of insider. The goal is to transform the nation state into a local level of administration without primary sovereignty. In other words, the needs of maintaining global economic integration is primary, and national governments are local administrators who ensure that its primary objectives carried out. Nations cease having exclusive interest. This part, people without any history or can be easily organized in international groups without any conflict, is quite accurate. Sectarian resistance is one of the biggest problems today. The ultimate goal is to global Brazil, if you will. This is extremely simplistic. What you're calling socialism is more akin to state capitalism on a global level. The vision you're talking about was coming whether it was orchestrated or not. If you think your average college professor is just a naive ideologue, you're mistaken. The solution to agitation and division that came in the 1960s and 70s was to, one, shift economic administration to the global level so it was no longer subject to domestic politics and fight between groups, and two, the co-optation of identity politics, sublimating into economic, not economic concerns. The goal was to depoliticize the economy and to de-economize politics. The ultimate goal, however, is a global common market and the elimination of pre-capital identity. Identity is to become a collection of commodified consumer objects where identity categorizations lose their racial specificity and become objects that can be assumed through voluntary consumption. Avoiding threats to global economic integration. I'm just going to respond to somebody else. I did a lot of work in the cooperation with and for the cosmetic industry. I was basically a lobbyist. The goals I worked on there had to do with visual strategies of integration and how the cosmetic industry can participate. Effectively, the strategy had to do with the transformation of beauty and sexiness into several commodities and objective consumer goods. For example, instead of beauty being some subjective and uncontrollable attribute, beauty is to be directed into definable, acquirable commodities, breast of certain size, buttocks of certain size, shape, specific universalized facial construction. We worked with advertising and entertainment to highlight the new conception of beauty. This would create a more egalitarian beauty that anyone can acquire, regardless of their background. It would obviously, why I got paid, increase the rate of cosmetic surgery. And this is how a lot of the work goes on. Different industries lobbying for personal profit while seeing a larger process of universalization of population with the ultimate goal of egalitarian interchangeability. This is why I brought up Brazil. The vast majority of our efforts were aimed at Brazil, which was a test case of sorts. The results was one of the highest rates of plastic surgery in Brazil, success, but a side effect, which is actually really interesting, was the explosion of transsexuality. Whoa. Because the female sexuality was transformed to several acquirable commodities, then men also became consumers of these commodities. This was unforeseen.
Holy shit.
Wow. The goal was to depoliticize the economy and to de-economic politics, take economic concerns out of the politics by channeling right-wing energies into culture war politics and left-wing energies into identity politics. This way, politics does not threaten fundamental economic change. Then economic administration was to be separated from politics through moving economic administration to supranational level, WTO, IMF, EU, and through privatization. The ultimate goal, however, is blah, blah, I already read that. Right now, cultures are associated with people and their histories. You can't tell whiteness or blackness to someone who isn't of that race. But if these racial, ethnic categories were to become blurred and eventually eliminated, cultures will become a consumable goods rather. Non-racially definable people purchase their culture through consumer products.
So, in a rough sort of way, the world government's already here. The world government's just a World Trade Organization.
Yeah, it's all these little IMF, what's it called? The IMF fucking, what's it called? It's got the
International Monetary Fund.
Yeah, UN, yeah.
Now, what was that trade deal that Hillary was trying to get through?
Oh, the TPP?
Yeah, that. I remember that was part of it. All these trade deals to like make it so everybody's independent, so nobody has a war, and eventually all these economic zones, if you wanted to make a world government, they would be the backbone of that.
And
Right,
is it
okay.
is
Yeah,
it
this zone. Oh,
yeah?
sorry. Go ahead.
Please go ahead.
All right. Yeah, this zone integrated like U.S., Mexico, and Canada. They all have free trade. Yeah, this zone in Africa that all has free trade. All right. Now you break it down these nations into like transnational economic zones, and then you can later integrate those zones together, which is what I'm guessing would happen. Yeah, you just keep on making bigger and bigger generic pieces until eventually you have one piece if you want to.
I can see a single moon walking by.
You know why the real reason they took out Gaddafi though?
Yeah,
That
he's trying to
bank,
make an
dog.
alternative currency, wasn't he?
That bank.
Yeah, he was trying to move away from this whole
Fiat
Petrodollar.
centralized
currency.
monetary fund.
Yeah.
And it's like, no, 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 we can't have that. You must obey the US dollar currency. We'll
There's a
come take
funny
you
meme
out.
that like basically shows him like dying, and it says, "Just start your own bank, bro." And it's like, yeah, yeah. It's like, oh, uh,
Yeah, I think right now Africa is the last frontier, and I think China pretty much had a head start and overtook it. I think even US Africa Command is kind of like a joke, if you ask me.
Yo, South Africa is epitome of what communism can do to any nation.
no, South Africa is completely. I
No,
think it's
but
gonna.
man, this is the whole thing, right? Because I did live in Africa for a long time, and no offense to black people, but like it's just like, it's I don't know how to explain it. It's like innately born stupid and like
No, no,
no,
that's
no,
that's
no. Hear me out. Quiet now. I'm trying to explain here, but it's like they're innately born just kind of corrupt. It's like there's no sense of like progression, uh, unification, idealism. I think partly because most people don't realize that, Africa in itself, it's not like, oh, black people. There's a whole thing of tribalism, right?
Yeah,
Like, so there's so many different tribes, like the Zulus and all the other different tribes in South Africa. I lived in East Africa, so like, like even within there's like 6 or 7 dominant tribes compete, not necessarily competing. So the whole African mind of psyche is like, it's like a good example is like when you grow up, right? You're born, you speak your mother tongue. We call it the mother tongue because it's like whatever language your mom speaks. And then in East Africa, the common tongue is Swahili. And then it used to be a British colony, so you speak British English there. And so in that regards, it's like, it's like Africa is just a collection of all these different tribes, always just trying to, work together in a sense. It's not just, oh, one race of people, black people working together. So when I say innately born stupid and unable to cooperate, that's the whole thing. It's just like you're fragmented, broken bunch of tribes trying to work together, which never works in the long run. So I
nah,
think that's why it's
I,
always been easy for the white folks to exploit this.
I,
And
I,
I'm just saying right now it's China
I,
too.
with all my love for Rolex, I would have to say disagree 180-degree on this. Actually, you know what's happening? This critical race theory is what has been played in Africa to the full extent. So anyone who wants this critical race theory, feminism,
No,
communism
no,
cocktail
that's
of
bullshit,
this,
man. Take away all that garbage
let me
before the
complete.
white man ever stepped foot in Africa. Africa, like the people, it's all been about different tribes. They've been warring and fighting and killing each other
So
long
has
before
so
the
has
white
China,
man
so
ever
has
arrived.
Indian,
It's
so
the
has
same goddamn thing with the Native Americans, Sunnis and Navajos and whatever Apache. They've been fucking murdering
now
and
you're
killing each
missing the
other and all that shit
this criminal.
long before the white man came.
you
So
can make
I'm
the
just gonna
same thing
say,
about
I'm
you.
sorry, you're
Yeah,
wrong.
That's a criminal generalization. I'll tell you why. I have some points to back this claim of mine. Thing is, you can say everything, but the reality remains that 500 odd billions of extraction is still going on by just France alone in Africa. So these are hard facts that you cannot discount. on the
No,
same.
I'm not talking about the modern shit. I'm just
I'm not
saying that
quoting you.
like
I'm just
in the
giving a perspective.
background, that's what's always been happening.
Let me just quickly.
So I'm just saying Africa is always going to be a shithole to be exploited, no matter what how things turn out to be.
Dude, there was a time when China was exploited by Indians, Hindus. So it's all history. You have to read it properly. I'm just let me give some points that are historical facts, and you can make your own conclusions. I'm not forcing conclusions. Let me just complete quickly here. So thing is, proposition was like Africans are divided. No, that's not the thing. Thing is, you need in any civilization in any country. First of all, this tribalism word is in itself a very white man's coin term. Everyone is tribal. White men are more tribal than anyone. So we cannot say that only blacks are tribal. If you go in China, the Chinese Han have been more tribal on all the neighboring Tibetans, Mongolians, Vietnamese, Indians, and all those things. So you will be a tribal person. Now the trick of communism is the obvious fact they create it as some kind of a legitimate problem that you can solve. It's like saying that we'll paint all the trees in the world with same color to make them uniform. That's the craziness that is drawn by communism, and that's what they
Yeah,
follow.
yeah. Hold on though. Hold on. Just give me like 1 minute though.
No,
So
you
the
have to first allow me 1 minute. Now you have stated a point. I'm trying to conclude this thing. I'll forget everything. You'll have your time. I'll not disrupt you. I agree to a certain extent what you observe, but thing is when you go into the reality, Nigeria and the belt around it, it's one of the most highest rate of growth you can see anywhere in the world, and that's the reality. People don't realize that Africa is not only people living on hut and doing jhingalala hu something like that. It's not true, and it was not even the history. Africa had kings, lineages, dynasties. Africa had written books. They had their own scripts and all, and now it's being discovered. There are so many trunks being discovered, and it was proposed by the white men from the Europe that Africans are jhingalala hu guys who just don't know anything. They don't have literature. They don't have anything. It's a classic thing that defeated civilization is trying to stand with pride. Things will go wrong. Now the South Africa case, what has happened is one tribe, as you said, it has created the whole ruckus. Now why this ruckus has happened is because of communism. Similarly, we cannot go to China and say all Chinese are bad. It's just because of communism. So you have to understand the root cause. People can change. The ideology is a very kind of what kind of ideology you can say. Now the bottom point that I want to state is your proposition is can be considered on a face value for certain period of oblivion, but once you realize what is happening, you will be very confident in saying that this thing which is happening in Africa, it's not like all things are bad. I have stated this couple of times. You have to explore the economies, the rate of growth of different nation, rate of urbanization, rate of all those things that is happening there. And personally, I feel if anyone wants to invest, they should go to some African markets rather than traditional markets. And it's all backed by stuff you can read about it. And I agree, there's a sense of fight that is going on the ground, and you cannot deny. But you cannot say that Africans are all, because you cannot discount history. History is a vital part. It is not so vital that you make it into a critical race theory, but it has to be a kind of a reflection where you understand what goes on. It's a kind of a living analysis. History is living database of what has happened. It is kind of a data analytics or kind of a machine learning or algorithm in a social way, which has been running for so many ages. So we cannot just discount that. I agree 30% to Drolik's feelings, but 70% I think it's not Drolik's fault. It's just the main narrative consumption that's going on, because you don't really have any representation of Africans as a whole from Africa who are proudly given space to represent their own voice. You see, most of the mainstream, it's all like you're trying to suppress or teach them what to do. Thing is, no, it's not like that. Either you agree that you don't believe in this uniformity of all narrative, or you go the other route. So that's the other route that we prefer to take. So we have to be anti-communist, feminist, whatever this ideology is, and if there's a contradiction, that must be brought out. So I rest my case there. If someone concludes what I wanted to say, it's good. I will try to explain simplistically if anyone wants me to later on. Yeah, please carry on.
Okay, Charles, you can go. Oh God.
Yeah, man. I think you're missing the point here. This is all just psychobabble, jumbo bullshit about communism and all that's garbage. What I'm trying to say is, this whole thing about, say, like even right now in South Africa, it's not even about communism. It's not even about like the what do you call it? The modern, maybe call it whitewashing or whatever. Like all that stuff's fucking irrelevant. I'm just saying from the dawn of time in the continent of Africa. And the other point that I was gonna say is tribalism is just a word. Maybe the white man invented it, but you can't discount the fact that how else am I gonna fucking represent slightly different subsets of people based on some ethnic trait?
So
This
why
is
don't
literally
we treat the
tribalism.
white man similarly? I mean, it's the only thing is I feel that
Yeah, and hold on though. I'm not discounting like or just grouping up a white man into one, white category. It's like even in the US at one point Irish people were like discriminated because they're not white enough. You know what I mean?
Or hell, even
Or
every single
Italians are not white enough.
every single European conflict ever. Like,
Right. And so what I'm trying to my ultimate point is it's very difficult, I think, because I've lived there too, and I kind of understand what's the word? It's the psyche. So it's like heavily invested in tribalism. It's like, oh, you're from a different tribe. Like we don't speak the or same language. We don't have the same mother tongue. And the common tongue is there obviously because everyone has to communicate in a common language. But then what I'm trying to say is it's like innately you're born into this tribalism, and by default you have to work together in order to quote unquote, build society.
I
And
agree.
all
But
I'm saying
here
is,
goes a small counter
let's say
question.
even in white
well,
Europe, they
that's why I
just
let Charles
managed to
finish.
do that better. It's like and even Asians, or to some extent, white people, Asians, other Southeast Asians, or whatever, they have the ability to put that shit aside and work together. And I'm not saying that all Africans are not doing that, but it's like it's a innate born psyche. And this whole collapse that's going on in South Africa, it's not surprising. It's just like it's inevitable, you know. And I'm not discounting like, the Mali Empire had like its huge African empire. There was kings. There's super rich history. I'm not saying that's like irrelevant. It's just saying like I'm saying from the very get-go, even before the white man came, even in Native American, it's like even before any white man or Christopher Columbus showed up, like the Indians been killing each other and fighting over whichever land, like long before there was any, settlers that came here. So what I'm trying to say is, it's just like I think other cultures and other tribes per se or ethnic groups have an innate ability to put their differences aside and work together to a common goal, and it's less likely happening in that in Africa. That's why it's always being exploited.
Yeah, and to be simplistic, I'll say that's all cap.
Yeah, and I think you're capping yourself.
No, no, no. Let me explain. So you gave very good examples and argument on this. The point that I think it was not properly communicated from my side, maybe. So let me try to rephrase this. Thing is, tribalism is there. So it's like saying colors are there. You cannot make all the colors like white or black, or let's make it purple or any one spectrum. Let's have the sky with the rainbow of full purple, right? So just by stating some observable fact, you cannot make an argument. There's a fallacy, I guess, here. That fallacy is you are stating which is very obvious and trying to project it as if it is something negative. Well, on the other hand, the same tribalism was positive for other groups. Now thing is, people fight, they conquer each other. This is reality. There is not something unheard of. I'm not saying that this should not have been done. Being non-simp and being a man, you can also understand the aggression that we need to play on equal grounds. Equal grounds being you fight, I fight. We tackle our strengths together. We don't manipulate background and stuff like that, like feminist agenda or feminist manipulations. Men just fight. They fight, fight.
Yeah, you're not getting it, dude. This ain't about capitalism, fucking feminism, or anything. I'm just saying from the dawn of time, this psyche exists.
Why
And even
don't you
up
just
to
try to
modern day
listen to my
today,
point
it
and trying
doesn't
to add a
matter
different
what
perspective?
political ideology or
So
bullshit.
I guess let
This
me
is just the
let me-
behavior of humans in general.
I'm gonna slow this down real quick. So, Dralik, when you say psyche, what do you mean when you say psyche? Like you're talking about just blatant tribalism or strong propensities towards tribalism, or what are we getting at here when you use the word psyche?
Right. It's I think it's the way you put it. It's something that's already there,
Like how they
irrespective to
naturally operate,
history.
you kind of saying, or what? Like how they usually do things, in a sense.
Right.
I have to say, see, this is the point. Tribalism is reality. People are tribal. This is a facade that I don't know. You can say I'm using too much feminist, communist, or whatever liberals they are trying to project. This is a facade. Everyone is fucking tribal. Like no one is secular. No, everyone have their own ideology. It's a facade that is being proposed. Not, I'm not claiming Drolix. Maybe his source of information might be secondary or tertiary or something like that. Maybe he has framed his because it's not a very concrete research discussion that we are having here. I'm just giving a point that you might explore thinking about. Right now, if you see, for example, let's go to Chinese Communist Party. China has encroached 10 different nations. China is tribal as fuck. Han Chinese are tribal as fuck. Chinese don't mingle anywhere in the world. They have their own Chinatowns everywhere. Similarly goes with whites everywhere. Fucking whites go everywhere. They build their own nation in another nation. How come tribalism is not valid, evident there?
Okay, hold on. You actually brought up a super good point. Like, that is actually one of the complaints many other people have against Chinese, that they are quote unquote Han as fuck. And you will find Chinatowns across the globe. They don't assimilate to any other culture. That point right there is exactly what makes Chinese, I guess. Like, oh, like you mean a Chinese is not assimilating? That's like the expected default behavior of a Han Chinese, is what I'm trying to say. So then the psyche there in, Africa is that the tribalism is part of it. It's so strong. So irrespective to modern today politics and problems, it is what it is. Like, the collapse in South Africa is just what's happening or has been happening since ever before any bullshit politics like communism or feminism came. Like you just explained it yourself there.
I think you are then not aware of South African politics. You have to go and study what happened in 90s, and this whole critical race theory and all these things that we are discussing right now here. It has already been played in
No,
action in
South
South
Africa is
Africa.
just an example. It doesn't matter if it was in South A. This shit's happening across anywhere in Africa, is what I'm trying to say.
That's
Maybe
what I'm saying. It's not happening anywhere because anywhere means everywhere, and it's not
no, no,
happening
no.
everywhere.
Dude, I was gonna finish. I said it's probably not happening as prevalent in North Africa because there's more influence from the Arab culture there.
And Arabs are fighting as hell. Muslim Arab populations are one of the most fighting people on the earth. So they are tribal as fuck. So I don't.
Yeah,
The
this
logical
whole fucking
pillar is
conversation is
breaking
going
here.
in bullshit circles, man. I'm just done.
Oh God.
My point is, I fail to accept that all Africans, black people are one psyche people, like minions driven to do nothing but just kill each other. I can't agree with this. Simple as that. It's mathematically impossible. That's what I have to say.
I think what he's trying to say that is that in the mean, basically, if you were to take every African country of that racial group and put it on a graph, you probably get a mean and say, okay, well, you get the average of other people would probably be like that particular, have this type, basically behavioral type is what he's basically trying to say here. So like obviously, of course, it's never all of anything. That's goes without saying, but it's also not. If you take it the mean of anything though, you can get an average to say, okay, well, this average
I
average
get you.
across enough people, you can able this
I feel
behavior manifests itself over and over and over again. That makes any sense.
a school mystery. But the thing is, when I say mathematically, it does not mean the absolution mathematically. I said to propose a theory that this is a prevalent thing in any population. You have different parameters that you need to take out. Then only you can say that certain thing is not coincidence in a society or a sample space. It is actually more prevalent and it's a common factor. It's not just coincidence. So there's a mathematical probabilistic kind of a calculation where you have to calculate the things whether it's just coincidence or it is beyond coincidence. So there's actual calculation for that. You can do it and you will find that on African model it does not apply. So forget about politics and everything, just construct this kind of model and try to run and you will see the answer. It's not about feelings. See, this is a thing. If I'm wrong, I'll accept something, I'll do the research. Here I am saying that this notion that blacks having this psyche of not developing and stuff, it's not true. And I can rest my case here just by giving example of few of the economies that have started booming after certain political freedom. Now thing is, you say the psyche is this or that. On that you can imply that the psyche is such because it is independent in their own functioning. Now I propose that it's not independent functioning yet. 500 plus billions of minerals and wealth being extracted from northern Central Africa just by France alone is not just some, okay, it's happening. It's like we are trading computers, nothing like that. We are trading stocks, nothing like that. It's pure exploitation that's going on. And me as a person is, I am very small and I'm not here to fight for the blacks over there or anything. I'm just stating a fact that this is happening. So politically instability is there. That's why Africa is like that. You can't negate, as you cannot just accept the history if you want to. Similarly, you cannot negate the present scenario that is there. Now, it is not rationalization of their poverty or whatever you want to say, backwardness or anything. But thing is, backward in what? They are rich African as fuck. There are people in Africa who are richer than us. Their standard of life is better than anyone in USA. And it is a vast majority of upper class and middle class in Africa also. So its only thing is over enthusiastic Western Caucasian mind driven or influence driven, not calling you Drolix, please listen completely, or this propaganda that is being spread, or this perfect kind of a Western kind of a world where everything is very, so we are meritocratic and we are very driven by the work people do and not by, it's all bullshit, simple as that. I like people here in USA and everything. I'm working and earning money and making people great over here also, but I cannot discount the fact that it's bullshit here. That's what we do over here. We sit here and we say that this society is going to dumpster, bullshit is happening, there's a reason. And if that bullshit is going over here, how can you discount this kind of a thing happening in Africa? So if this propaganda is solid enough to bring down Caucasian mighty race, how do you think it cannot impact the black race over there? And it is very, very ignorant just by the, you said these are dark skinned people, so all Africans are same. No, brother, it's a continent. And it's not a rule somewhere in nature or anywhere that just because the tanning of a skin is...
let me ask you this. Have you actually lived there? Have you lived there? Have you lived there? Have you been there? Have you lived there?
That is a useless argument. I know you will say that I have lived there, so I know it more. You might have lived in one part of the nation for some part. How
bro, like if I was here spewing fucking bullshit about India, claiming I know everything about India and put in there, it's like, well, what are you talking about? At least I have some validity. Like I actually lived there for many, many years, so I know what I'm talking about.
So by that logic, okay, great logic. By that logic, you don't have right to speak about anything in this world where you have not lived, right? That's what you're proposing.
No, like I'm just saying, dude, you've gone off the rails. This is fucking bullshit.
I have not gone.
Like it's not even about 2021 modern politics or any of this.
Let's clear this point.
This has been happening way before even human recorded history.
One. You said that I have not
lived
in Africa, so I cannot
just
say.
keep talking. I'm not even here.
I'm gonna mute everybody here, except for Jack Nickelback, because he's been pretty quiet. Holy shit! I gotta mute you again, dude. Because we're talking too much here. Holy shit! We're getting way too off the rails. Oh my god, we went from Incel stream to fucking Crossfire now. Fucking CNN Crossfire right now. Oh my god. Oh shit. All right, so
it's like Rick and Morty. I haven't read enough to actually comment.
Let's get some order in the court here. If I had a gavel, I'd fucking be hitting it right now. My god. Jesus. Jolix is tuned out of this argument. Saffron's still going on. Jesus. Let's calm down a little bit, guys. Let's bring it back. Obviously, I feel like we're talking about two different things here to some extent, because like Jolix is talking about maybe Africa as a whole, not even Africa really as a whole. He's just saying that across this racial group of people, there seems to be something going on here. Saffron's saying, okay, well, the recent history of Africa seems to be going off of that kind of stuff now. It's like, okay, what's going on? Like, so like we need to find the where exactly are we really, what are we talking about here? Like, you feel like you're both arguing about two different things at this point. So I'm gonna unmute Saffron. I'm assuming Jolix muted himself. I think he muted himself here. So I don't think I have to. So I'm gonna unmute Saffron. Okay, Saffron, you're unmuted now.
Yeah, I mean, I don't want to argue. Jolix is a cool. So but I have to question this, that if I have not lived there, I cannot comment about that thing. If that is a rule, I'll follow that. But everyone has to do that. That will be very tricky, you know. So this logic is out of, I know, hate and everything. Fine, Jolix, let's drop this. We have a perspective different on this point. It's cool. Yeah, yeah. There's a problem with logic. It fucking cuts everything, whether it's your friend, close friend, your brother. It like cuts.
Well, he asked here, why were they able to get exploited? Ice Cactus said.
Didn't they just get outgunned like everybody else?
I'm not saying that poor. I'm not saying that poor, helpless people, that these Africans are helpless people. I'm not saying that. I'm saying things happen in the past. Fights happen. It will continue to happen. There's no rosy side either way. Reality is reality. That's all I want to say.
Oh, but you didn't really answer the question, though. Why were they able to get exploited?
Because that's a non-answerable question. Anyone? Okay, I can give historical.
What do you mean it's not answerable? Come on, dude. Did you fuck out of your mind?
To be fair, though,
if I shoot your house with a fucking tank and a gun and I conquer your ass, you know I conquered your ass. I had superior shit. I mean, come on.
I understood differently. I'm trying to answer. When I realized the question, I'm trying to answer. I thought he's asking an abstract question, that why the hell did they allow the invaders to exploit them? I thought it's a metaphorical kind of a hypothetical question. But if it is a kindly point driven, they did not defend the simple as that. Their lack of strategy cannot defend themselves.
Saffron, you're breaking up quite a bit. I'm not even capping here.
Wait, hold on. As far as Africa able to be exploited, like if we're talking like centuries ago, isn't it the same reason like the rest of the world got cut? Like South America and North America, they got one, the Europeans had a military advantage with the guns, and two, they had a social advantage with the concept of race and all that sort of thing. They were just better organized and better equipped.
That's just the point, though. It's like, okay, like if this is why like I have such a huge like hang up about the whole concept of like exploitation and you took over America and you did this. Okay, well, like, what do you expect to happen? Okay, if any other race or culture was in that situation, they would have done the exact same thing, because they had superior weapons, they had the superior culture apparently that advocated for group cohesion, and they had a superior beyond that. They had the fucking the chemical warfare shit, not chemical warfare, but the germ warfare shit, and to some extent. So hell, you have all these advantages. They basically just did what any other fucking culture would have done. They exploit and use resources.
Yeah, that's what I was trying to get at. In a nutshell, you just literally explained it. The whites were better at it. They, the conquistadors had the better, armor and guns, so they were able to exploit the South American tribes or whatever. But I'm just saying, all before that, among the Africans themselves, they were like busy killing each other and trying to get one over. Same thing in the Native Americans in Northern America. It's like long before Christopher Columbus came, like, all these Navajo, Apache, they were just killing each other and taking over tribes. just like any other race or ethnic group anywhere on the continent. So the difference is what I'm trying to say is the other people are better at organizing. Call it whites or call it even the Spanish conquistadors. They had better technology.
Call it the
Well
a British
organized.
or the UK or something like any
Exactly.
a group of people on the planet that can organize their militaries, organize their force, organize their culture in a way that can exploit another country. Of course, they're gonna fucking do it. This is why like I have such a hang up about like
100%. You
all
just
these
said it.
people they exploited. Okay, of course they're gonna exploit your ass. You can't fight back.
So
I mean, what-
so then what I'm talking about is when has as a whole, like, have you ever heard like, oh, in Africa they organized so well that they ventured out and started conquering Europe? It just didn't happen. Like
Yeah,
innately they
7-Eleven
were,
wars, but okay.
yeah.
Dude,
So what I'm trying to say is
there
that
were
innately
African
they were
generals
just
in
too
white
busy
army.
among each
Read
other.
it. There
They're
were
too
African
busy
generals in
fighting
white
among
army.
each other to organize. That's why even today, it's call it exploitation, like in the French mining or whatever. It's like Africa is being extracted for resources. The people there are the ones suffering most in abject poverty. Companies come in. I mean, yeah, there's going to be rich Africans for sure, businesses and booming, whatever. But then that's also based on trade with other, nations.
Are you
All I'm trying
drunk
to
or
say is
something?
like
I mean, this is the
Africans
whole
might be
economy.
too
How is it?
busy.
No, this is absolute illogical thing coming from your Daleks today. I don't know what has happened to your IQ. You are stating that a country is
oh
becoming rich
fucking
because no, I have to
Christ!
complete this point. He's
Oh.
saying that a country is becoming rich because it is trading with another nation. Which nation in the world does not do that and become rich? This I am blown out of mind. Just accept that we don't agree on this point. Please don't make my brain hurt. Please.
Yeah, and then your other argument is fucking straw manning. It's like I'm not saying you have
You
to
had
be
an
there.
argument that I cannot speak about a point if I have not visited that place. That was strawman as fuck. That was fallacy as fuck.
Yeah, it is straw man, and I'm trying to fucking explain it to you, dumbass. It's like, dude, uh,
I
here,
gotta take a piss.
I was
You
gonna
guys
give
go
you an
ahead and
example.
fight amongst
Let's
yourselves.
say I'm starting to talk about fucking Indian food, and oh, Indian food is so great. I've been to the streets of Mumbai and had the street vendor food. There's like 5,000 years of history, blah blah blah.
What have you been
Yeah,
saying?
you
What
can
are you
talk
even
about the
saying?
food
This
never
is
having been
example of
there.
fallacy argument. What you are talking about Mumbai food? We are talking about race and African and history.
Yeah,
You're
yeah,
bringing
yeah.
a nonsense point here.
If you would shut up and fucking listen, then you would understand my point.
No one can shut me up. You can politely request that please let me finish my point. I'll shut down. I have given you space every time. You are perhaps the only person I listen to.
Mom,
Hold
Dad,
on. So,
please stop
okay,
fighting.
whatever you said, let me finish my point about your straw man argument having to say that, oh, you had to be in there, you have to be at the location in order to talk about whatever the thing is happening. It's like, no, I'm just saying, have you been there? I expect you haven't been there. All I'm saying is, I've been there, I've experienced it, so I'm speaking from experience, right? And then you're all this point you've been talking to, you've never been there. You're just talking all your shit that you need to come across and put your point on.
Okay, now you gave your point. Now listen to my point with same ease. 2 points. You said you have been there, good, great for you. You have not been to each and every city and each and every country and throughout that nation where you
Yeah,
stayed.
and then same goes to you.
See,
You've
again, you
never
are not
been to
letting me
anywhere
complete.
else, and so your point
This is
is more
bonkers.
valid. It's
You are
complete
not letting me
bullshit. It's
complete,
straw
Rolex.
man, dude.
You are not letting me complete. Audience can decide. There's not a debate. I know when I'm logically correct, and I know when the person in front is trying to mess things up. I'm politely saying, don't drag this issue. You're exposing yourself. You're a very high IQ person. I don't want this thing to go down. Why can't you take it as a brother from another brother? You have to be egoistical,
That's
man.
what I'm
Don't
saying.
be.
Just make the argument, dude. You don't need to grandstand here. Let's make the argument.
That's what I'm going to say. You gave Mumbai food example. You can explain about Mumbai food. But because I am Indian, I'll give you another example. Just by the taste of Mumbai food, you cannot say what's the food in Bihar, Karnataka, Telangana, Tamil Nadu, Kashmir, Punjab, Chandigarh. You cannot say how all the cuisines are. So the argument is the whole argument of you saying that just because you have lived there, you have more hold on this thing. that completely destroys each and every PhD degree throughout the world in every college, because most of the professor never went to any country. Do you understand what's the logical fallacy that you are building your argument on? And I don't want yes or no and anything. Just end this topic. Let's move on to something else, meme or whatever. This is a useless thing. And please rewatch this. There was an IQ drop from Dolix. I never expected this.
No, I would disagree 100%. You're just straw man and cap. Like I
No, man,
said,
you are the cap here.
I asked you. Hold on, you just be quiet for a second. You spoke, I'll speak. I said, have you been there? And you're coming back as like, oh, because I've never been there, whatever you say is invalid. That's not what I said. I literally just asked you, have you been there?
Then you said the same thing. Say, my brain is hurting. You are contradicting yourself.
No, you're contradicting yourself. You're saying that just because you haven't been there or you haven't been there, therefore you don't know any better. It's like, isn't it equally as true? Just because you've been there, you're saying I know better.
Okay, you win Rolex. You are the PhD holder. I am the loser guy.
It's man. It's circular. It's like, oh, you're trying to tell me it's like, oh, because God is doesn't exist, therefore, but then you're trying to prove God. It's like you can't prove that God exists, then how do you disprove he doesn't exist? It's a circular fucking argument, dude.
And that's what
I'm
the
saying
argument
it's a
today
straw
was,
man when
a
you say, oh, just
fallacy-driven
because
circular
I've been
logic
there,
without any circle
you
in it.
haven't fucking know any better.
You just claim you were so excited and you had a spice in your ass when I called Han Chinese
never
the
heard that
most
one
tribal
before.
people in the world, and you are preaching here that we should be mono race and we should not care about race and tribalism
Dude,
and
when
all.
did I say mono
Don't
race?
be cap on cap on
Dude,
cap.
you're just
On
capping. You're talking in
cap.
circles, though.
This
This
is
is just a
bonkers.
dumbass
Don't try to
argument
be a
going out of
ultra
control.
high-fi IQ Chad, man. Be normal, realistic like we all are.
No, it's you're like the what do you call it? The meme from Kevin Samuels. The need to be right, insult, shame, guilt,
Yes,
whatever.
because all you can do,
Yeah,
because
I'm
you
done,
are
dude.
being
This is
personal.
fucking
I have
waste of
never been.
time.
I tried not to be personal with you. When you started it, please listen. People like you use other person's dialogues and creations. I am original content creator. What
Okay, all right. I gotta do some
Yeah,
final.
this is just dumb.
We're doing some last words here, buddy boys. All right, Drelix, I'm gonna let you go first. The last word, buddy.
Hold on. I need to shift my mind. You can come back.
All right. I'm gonna get Saffron Toad for last. Oh, I gotta unmute him real quick. Saffron Toad, last words. We can have the discussion maybe next week. I don't know.
Yes, I'll continue, but I am right. I am correct. Thank you.
All right, buddy. Oh my God, Jack Nickelback. Some last word for us, buddy. From the fucking
what kind of shit? Hold on, Mystery. What kind of shit is it? How the fuck I'm gonna know what to follow up on that shit?
Dude,
with?
he just had the fucking this thing just fucking dissolved into a fucking shouting fest of fucking nonstop fucking who's right about Africa? How are we gonna solve the Africa question today? Like fucking Christ.
Yeah, I don't know exactly how to address that because it's kind of hard to keep up with, and just because my mind's used to.
Or rather, do you have anything to add for that? I don't know. You were
quite.
kind of quiet there. Okay.
Not quite, because I'm used to dealing with small bites, and then anyway, I'll just deal with some in the comments about Spain. Yeah, Spain had so much black dick in it that they pretty much have an N-word pass. Like the Moors really went in there and laid pipe. So
oh God, there you go.
JBC was law from 7-Eleven like fucking 1492 and shit.
There you go. That your last words, buddy?
Yeah, that's it.
All right, dude. Drolix, oh my God, dude. Oh shit. You got your last word for the chat, my dude.
Yeah, this might be a bit long-winded. I'll say this: no hate for Saffron Pill. You got to be right or whatever. It's like your personality. It's good. It's all good fun. No one cares at the end of the day. And then, aside from the previous topic, I was gonna say I'm probably gonna be spending less time here as a community overall. It's like I'm gonna put myself in semi-retirement.
Oh yeah, you've been posting a few videos, right? I think you posted one today, right? that your thing?
I found one yesterday that was pretty
Okay.
hilarious. I had to do it, but yeah, in terms of videos, I'll probably not be doing much at all. Like what do you call it? I know I got to be doing other shit to better my life, and you
Yeah.
know this stuff is all fun and games, and it's a good cope. But if it's taking up more time that I need to be spending, it's like yeah, I need to scale back and do shit that actually matters.
Yeah, it makes sense, dude, for sure. You can't spend 5 hours here.
Yeah, no shit, dude. I could have accomplished so much more crap today.
I hear you. All right, buddy boyo.
But yeah, I'll still be around.
All right, Drelix. All right, buddy. See ya. See you on the flip side, my dude.
All right, take care.
All right. Oh my god. And then there was one. What the fuck happened, guys? Where did we go wrong? Oh god. Jesus. How can the black pill defeat red pill when there's this great civil war going on? I don't even know what the fuck happened, dude. Oh my god. Free saffron pill. Saffron says the same shit I hear every time on this topic. Yeah. Ice Cactus. I really want to have you on, dude. The incel crisis is exploiting Africa and Mumbai food. Oh god. Whole lot of cap here. I'm not gonna lie, I zoned out. I cannot say I blame you, my dude. I left and came back and never still arguing, so I don't know what happened. But that wasn't that was a crazy stream. Oh my god, that went insane. That went down a lot of rabbit hole for sure. I don't know how the fuck we got on that topic. What does I think we do? I think I remember how I got on the topic. Holy shit. Oh my god. Be mentally free. No mental slave. Every group has been with colonized and with colonized others. Yeah. That shit was hilarious too. Ink was raging. Oh my god, dude. Why don't you all like? They never like, dude. It's fine. Can't say I blame them, dude. Yep, every group fights with other groups. That's just true. I don't know. Into the trash it goes. I hear you, my dude. Trash. Oh my god. Pornhub colors, god. It's true. Holy shiznit. Are you not entertained? That's basically how I feel about it. Scudder kind of went, dude. Are you not entertained? Oh my god. It descended into madness for like a good half hour there. It's always like that, but tech and war experiences differ, so groups win easier. Yeah, at the end of the day, what it comes down to, I don't know. The whole oppression shit, I've never understood. The whole exploitation shit, I never understood. The whole equality shit, people have such a mess of contradictions in their minds about the world. It's especially in the West, we have this idea of equality and equality is this, and we're all equal, and it's okay, but we all know it's just not fucking true. We all know if you go back a time scale far enough, and you see, okay, well this person conquered this person, okay, well what happened there? There might have been some sort of a special sauce that caused them to fucking conquer that person, and conquer that person, and all of a sudden they get conquered, and they get conquered, and they get conquered. Everybody knows this shit's not true. And to some extent, across long enough time scales, you know, some of the stuff gets borne out by reality. And to some extent, you start seeing, okay, well, if one group of people is constantly doing this, and they keep doing this over and over and over again, well, maybe it's just okay, maybe they're just have the advantage. And the scary part is it might be an inherent advantage, and no one wants to acknowledge that because that's scary. Yeah, at some point, propaganda is the only oppression, and it affects everyone. I don't know. But yeah, it definitely seems like we have this. We've been force fed this narrative of equality and people being equal. It's I don't know, dude. That's what it comes down to. It's just one of those it's a weird thing because people have this mess of contradictions in their minds. Everybody knows it's the whole concept of might makes right. Yeah, it doesn't make you right factually, but it does mean that you have the ability to push your will on other people and make them do whatever you want them to do. So if I have a gun and you don't, I inherently have more power than you do, and I can make you do things, or maybe not make you do things. Oh, I can make you do things that you don't want to do. It doesn't make you factually right from a scientific standpoint, though. And there's danger in doing a business like that, where might makes right. But to some extent, though, it's like it's just one of those fucking weird things where it's like, you kind of gotta like learn that the world's obviously not fair, and Mystery School, my lord, we are on the road to nowhere. Yes. Everybody's exploited as BS. Yeah. Equality and egalitarianism never began. Yeah, that's the part. Like, I don't know. We live in a dominance hierarchy. Mog or be mog. It's very true. Yeah. Oh, God. They literally speedrun civilization at such level that some people could actually stop trying to survive and study more deeper stuff. Mog too furious. Mog too furious. Nice. Equality means chopping unequal fingers. That's basically when you're at the end of the day. That's very true. When it comes down to it, it's like, okay, well, in order to make my fingers equal, I have to find the smallest finger because I can't make my other fingers longer. So I chop off everything down to the pinky. And like, okay, well then you just fucking fucked your hand up, you dumb motherfucker. Like, but people don't see it that way. People think this like, people are like, well, it's unfair that the pinky's smaller than the other fingers. So like you can never. It's harder to push up on stuff. It's harder to make things better. Then it's a whole lot easier to destroy than it is to create. You can always tear down a building pretty easily, but it's much harder to build a building. It takes more time to create than it does to destroy. That's just the scary part about reality to some extent, where like it takes far more energy, takes knowledge, it takes a whole lot more special sauce to create something than just to just totally fucking destroy it and have it in a disrepute. It's really fucked up how like it's like a fucking cruel twist of nature to some extent. Like fuck. You can like spend 20 years building a fuck. It's kind of like actually, I'm gonna compare it to something dumb, but like compared to something like Chipotle. You take Chipotle, and Chipotle has like it takes you 15 minutes to get through the line because the line's really long. They make your fucking burrito, they make your fucking bowl, and it takes them like 5 minutes to get you to the line. You check out, and it takes you maybe 5 minutes to fucking eat that burrito. So it took you 5 minutes to destroy that burrito. It took you 15 minutes to get. Just fucked up. Quality is a lie. Nature never worked that way. Brutal. Yeah, that's true. Africa's just weird. We've seen nations with less resources that did more. Yeah. Yeah. Some civilizations are late bloomers and others bloom earlier because having metals, the wheel, etc. Yeah, I agree with that. Sweet mother of God. Miyamoto was streaming next, huh? Oh my God. Peace. I'm boarding now. Okay. All right, buddy boyos. I'm getting the hell out of here. This was a long fucking stream. This was a fucking shit show of a stream. But it happens from time to time. It is what it is. You just kind of have to accept these things sometimes. So, all right, buddy boyos. I will see you guys next weekend. Maybe, depending on what's going on, actually. There's one weekend where I'm not going to stream at all because I'm going to a convention. So I'm going to be out all weekend. So I'm not going to stream at all that weekend. If I stream it all next weekend, I might actually do a Saturday stream. No Sunday stream though. It might not happen. Depends on what I'm doing. Or I might stream it all. I might stream both days next week. I'm not sure, but I definitely won't be streaming that first week of August. I got something to do. So yeah, 40 people came in here at the fucking ninth inning. Why? Like you people were fucking go home. The stream's over. Fuck out of here. Jesus. All right, guys. See you guys next time. I'm out of here.